Yo, what's going on, everybody? What was I gonna fucking... God damn it.
Man, I got huge disagreements.
Can't remember what I was gonna look up now. Fuck. Let's see if Frank has uploaded anything. Hey, Gig. What's going on? You are first. Congratulations. Julington, what's up? Primal Guttural, what's up? Some of these should be good. Let's watch some Blaha Ments to start things off. I'm getting a vegan bowl at Chipotle. I've never been to Chipotle. I just have a day off today and just eating slightly more. I had some grapes and some extra tofu. Hey. This is the Old Republic
are not
remaster.
destined. They are forged. Shaped by ambition and fear. The desire for power. The need for control. The price of obedience. We allowed corrupt doctrines to dictate the paths before us. No longer. A change is coming to the galaxy, forged from pain and rage and sacrifice. I will...
Yeah, that might be worth playing. I never played the Old Republic. CDG, donate $2. Hi, Richard. Been waiting all day for you to get on. How are you? I'm doing fine. I just, caught up on some sleep and shit. So, I'm just chilling, feeling good. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Go to.
B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B U R P B.
Alright, thanks for that, Bootycum. Appreciate it. Is 5'9", 138 pounds big for a male? That is average height and below average weight, so I think by most people's standards, no. CDG donates. Richard has to open the energy drink to deal with the nonsense raffle. Oh, don't worry, I've also got plenty of nicotine. Thanks, CDG.
Bonjour, YouTube. Let me tell you a story about a French man who thought he was shrouded in glory. But the truth is another story. Tells a story about he's a thief. Yup, the chips at the airport, I know it defies belief. A wannabe samurai with dumbbells feeding people lies. Dodging the truth like you're ducking a fight. Ignored Blaha when he called him out, yeah, that's right. Leader of the noble natties. He sits at the center of a circle, jerk bukkake. His word, yeah, that's fickle. Code of honor more crooked than the USSR sickle. Hypocrisy thicker than his accent. Open up alive, you'll catch a glimpse. Stupid tales and made up stories. Egotistical, nonsensical allegories. Or to put it simple, so the truth should hit and the message should ripple. A bunch of stupid bullshit.
What's up, YouTube? Today I am going to be...
Let's see. I wonder if natural hypertrophy did some stupid fucked up shit. I'll look into that later.
And what I will tell you is that son of a bitch threatened my wife and my son about a year and a half ago.
Josh, no, I am trying to compete at the international level now in powerlifting. I can't afford to miss 2 weeks of training right now over this cunt. Plus, it could run the small risk of getting me deported for actually breaking the law.
What's up, man?
Oh, damn, thanks for the big donation, David Chubby. Appreciate that. Not much is up. We're just searching for mints, chilling, you know. And I'm just enjoying my day off training. It's the end of the week, so just eating slightly more for recovery. Thanks for the donation, dude. Small risk of getting me deported for actually breaking the law and force me away from my wife, which would result in me having no choice but to take his family out as revenge for taking my wife away from me, and no one wants that. Really, not me, not him, not our fans, etc. Oh, Blaha. He denied he ever said this too, and he lied about it.
He put on Facebook that he would take my family out.
Could we, like, wait at least until midnight for the fucking burp videos?
As revenge.
And you guys know I talk a lot about what real men do, what a real man is, and a real man...
He used to live in the UK, and I won a lawsuit against him, and he refused to pay because he has nothing. He lived off disability. Lived off disability. According to his ex-wife, played World of Warcraft 10 hours a day. Had nothing, and so he refused to pay, and so since you refused to pay, if you were not a UK citizen, he was trying to go for citizenship, as I understand. When you have a judgment against you, they can use that as grounds to deport you.
So Jason Blaha, right? I hate saying his name because he's a despicable human being to begin with, and everybody knows it.
Hey guys, something real quick. Obviously, I don't support any of these views. This is done to document his disturbing behavior. Don't go harass him or anybody else. Mostly focusing on his hate speech and threats in this video. I do have something new that's a little bit funny towards the end to kind of lighten the mood with some of this shit. Feel free to re-upload this video.
It wouldn't surprise me if Jason Blaha actually ends up shooting and killing somebody one of these days. The guy is fucking unhinged. Like, he's also super fucking insecure and shit. Some of the threats and shit he's made have, like, truly been fucking disturbing. Like, why the fuck isn't this guy locked up?
Please like and comment on this video. I'm pretty sure I've been fucking shadow banned from him reporting me. Check out my post about it if you're curious, and enjoy.
Defend the weak and the helpless. They defend the women and children of the tribe and the community. They don't attack them. Little boys attack women.
Also praised the actions of the Christian shooter who has...
Let's see, Bootycum donated $2. Like, okay, dude. We can't start the stream off with burp spam, alright? If you give me burp spam now, I'm gonna have to skip it. Like, this is the one exception. Maybe like once every 30 minutes or an hour or something, you can send me some burp links. But like, just hold off on the burp videos until like late at night, like at least after fucking midnight. Yeah, great. Okay, thanks, Bootycum.
A reminder, massacred innocent Muslims who were worshipping in a mosque, including women and children who were trying to run for their lives, and who got killed by this fucking coward. Blaha thought that this was very funny, and he said that it was a good thing to be praised and that it should happen more often. This is the type of person we're talking about. This was on his Facebook, his public Facebook. And
you know, these are not just my opinions. There is footage of this stuff that he's saying. There is proof. There are fucking posts. He is doing this shit.
Bring it. I will fucking end you.
Then you see shit like this and you realize, this dude's really off the fucking charts. He's really not normal. Like, we knew he was fucked up to begin with, but this is next level shit. Like, you just don't think like that as a normal human being.
Real men defend the weak and the helpless. They defend the women and children of the tribe.
And opened fire at 2 mosques in Christchurch, killing 51 people.
Should. And let me just read what he said. Awful, just awful. I hope the guy in New Zealand gets probation and a very stern talking to. Also, he should not...
Wow. Blaha praised the Christchurch shooter. You know, the guy who said subscribe to PewDiePie before opening up on the fucking mosque? Holy shit. Yeah, dude, Blaha's, like, I don't even understand how he's still on YouTube. That's fucking crazy.
Okay, thank you, Richard. We wanted to set the tone with the burps. Hope you enjoyed them on some level. At least these girls were cute and not fat hogs, right? Love you, Richard. We sent Tay out of love. Your ass was cute last night, by the way. You're sexy.
Alright, well, I appreciate that. I'm flattered. Thanks for the donation. We are anonymous.
Get his firearms back until he passes a firearms safety course. I'm sure he just had a bad childhood, but truly hope that he will, with proper rehabilitation, he can return to being a productive member of society. Says, I hope this young man can be rehabilitated and taught proper firearms safety, dislike an evil invading army and death cult that plans on destroying the entire Western world doesn't justify legal, reckless, unsafe behavior. So many contradictions in those fucking statements, right?
Who are his parents' cousins? I don't know. I just don't understand how you can create something like Blaha and not be familially related. His parents have to be, like, actually related, like cousins or something.
And because I've previously had security clearance and I have a completely clean criminal record, I have never been arrested, I've never gotten a speeding ticket on record, nothing like that. I came out here when the dude said he would be here, ready to blow his fucking brains out. Blow his motherfucking brains out, legally, because he's stalking. I wouldn't do a day in jail for it. A female? Didn't, no. What, selling pussy to a prostitute? No. All right, better get the fuck out of here. No, you got your ID on before you get the fuck out of here. That's what people do where I live. We should have seized all Saudi Arabian assets in this country, declared war on Saudi Arabia, rounded up every one of their citizens living in our country and executed them on public television, and then fired multiple nuclear warheads at that country. I wouldn't do that because I'm a man. I don't go after people's loved ones. I don't go after their girlfriends or their sisters or their mothers or their wives or their children because I'm a man. I have a little modest proposal. I think in the future, when you have a group in Congress and the Senate who can't come up with a balanced budget, they can't balance the budget, we should automatically, we as the taxpayers need to vote this in, they should automatically all be executed. All their families executed.
So, Blaha, being a Trump supporter, he's in favor of executing Trump and his entire cabinet now?
As a form of revolution, since they can't budget our money correctly, and they can't come up with a budget, or any year in which they do not balance the budget, in which we're already 20 trillion in debt. We can't borrow any more money. That's it. If they want to borrow a single penny to pay for anything, if they can't balance the budget, if they go over it by 1 penny, execute all of their offspring, all their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, wipe their entire family line out as punishment.
Jason Blaha, you can go on his channel and you can listen to him talk about killing me, killing Lane Norton, killing Lane Norton's family, and killing other people. If they just so much as approach him, he will kill us. That is what he has said.
Yeah.
Hunt them down and exterminate them. They're vermin. But politically, I am very liberal. I'm pretty politically correct when it comes to a lot of things. All right, we have to exterminate social justice warriors and leftist ideology in our society. We have to make them scared to speak up. I am extremely pro equal rights. I think when you see a woman in a hijab, I think that represents the woman who says, you know what, I'm not going to conform to your way of life. It also means that that person is part of the invasion force. So when I see that woman walking by wearing her hijab,
he's literally a neo-Nazi fascist.
But he killed 50 fucking people. There are 50 families out there that are absolutely destroyed. There is one woman, I watched this fucking footage of her saying she will not, she called it a headscarf, because I think it's called different things in different places.
Recommended intake of B12 and vitamin D3?
You want to consume 250 micrograms of cyanocobalamin B12 per day, and you want 2,000 IUs of vitamin D per day. So those are the recommended daily doses. Thanks for the donation, Justin St. Bernard. Appreciate it. The gigolo that came knocking to his door? No, that was a dude. So some troll found out Jason's address. Then they posted a fake Grindr ad or something saying there was some hot tranny at his apartment who wants to meet up to fuck. This guy thought he was going to have sex with some trans girl or something, or fuck some prostitute. And then Blaha was there. And the only reason Blaha didn't get criminally charged was because that guy who knocked on his door was married. And if he pursued criminal charges, his wife would have found out. So Blaha dodged a huge fucking bullet there.
She will not wear her headscarf in public anymore because she's scared, because this guy walked into the mosque where she was and she watched her friends and family be slaughtered.
That's what that is. That is a terrorist factory. And I'm just going to call it like it is. She's a terrorist factory. That's what her womb is, because she's going to raise her children in a belief not to conform to this way of life. I think what she's texting is Alu Akbar. We're the type of people, we're not even going to give you a clean death. We are the type of people that would be like, hey, fuck this Haji. I'm going to shoot him in the gut at 300 yards and let him bleed out for a little while. And then when he's too weak to fight back, me and my friend are going to go pick him up and have a little fun with him and make him fucking talk before we feed him to the pigs. That's Texas.
Once you do what you've done, which is insult the whole Islamic race and say they all need to be killed, bit of a problem you got there once you say that.
We're going to go over and start nuking the Middle East. Fuck them. We're just going to go over to the Middle East and start nuking them ourselves. We'll probably start with Mecca, and then again, Texas being Texas, when the outrage in the Muslim world goes up, any city that we see burning a Texas flag will probably nuke them too.
You're a loser, a loner, a fucking idiot, a racist that has just fucking caused so much shit to your own life.
We're going to be the leader of the world, and the survival of the human race depends on our culture surviving because we're the most advanced and the best. We need to quit worrying about these other cultures and nations. They're not contributing anything. And why are these third world shitholes that we are vaccinating with our tax dollars continuing to see a massive rise in population? We produce food, which in turn increases pollution, to feed these people.
Found made me angry again, and that's why I decided to continue. And that is the KKK articles. This is a snapshot someone found online in which you see the name Blaha Jason, who wrote a few articles for the KKK webpage in 2003. So this was before he met his wife, and this was found actually because of his ex-wife, who said herself that he told her that before they met, he used to be a white supremacist. That's
okay, so it's confirmed. That's legit. He actually wrote articles for the KKK. Jesus, what a fucking scumbag. What's funny too is he was criticizing a bunch of fitness YouTubers for having some sort of relationship with actual racist white supremacists in the online fitness space.
That's why
he's a white
found this,
supremacist.
actually, and it seems to fit with the timeline. And she also said that he was mostly just writing for them and so on. So this seems to fit it perfectly. Now, I was unable to find any direct evidence to prove this is the same Jason Blaha as the one we're talking about on YouTube. It could have been a different Jason Blaha, so I'm making this clear in this video, so anything I say about this Jason Blaha could be a different one. But it is my opinion that it is indeed him, because of some evidence I found in the articles themselves and in the things he said in other places and so on. So I will show you all of this and you can decide for yourself what you think.
I'm pretty sure that this is him for a few reasons. Number one, his ex-wife said it was. Number two, Jason Blaha isn't a very common name. Number three, the use of Yahweh that we'll get into in a bit. Number four, his rants about Muslims, illegal immigrants, and all the other shit would fit into the same sort of narrative. And for number five, this is actually something that I just found. Certain misspellings and grammatical mistakes. So see right here the improper use of weather. This is on my list of blochisms, aka misspellings or misusage of words that are common to him, and generally speaking, not to many other people. Predatory is on my list. Mammal, however, wasn't. One thing I'd like to point out though is how he has difficulty with vowels. So this would fit right in even though it wasn't on my list already. So yeah, these two words used improperly would fall into line with making me think that it's him. Little short explanation here. He clearly used spell check on these as there aren't as many misspellings as usual, say on his forum posts and places where he won't use spell check or proofread probably, but some must have slipped through the cracks and I think this shows it. I mean, chances are he probably plagiarized most of these documents anyways, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's him. This guy's a fucking idiot, so I thought I'd just add that in. We don't have any 100% proof that it's him, so I guess there's some possibility that it still couldn't be, but I think when you aggregate all this together, it suggests that it's likely him.
Just nothing on him works properly. Like fucked up teeth, retarded brain, like bad genes, just all around.
Well, you know what? Plenty of internet stuff comes.
I love it. I love seeing myself on random channels making fun of Blaha.
In real life for me. Haven't you seen all the videos of me running people off with an AR from my home? Have you seen me keeping people's driver licenses at AR-15 point? Haven't you seen those videos? They're out there. All these brothers showing up at my house.
He continues. We have given these black beasts everything. The N-word blames us because they cannot achieve what we have done. You've achieved nothing. They blame it on racism and accuse Wiley of keeping them down. Blaha accuses everyone in his life of his fucking failures. He's incapable of taking responsibility. Again, he's talking about himself here. No amount of affirmative action will ever make us equal, because it is Yahweh who created the inherent differences between man and beast. There you have it. Like, do I need more proof to show you that Blaha really thinks black people are animals?
Callie's not a good person. He's another thug. He's an animal. He either needs to be in a cage or in a hole in the ground.
Again, I don't claim to know for sure if it's the same Jason Blaha, but I suspect it is, and I'll show you why. As you see, this is how he describes God, the same 4 letters, the same exact words as in the Dark Eternal posts. Now, this article is extremely racist, so I want to make
That's more than a coincidence. Yeah, it's clear it's Blaha.
it clear that this is a review of this article. I do not condone or agree with any of what is written here. He explains how he uses Yahweh instead of the Lord in all his quotes. This is something that is very unusual. I mean, some people do it, but it's kind of rare. So this is one of the clues which caused me to believe that it is indeed the same Jason Blaha.
Will eventually speciate again. And they tend to bolster and not let evolution take its course. They want to bolster and keep certain populations alive and cultures and nations growing all over the world instead of just letting evolution take its course and let them die out on their own, so that we're left with whatever's best, so that whatever's superior just survives organically. All right, I want to state up front, just right up front with this, I'm politically very, very liberal.
You know, I mean, he's just a diseased piece of trash that...
What our illegal immigration problem will go away real fast the second you treat them like what they are, foreign invaders. Their lives belong to us the moment they cross that border to do with as we please from a legal perspective. They are in our country illegally. If we want to shoot them in the head, we can do that. And that's exactly what we should do, the ones we catch who can't work. They're not capable of working that 10 years, and fine, just get rid of them. You know, 9mm bullet to the head in a ditch, problem solved. We could let them pick between execution or 10 years indentured servitude. We could put collars around their neck with a little small explosive device. If they try to take the collar off, run too far from a sensor, or if they try to rebel or become aggressive, you give the wardens the ability to press the button and detonate it.
Okay, this was an extremely quick overview. I'll link to the videos I took all this from in case you want to look at it for yourself. Alright, here's a mix-up of the classic golf story between Blaha's version and Van's parody of it.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Blaha here, and I want to tell you about the time I played golf with corporate executives.
Corporate executives and things a few times in my life at the golf course, and this sort of behavior is normal for them. In fact, I'll give you guys a perfect example before I close this down.
Now, I'd never played golf before, so this was my first time, and I was playing with high-powered executives.
No, he still is allowed to have firearms. He lives in Texas. I know he has a Glock, I think it's a 43 or a 19. But yeah, I know he has a concealed carry Glock, and I think he has a couple other pistols.
Millionaire.
He might have sold his rifles. I haven't seen him with his rifles in a while, but yeah, I know he at least has a couple concealed pistols.
Friends of my father. He was an ex-mercenary CIA operative out of Vietnam.
My father is pretty much a sociopath. I still love him, but it's the truth. Even my sister would admit the same. He's a self-made millionaire now, self-made multi-millionaire. Now, granted, he doesn't give anybody any of his money. He doesn't even have me in his will. But he is also a ex-Green Beret and Vietnam veteran.
So he had lots of powerful friends. Anyway, so the first time I played golf, they said it was normal for me to have to play, because it was my first time, to play with my penis hanging out. They said it was what everyone does, they said, and I was just a fat little chubby teenager.
I played golf with some well into six-figure salary corporate executives with my dad before, and the rule they had, when you drive the ball out of the men's tee box on the golf course, if it doesn't pass the women's tee box, you have to play the rest of the round with your penis hanging out to prove that you're a man.
But my dad felt sorry for me that day because I had no friends anyway, so he took me golfing with him, and he told me not to embarrass him, but they ganged up on me, it seems, and they said there's a rule that anyone that has to play for the first time has to play with their penis hanging out. And I couldn't hit it past the women's tee box, so I had to show my ass too. They just made me take my trousers off, and I had to walk around completely naked from the waist down.
What a bizarre thing to claim. Yeah, my dad and a group of dudes made me walk around in public with my penis out when I was a minor. Blaha's not a very smart man. Alright, so here's a long debunk or criticism of Mike Isreatel's plastic surgery by Solomon Nelson and Lyle McDonald. So this is kind of a weird saga. Mike Isreatel, for the longest time, has been claiming he's like 3% fucking body fat in competition. He just looks fatter because he's storing so much body water. He obviously can't stick to a diet. Then his last competition, in which he was in his best shape, still couldn't stick to a diet, still wasn't in shape, made the excuse that he's just holding excess water again. And he also said he didn't have a good enough tan. That's why he lost. He would have won with a better tan. So then, like, skip ahead a few months or a year, he says that he's getting cosmetic surgery to get rid of loose skin around his love handles. And he says he has that loose skin because he did this, like, ultra bulk back when he was natty, like 10 or so years ago, which sort of plausible. Like, this guy gets fat as fuck in the off season anyway. So plausible that this guy did have some, like, you know, slightly loose skin or something from getting really fat from long ago. But he also gains way too much fucking weight in the off season, so it could have just been from his off season, you know, weight gain, then dieting down again, then just getting fat in the off season. So he gets this highly risky cosmetic surgery where he gets skin removed from his low back and his love handles. He also admits to getting liposuction in those areas, despite claiming he's like 10% body fat. Why would you need liposuction if you're like 10% body fat? So, yeah, now they're just gonna talk about how this is a stupid idea.
I have like big love handles that store a lot of water from back when I got fat on purpose.
Oh yeah, he doesn't even admit that his love handles have fat. He claims they're watery. So when he has big love handles that are hanging over his, like, you know, his jeans or something, oh, that's not fat, that's water. Like, he's just delusional.
Supposed to try to like do the spirit bulk, and so I'm probably gonna get them cut off.
So the mad lad actually did it. Lyle.
Yeah.
There's this one topic I have had, like, innumerable requests to talk about. I think you know what it is.
Is it dating tips?
Well,
and how to be sexy and get women?
from a certain standpoint, it could be dating tips and how to get sexy adjacent.
Oh no. I actually
think
don't.
You know.
Actually, don't think I do know. All right, I'm listening. Maybe I do.
Well, maybe you didn't see Mike Isreatel's cosmetic surgery.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I am aware of it.
He got, I believe, liposuction for his love handles and low back loose skin removal.
Right.
And he has he's put up a whole bunch of pictures showing his surgery wounds.
Yeah.
And so much blood. And he's got these like blood-filled sacks attached to his sides. And I had to ask my girlfriend, because she's in med school, I'm like, what the hell are these? And she goes,
They're
those
drains,
are JP
right?
drains. And they're like these, they collect fluid from wound sites.
Yeah, it's like oozing wounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So the mad lad actually did it.
Yeah.
You remember he was going, I have like big love handles that store a lot of water from back when I got fat on purpose to like do the spirit bulk. So I'm probably just going to have them shits cut off.
I have like big love handles that store a lot of water from back when I got fat on purpose to try to like do the spirit bulk, and so I'm probably gonna get them shits cut off.
He did it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess. The comment was, of course, immediately deleted but
Oh
I went,
yeah.
but
You
I went
left
over
a
there.
comment, right?
I did, and of course it was immediately deleted. And what I said was to the effect of, Mike's dedication is truly amazing. He will do anything to be successful at bodybuilding, except for learning to train, learning to diet, learning how to get a tan, and listening to a qualified prep coach.
Learning how.
Yep, basically. I don't know why he even bothers doing bodybuilding if he has such trouble dieting.
How to pose.
Oh yeah, yes, learning how to pose and listening to an experienced prep coach. The man's dedication is unbelievable. Roughly
You
along
said
those lines.
it's truly inspirational to watch someone look for a secret that doesn't involve doing any actual work.
Yes, to fixing the real. I mean, okay, look, make no mistake. Bodybuilding is absolutely as genetic. It is purely aesthetic, right? I get that. And at the higher levels, there's no doubt that your competition success can be determined from day one, right? If you don't have the right muscle bellies, if you don't have, like, there is nothing that can be done about that. And I absolutely understand that. By the same token, worrying about those things when you cannot get the fundamentals correct it goes right back to our long podcast about coachable versus uncoachable individuals and how I've seen this in so many sports. When I was cycling, you would see people spend $10,000 on a bike frame to shave ounces off of it when they were carrying 20 extra pounds of body fat. Anything to avoid actually doing the work and doing the training. I had a teammate who would skip warm-ups, skip cool-downs, skip workouts, would drop $2,000 on a custom speed skating boot, because of course that was obviously what was holding him back. Perhaps Mike does have this situation, like the body can make new fat cells, make no mistake. Like, I won't deny any of that. But to do that in lieu of fixing the fundamental problems is missing the forest for the trees. But yes, his dedication to doing everything except actually improving his craft is truly impressive to watch.
Yeah, and I also think the choice of surgery he got from just a bodybuilding standpoint is a questionable one. I mean, was anybody looking?
He's very likely going to have extremely noticeable and probably really gnarly scars that are uneven. I've seen some surgeons do like massive skin removal, and they've been able to have like very thin scar lines that are very even, and like you kind of have to pay attention to see it. But usually when you're talking about skin removal procedures like that, yeah, usually it's uneven. There's a large scar line, and it also like pulls at the skin in a weird way, and it just doesn't look quite right. So if he's going to be on stage at a bodybuilding show, I don't know if like it makes sense to get that kind of skin removal done, because you're probably going to look weird. And I mean, let me see. He didn't even, like, it's questionable whether or not he even needed that surgery done, because this is what he looked like at his last bodybuilding show. So, pretty decent shape. Like, he doesn't look bad for, say, an amateur bodybuilder. But, like, this guy is trying to get his pro card. You can clearly see that he does have some fat storage in his love handles, low back, around his, like, butt. Like, hamstrings aren't quite as tight as they could be. So he still had some weight to lose. So some of these, like, skin folds you see here, it's likely not, like, I don't know if it makes sense to get skin removal surgery when you might be able to just diet down more, and some of those skin folds and stuff might go away. And it's like, okay, I don't know if that's gonna impact like his score in bodybuilding. Like, you do, regardless of how lean you are and shit, like, you do have skin folds. Your skin has to move and bend. Like, it's just, I don't know if any judges are looking at, like, some skin folds on your low back and giving a shit. So to go through a pretty highly risky surgery where there's high risk of infection, high risk of not really liking the outcome of the procedure, like, why would you do it?
Looking at his physique and going, the problem there is the reason he's not placing higher is he has too much loose skin in his low back and he has love handles that are too fat.
I have to doubt it. I have to think
I don't
that
think
was
so.
No, I don't think that was probably going to be, the determining factor. I mean, we all know that it was his lack of a tan that kept him from placing last time. So I'm surprised
he doubled
didn't
down on that, like, in the comments. I'll see if I can find that.
Did he said he doubled down on it, or he backed
Yeah, he
down
doubled
on
down on his
it?
tan
Of course
thing.
he did. Yes,
Yeah.
because of course.
So,
that's
because
what-
people are asking, was it even worth it, given that you don't have a pro card? And he keeps replying to those comments by saying things like, well, how was your journey to pro? Were the sacrifices worth it? He says, well, I've competed at the national level multiple times. You probably only know about the latest one. So he's basically saying, well, I placed second once. And so my
Wasn't
pro
that at a-
aspirations aren't.
Wasn't that at a low-level early show?
Yeah, I don't think it was.
It's certainly not recent.
No, it was 2020, I believe. And he says, the whole internet didn't troll me. It's really just a few hundred folks, mostly people with no posts or real profile pics.
Oh, for God's
I have a
sake.
following of millions. My trolls are a rounding error.
Yes, remember that all critics are trolls. Yes, clearly we're all in the wrong.
This guy is older than me. I think like 10 years older, or... Oh no, maybe not quite. He's like 41 or 42 or something. Something like that. Like, why hasn't he figured out, being such a super genius, having higher raw IQ than like 99% of people on the planet, according to him, that there is no point in engaging with anybody online? Like, this is a random person in his comment section that is just insulting him. There is no benefit whatsoever to him responding back. And he still makes the decision to respond back. And all it accomplishes is it makes him look like a fucking delusional jackass.
It's all the people that are blinded to him and fuel his bullshit and tell him how great he is. Those are the ones that are telling the truth.
No, I found the tan thing. He says, my tan actually did contribute, like literally. I didn't even know that until multiple experienced competitors, mostly pros, told me. I also never said I'd have won without it, ever.
Didn't he literally say that what kept him from placing was his tan?
So we got tanning done by a tanning company, and that was like, I was told it was like 5 or 6 shades too light to be in contention for the first call out.
I may be wrong.
Yeah, so he's a liar. Again, pure cope. That is just embarrassing.
Suddenly, he stated that it held
Bro.
him back. It was a
Sure.
significant contributing factor in his less than desired placing.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I thought Mike knew more than anyone. Any pro, any coach.
I'm both on a raw IQ scale smarter than almost every coach, maybe every coach.
How come now? When they told me it was my tan, I listened to them. Which is it? Does he know more than 99% of people in a sport that he's a failure in? Oh, I'm sorry, he took second in some show where there are only 2 people. Maybe, whatever. Neither here nor there.
Hey VG, how is Jasmine doing? Is she doing okay financially? Do you know if she will ever return to YouTube, and do you know if she back to lifting and working out? Hope you're having a great evening.
I'm not entirely sure how she's doing financially. Have a rough idea of how much she makes every month, because she told me, and I know where she works and stuff. If she knows how to budget her money appropriately, she should be doing just fine. She's got a few roommates, and her rent is pretty cheap. So let me think. Yeah, I mean, she should be able to save up roughly half her income each month if she's not wasting her money. So I think she's doing fine, and probably won't return to YouTube, but that's up to her, and she's definitely not lifting and working out. Thanks for the donation, vegan goodies.
But now it's just, isn't it convenient? Suddenly it's like, well, these pros told, but even, let's say that was true. How do you compete for over a decade when you know what the requirements are and not know to get a proper tan? Look, if you're a first-time competitor and someone comes up and says, hey, or you ask the judges and they go, look, this is what you need to improve, I would buy that. An experienced competitor who claims to be God-tier IQ, better than every prep coach in the history of the sport, somehow didn't know he needed a better tan. But hey, I'm just a rounding error, so what do I know? That's cool. I'm going to put that in my signature. Like, I'm going to put that after, I don't put letters after my name, but I'm just going to.
Lyle McDonald, rounding error.
But again, I've known athletes like Mike, individuals like Mike, people that support his delusion are the ones that he'll listen to. And anyone offering valid criticism, well, they're just dismissed as trolls. They're just haters. Yeah. Okay. Well, and that's fine. I mean, I don't know enough about plastic surgery to know if this was excessive or otherwise. I agree. If he was consistently coming in second and they told him that's what's holding you back, I would absolutely understand this. I would, on every level. But that's not the case.
No.
There are, for someone to go, I don't care about posing, to eat the way he does during prep, to repeatedly state I needed to start earlier and never do it, to say that he would rather argue with his coaches and pick holes in their recommendations than listen to them and think, oh, but if I spend money on surgery, that's going to be the answer. All I can say is when he competes next, you and I are going to have that much more content.
Indeed. And you mentioned his dietary choices. This is a beauty. He goes, Gatorade and cereal have nothing to do with getting lean. Only total calories matter as long as protein is high enough. This is elementary physiology.
I mean,
some foods, like, yeah.
He's not wrong at a fundamental level. I mean, shit, I said people could get ripped on protein powder and table sugar 20 years ago. But that doesn't change the fact that something about the way he's dieting is wrong.
We can draw a distinction between descriptive claims and normative claims. You know, descriptively, in objective reality, yes, you can get contest lean eating, table sugar and protein powder. Normatively, like, is this something you should do just because you can?
Correct.
The answer is no, because of adherence and
fullness,
total calories and fullness.
Absolutely. And it still doesn't, I mean, again, these are dismissals and excuses. It's like, maybe that wasn't it. And we can quibble and argue about flexible dieting and this and that and the other till the cows come home, and that's perfectly fine. But if 99.9% of successful bodybuilders are doing a certain thing, there may be lessons to be learned from that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, there may be a reason that goes beyond physiology to do with, other factors, which Mike seemingly never mentions or considers.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, whatever.
As far as his own prep goes, that is.
But just means we'll always have content. I just look at it, and at the end of the day, like, it doesn't even annoy me anymore. So when I was younger, like I would see people doing things like this, usually because they were being misled, and it did bother me in the sense that I don't like anyone being given bad information. But at the same time, like, if I had someone that they were competing against, I'm like, well, shit, this just makes my job easier. Again, so at this point in my life, and again, whatever.
You know how Greg Doucette, whom we've done a podcast with, is a literal judge of IFBB bodybuilding shows and is himself a pro bodybuilder. Right.
Yes.
Mike Isreatel gets free advice, and it used to be almost on a damn near daily basis about what he could be doing better in competition. And as far as I know, not once did Greg do.
That's actually a hilarious point. Greg was putting out like a video a fucking day about how Mike could improve his diet, his training, and all this shit. Mike fails his competitions. Greg wins his competitions. Why didn't he just listen to Greg or hire him as a coach or like take his advice at least.
That ever mention anything about Mike's love handles, nor his loose skin on his low back. I think this is just a concern.
Yeah. So this seems to be more like just personal insecurity of Mike Isreatel's.
And only to Mike.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's a pattern I've seen among a certain subtype of competitor, that they will look for every possible answer except the obvious one or the correct one, especially if that answer doesn't take any actual effort.
Yeah.
It's easy to buy new skate boots or a new bike frame than it is to watch your diet and get lean enough to perform well, right?
Right. So as far as I can tell, the main criticisms of Mike as a professional bodybuilder, or the explanations for why he didn't place higher, were A, he never got lean enough. B, he picked the wrong parent, as in, he doesn't have the genetics ever to look very aesthetic, which I'd be surprised if his surgery could rectify that.
Right.
And C, he has this kind of, I don't know what the cause is, but almost this Columboism case, like this angular, distended gut, at least relative to the other competitors.
Yeah, it's because he eats too much. People who have way too much food intake, it distends their stomach. If he stayed leaner...
How the fuck does cutting chunks of the biggest organ on your body help getting a pro card? Am I wrong, or did his decision-making skills get drastically worse lately?
Overall, Mike Isreatel has progressively gotten dumber. I remember early on when I started watching his content on YouTube, he was putting out way smarter shit, and it actually helped me out a lot personally with improving my own training. And the last couple years, it's just gotten fucking stupid, and it's gotten to a point where he literally puts out nothing but brain rot crap. He'll make a video titled, like, critiquing X person's training routine. And then you'll see a thumbnail of the, like, where there's a picture of the person in question, and then Mike Isreatel's big head with an open mouth and wide eyes going, because that's what the YouTube algorithm promotes. And then the video doesn't actually give you any criticisms or critiques of the person's training. He's just making stupid, nonsensical jokes about, oh my god, he has so much money. Oh, wow, what a great swimming pool. Oh, dope, his physique is awesome. And then video's over. Like, I can't even watch his fucking channel at this point. So overall, like, something happened to the guy's brain. I don't know if it's steroids. I don't know if it's just old age. I don't know if, like, fame or something got to his head or what. But the guy has clearly gotten dumber. Just overall. It's not like he's just gotten a delusional sense of self-importance or something. He's just plain dumber. Yeah, like they pointed out, Greg has made tons of videos criticizing his physique. Not once did he ever mention any loose skin or anything on his lower back. He doesn't have an issue with loose skin on his low back. He's just very insecure. Like, that's all it is. So, yeah. And, like, look, I'm not immune to some insecurities myself. Like, it's gotten better. I've actually really worked hard on improving, like, how I see myself. I used to just look at all these little pieces of my body and think in this hypercritical manner, like, there shouldn't be, like, a skin fold in my elbow here. I don't like that. And, like, I don't like the way, like, something looks in my armpit. Or, I don't like how, like, this part of my leg looks. It's just like your body. Like, that's all it is. Like, that's just how a body looks. You're going to have, like, creases or folds of skin or something. That's just what a body is. And, like, it seems like he doesn't have the kind of... I don't know. He's never worked on any of these insecurities, and, like, maybe also tried to recognize that, okay, maybe my diet isn't so great. Like, you know, if I have a problem with how this part of my body looks, let's see how I can fix it with like diet or training. And if it does move in a direction that I think is beneficial or better looking, then okay, clearly the issue is more diet training related. But if it doesn't change and there's still like a fold or crease there, then like, okay, that's just how my body looks. And like, you can also look at like pro level bodybuilders. They also have like skin folds or creases or something, right? Like, so I think Mike Isreatel is just an insecure person who's just gotten dumber over the years, and as a result is just making more and more dumb decisions. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Dodo donates $2. Did you see Dr. Avi's 2-hour vid? He voted Trump. It was bad. I didn't. Look, at this point, I can kind of understand some of his rationale, but, like, at this point, there's no defending it. Like, he's actually stopping Israel from attacking Iran. And there's probably a reason for that. Iran is helping Russia build drones and some, like, munitions for their war. So Trump is basically cock-blocking Israel so he can help Russia. Like, even with the arguments that Dr. Avi made, it's just irrelevant at this point. Like, Trump is such a fucking menace, he's literally against any possible interest anybody could ever have for voting for Trump. Reality show host, daytime TV doctor, and a guy who put a dead bear in Central Park walking to a White House. Yeah. Oh god, it's bad. That's good. Did he not want to have his child? Elon Musk has stopped following Secretary Scott Bessent. I guess he refused to have Elon Musk's child. Maybe Elon just outed him as trans. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donates $2. Have you noticed Trump is Russiaing the Iran nuclear tax? Get it? Rushing? Rusying? No, I don't get it. It's barely even making news, but Trump won't let Israel strike them also.
Points that I want to point out that...
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I have a basic idea of what you're talking about. Like, Trump isn't letting Israel attack Iran because, again, Iran is playing some kind of role in helping Russia fight Ukraine. Like, that's clear.
Should give everybody pause. The first thing, what Dan witnessed, was that within 15 minutes of Doge employees creating user accounts, i.e. usernames and passwords, within 15 minutes of those accounts being created, somebody or something from Russia tried to log in with the right username and right passwords, that is to say, the right credentials. And that happened over 20 times. The second data point, which is really critical, is that Doge has also been using Starlink as a means to exfiltrate data. What that means is that, from our understanding, that Russia has a direct pipeline of information through Starlink, which means that anything going through Starlink is going to Russia. We also know that this is not unique to the NLRB. This is happening government-wide. And then the other thing that I wanted to flag for everybody is that right now, that, and I don't want to say that this is intentional, it could be very well have been a mistake, is that critical infrastructure databases in many government agencies, as we understand it, have been exposed to the open internet, which includes critical databases at the Department of Energy.
Yeah, dude, Elon Musk needs to go to fucking prison. If this doesn't end with him going to fucking prison, like, dear fucking God, are you kidding me?
Which includes a lot of our nuclear regulatory agency material.
Like I said, very...
It's, like, actually scary. The sheer scale is astounding. Worldwide, it's estimated to be about 7 million, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of dead bodies, but it's all a conspiracy, right? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Nigga John McCain reincarnate. Less war advocating, more Tefano watching. The more you advocate for US intervention, the more I buy Tefano's free-range goods. Still love you and Putin.
Alright, thanks for the donation, dumbass.
As long as Israel is fine, who gives a fuck about the US, right VG? Definitely not a problem to have Jews like this in your country.
Well, I mean, it's so strange. You could have the best of both worlds where, you know, Democrats clearly have an interest in protecting Israel, and they're also much better for the United States. So even assuming Democrats are worse for Israel, which I wouldn't even agree with, like, would you rather have somebody be slightly worse for Israel, much better for the US, or only slightly better for Israel and horrible, like, devastating, terrible for the US? A country which Avi lives in. Like, so, yeah, it just, there's no rationalizing it. And again, at this point, Trump is such a Russian asset, like fucking Kreznov cock dipshit. Now he's cock-blocking Israel. So the same fucking criticisms he was making about the Dems, now you can make about Trump. So he's preventing them from actually striking Iran, which is providing all these terror proxies with fucking weapons, and they're creating a nuclear program. And you know, guaranteed, they're not going to listen to Trump. They're just going to work on the nuclear program anyway and make nuclear weapons in secret. It's just stupid. So he doesn't even have a leg to stand on anymore when it comes to his justification for voting for Trump. It's just idiotic. So yeah, it was a stupid choice to vote Trump, and I think he was too proud to admit it was a dumb idea. So it's just pure cope at this point. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
I mean, if you look at his surgical incisions, they're below his gut. So I don't know if anything has been done about that, which seems to me to be the biggest problem as far as his bodybuilding goes. I mean, like, I don't know if this surgery will even be successful from a competitive bodybuilding standpoint. And this is for two reasons. One is like a physiological one, and maybe you can correct my misunderstandings. And second is just a simple concern about proportions, which is like, well, you know, it's a basic principle in like sculpting or bodybuilding, that if you diminish one area, it'll exaggerate all the surrounding areas. In sculpting, this is called relief. You know, you chip away at one thing to exaggerate everything else. And so reducing the bulk in his love handles, like, yes, it might make his shoulders and arms and thighs and everything appear more muscular by comparison, but it'll also, won't it just exaggerate his gut? Like, he's created like a gutter beneath his gut
I think
that will only exaggerate it.
Yeah, but
Lultivism donated $2. Are you aware of the Carnism debunked David Rams, Avi, Beyond Beef? Yeah. Yeah, we might be able to react to that later tonight. Yeah, I heard the David Rams thing was pretty embarrassing. Thanks for the donation, Lultivism.
Didn't he say at one point that's just because his posture's bad? That everybody in his family. I remember this was like last year.
Yeah, he did.
Something. I mean, whatever. It's going to be. I still maintain. I still think it was interesting.
What games are you playing now that you finished Last of Us 2? We're playing Half-Life 2 Episode 2. We got to finish that. And we're also going to end up finishing Contra Hardcore. I'm going to get the Cuphead DLC and beat that on the hardest difficulty. And then we'll see from there.
I've been vegan for 8 years, and my gains/strength have really plateaued. Any resources/channels you recommend for training advice? How many grams of protein do you try to eat per day? Thanks, man. Been watching you for almost a decade.
I eat 0.75 grams of protein per pound of body weight. Usually when people have plateaus in training, it's just from poor programming. A lot of people have been asking me to do online coaching again, especially since I've been posting, like the 410 bench that I did, the physique updates and shit. I don't know if I really want to do it. Like, I know a lot of people are asking me for help, but it's just a little time consuming. I'm open to helping anybody who has like difficulties with their training. So if you ever want to message me on Instagram for some advice, like you can detail out like some of your training structure and I can give you advice that way. As far as channels to help you with training, if you look at old Renaissance periodization videos, those are good. They do have a good book. Scientific Principles of Strength Training is a good book. Scientific Principles of Hypertrophy Training is a good book. Jeffrey Verity Schoolfield is good. Alpha Destiny is good. Juggernaut Training Systems is good. Barbell Medicine is good. Omar Yusuf has some good lifting content. But yeah, on top of that, if you ever want to like just message me on Instagram, I don't know if I want to commit to doing any training programs for anyone right now, but if you just want some advice, I can give you some advice and just give a basic look over some of your program. Thanks for the donation though, Bobby Oddsock. Hope that helps. We Are Anonymous donated $2. Cleaning and organizing my room right now, and I have everything out, and it's guns, ammos, weights, PC, books, clothes, and a bed law. That sounds based. Thanks for the donation, We Are Anonymous. Dodo donated $2. I'm not even convinced Trump will be better for Israel than anything Kamala would have done. It's still yet to be seen. You have to also remember Trump right now is pulling troops out of Kurdish Syria to leave a vacuum for Erdogan to fill, who is hostile to Israel. I know for a fact the Democrats were delaying arms shipments to Israel, and Israel was resorting to using a greater amount of lower yield explosives. So where they would say normally use like 1 or 2 2,000-pound bombs to take out like, an underground tunnel, they ended up having to use like 20 like 0.5 ton bombs or something. So I know that was happening. I don't know if they were having issues with like some other munitions getting sent over. But like the Dems were clearly blocking weapon shipments to Israel. I'm not sure if that was genuinely impacting their military operations in any meaningful way. And we know for a fact Trump now is full-on cock-blocking Israel. Like, he's just saying full stop, no, you're not going to attack Iran. So, and yeah, the way, like, his overall his geopolitical strategies are clearly trying to favor Russia. So whether that's going to be beneficial or detrimental for Israel in the long or short term, it's hard to make an argument that he's actually better for Israel. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What do you think about Frank? Also, can you open up the Discord? My debate proposition is that rape is a justifiable form of resistance. I am from Ceylon, aka Sri Lanka, sir, by the way, so I cannot have a bias on this proposition.
Yeah, I've heard that one before. Thanks for the donation, Haney.
Because I will not, again, I don't claim, like, I don't have a good eye for symmetry. I don't have a good, like, that part of bodybuilding. I just don't. This is a place where, I mean, trust me, Greg could teach me a billion things, except that I would actually listen if I cared enough. But Greg and I both have the same opinion in that he's simply too big for our shortios. Period. You just cannot carry that amount of sheer size when you are that short.
And I don't think the surgery will fix that underlying.
Well, no, fundamentally it won't. Like, okay, maybe it will give him a little bit more of a V-taper. He won't look, but to your point, yeah, it may make, from the side, it may look his abdominal area that much more distended. Don't know. There's also, I think,
yeah, man, that is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. It's a bad idea for Israel to attack Iran since Iran has an actual military, unlike Gaza. The reason Iran hasn't gone to war with Israel is because they know they would lose. Iran does not have a strong military. They don't have a capability to actually invade Israel. They can't. That's why they fund terror proxies around Israel, because that's the only way they can actually really fight against Israel. They can send, things like ballistic missiles to Israel, and if they have a high enough volume of these missiles going into Israel, some of them will be able to break through, like the Iron Dome or the Sling of David, but Israel would just make it a retaliatory strike and completely cripple Iran within a day. So that's why they don't really do that. So that's just stupid. And the risk of Iran having a nuclear weapon, that creates way more fucking issues for Israel than having to fight Iran. And Israel can't nuke Iran since Russia would nuke Israel, and Israel has more to lose than Russia. That's not true. That's just stupid. Forgot my namification, donated $2. Can we just hop into this big dog maybe later?
Because of the actions of Trump, my understanding is that it has led to the repeal of Roe v. Wade because of the judges that the Supreme Court makeup during that decision. So, it used to be that there was a Roe v. Wade. Now there's not Roe v. Wade.
Right.
And
so you think there's actually
yes.
progress against the Holocaust?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But even in the case
and to be fair, like, it is true that Trump has, he's not in the direction of like, pro-sentience legislation federally. He's kicked it to the states. He said, okay, well, each state can make their decision on how to legislate this issue. He's taken the very, lazy approach of like, to try to be fair, like, he make the case that it's not lazy. It's just what should be. But
Well, basically,
Either way,
anytime you agree with him, it's based on broken clock is right twice a day reasoning. You're not signing off on his reasoning process on anything.
I don't have an interest in any of this crap. Yeah, Look, even if you agree more with Trump's views on abortion, like, give me a fucking break. I think Avi massively overrepresents the importance of, or the ethical issue of abortion. The reality is, most people born are non-vegan. Most people born are fucking scumbag pieces of shit. And if we can just prevent these people from being born through whatever means possible, that seems like a better series of outcomes than letting these people live. So even if you have an issue like with the idea of killing a sentient fetus, these people are going to grow up to be carnist fucking scumbags anyway. So, like, would he have a problem with aborting wolves or tigers or lions or something? Probably not. I know his response to that is, oh, well, in the future we're going to have lab-grown meat and stuff. Well, that's not the world we're living in. So you're pretty much guaranteed any child born is going to grow up eating meat and shit. And even into adulthood, they're probably going to end up eating meat. Like, this is something that's going to take several decades to resolve. So if we lived in a world where, meat wasn't available, he'd have a point, but he doesn't have a point right now. And if that's, like, your primary basis for voting for Trump, like, okay, well, I guess it's better to crash the economy, make everyone more poor, create wealth imbalance. He's literally a Russian agent. Like, he's promoting the spread of fucking fascism. That's all worth it so that a bunch of retarded asshole carnist children can be born. Like, it's just cope, dude. Dodo donates $2. What are we gaming later? Title says we are gaming later, so what are we gaming? Please don't say Cuphead or some boring shit. Also, do you like your trolls? Also in chat, who here likes VG's trolls? Who thinks the trolls make the stream better? And name your favorite troll. I mean, the trolls can be minty. I'm not going to say I don't appreciate them. If we're gaming later, we're probably going to play Half-Life 2 Episode 2. Not sure if there's any good mods out yet for Half-Life 2. There's one new to Ellie mod. They've only added, like, a topless mod for Ellie. There is an underwear mod for Ellie and Dina, which is nice. Let me see. I'm really waiting. Like, I don't know how they haven't made a topless mod for Abby yet, because there should be a model in the game where she is topless, because you see it in one of the cutscenes. Yeah, dude, that's sick. There's an Ellie topless mod. She has cute little itty-bitty titties. I approve. I can't, I don't know if I can get away with that, playing that on stream. I know on my Steam Deck, for Resident Evil 4, I have a nude mod for Ashley. I don't have it installed on my PC, because sometimes I stream that game, but on my Steam Deck, I do have that. Yeah, I'm really waiting for the Abby nude mod. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I've came across some videos made about your cat named Prismo. A lot of people are talking shit. Rather than me blame you like everyone else, I want to ask you what happened because I'm not educated on animals eating vegan food.
So if you look at any research published on vegan cats eating vegan food, all the research suggests that vegan cats have health outcomes that are at least as good as cats who are fed non-vegan food. So in terms of hard health outcomes, how long they live, how often they get like some sort of disease, it usually ends up being about the same. So there's no statistically significant differences. However, vegan cats do seem to have fewer health issues that lead to the requirement of vet visits. And they are on average less likely to be overweight. Now, that may be due to people who are feeding their cats vegans possibly being the types of people who are a bit more concerned about their cat's health, not necessarily the food they're eating. So if you're vegan, you may be like a little more, I don't know, ethically conscious, like, okay, let me make sure my cat's not eating too much or too little. Vegans also tend to be more active, so they may also engage in activities that are more likely to make their cats more active and thus exercise more and shit like that. So there could be some like lifestyle interactions there between owners and their pets that are explaining some of that. So to claim Prismo died because I fed him a vegan diet, there's absolutely no basis for anybody to make that fucking claim. What happened was he got an infection in his paw. He had an infection in his paw a few years ago. We gave him antibiotics. I was cleaning his paw out to get the infection out. It went away. Then he ended up getting the infection again, and it was way fucking worse. So I got him to the vet. It was a very bad aggressive infection this time. His paw swelled up like fucking crazy. Put him on antibiotics. I was cleaning out his paw 2 to 3 times per day to get rid of the infection. And what ended up happening was the infection was going down very rapidly. So the antibiotics and the cleaning I was doing for his paw was working. But as a result of the infection, he ended up getting kidney damage, and he had a very sudden renal failure. And because of that renal failure, he couldn't eat. He was feeling like crap. His like red blood cell count was super low. He was dehydrated, and the vet told me, like, he's in really, really severe kidney failure. There's pretty much no way he's going to live for, like, even if you did everything, like, put all your money and effort into trying to make him live for as long as possible, he probably wouldn't live for another year, and there isn't even a good chance that he'd live for another few months. So I made the decision to just put him to sleep so that he wouldn't like suffer for the last of his days, because the prognosis was not looking good. I would be willing to put in that kind of effort to keeping him alive if he could live for another, decent amount of time with a good quality of living. But yeah, the infection just damaged his kidneys, and that's what happened. It had nothing to do with the diet he was on. I also talked to the vet, and she said there's no way this is a diet-related issue. This is clearly from the infection. So he likely was just prone to infections. He may have just had a weak immune system or something. Like, I found him, like, he was found at a barn. So he was a rescue cat. I have no idea who his parents were. He may have been abandoned by his mom or something, because he just, I don't know, didn't have good genetics or something. Animals do that sometimes. So he likely just didn't have a particularly good immune system, and it was just genetic. So that's what happened. And yeah, everyone fucking keeps claiming I killed my fucking cat by feeding him a vegan diet. They have no evidence for their claims. I've messaged people who've made that claim, debate me, show me what evidence you have that me feeding Prismo a vegan diet caused him to die. They're all fucking cowards who don't even believe in what the fuck they're saying, because if they did, they'd be more than happy to debate me, provide the evidence, and actually demonstrate you should not feed a cat this diet because it leads to these health issues. But none of them can. None of them are willing to, because they're all just fucking liars who are just taking an opportunity to basically try to ruin my reputation. Like, that's all they're interested in. Because if they're actually interested in animal welfare, preventing people from, having their cats eat this sort of diet, they would debate me, but they don't. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan. Burpman donated $2. Do you like me, the burping man troll? Yeah, you're kind of funny. Thanks for the donation, Burpman. 21st Savage donated $2. You have a base take on abortion. Well, thank you, 21st Savage.
I think you might have been about to bring this up. There is an issue that I don't
Compensatory fat storage?
Yeah, I don't think that...
Yeah, this was my physiological question, and you undoubtedly understand this better than me.
Yeah, that I don't think Dr. Mike may have considered in all of this, which is that, so decades ago we used to think the number of fat cells you're born with is the number of fat cells you have. That's not true. Under
Oh, congratulations, you're banned, Bright Star. See you later.
certain conditions, fat cells can die, although they tend to be extreme and pathophysiological. But the body can make new fat cells. That's something that is very well established, is that when your current fat cells hit a certain size, they start releasing growth factors that recruit what are called pre-adipocytes. They're just baby adipocytes that mature into full-size fat cells that can now store fat, right? So that's fat cell hyperplasia, and it absolutely occurs. Usually people have to carry a large amount of fat for that to occur. Until it's when the fat cell gets to a point where it just can't store anymore. And there's a bunch of data to the effect of like, when people
Dodo donates $2. Do you think Jasmine's depression got worse than yours at some point? Well, I mean, like, I go through phases where my depression goes up and down. She also had phases where her depression went up and down. So yeah, sometimes I'd be in a better mood and then she'd dip below and like be in like a bad phase where I'd be in a better phase. So that has happened. Before you cured yours. Like, yeah, that has happened. Also, it's funny when she said she didn't believe you when you told her you're not depressed anymore. Do you think she genuinely didn't believe, or was that an excuse to be lazy? I really don't know, dude. There could be a number of explanations for why she said that. I don't know. So it could be like, yeah, an excuse to be complacent and not actually put any effort into the relationship. It could be she genuinely thought that, or somewhere in between. But it doesn't matter at this point. Like, we're not a couple anymore, so who cares? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
reach a certain level of body fat, if their body makes new fat cells, they actually can maintain a healthier metabolic profile than if they don't. Now, it makes it worse in the long term, because once you make those fat cells, you can't get rid of them. There's a class of drugs that I just call the TZD drugs because I can't pronounce any of them. It's like pioglitazone. It's the glitazone drugs that they use for diabetes. And the way they work is by stimulating the production of new fat cells. So in runaway diabetes, this gives blood sugar and fatty acids and triglycerides a place to go. So it acutely helps the problem, but in the long term, it ends up making things worse. So why is this relevant?
Yes.
So when you get a bunch of fat cells removed, right? And there's lipo is the earliest way of doing it. There's cryolipolysis, where they freeze the fat cells and they die and get excreted. There's a couple of other, I'm also plastic surgery stuff, absolutely not my area. I know a little bit about a couple of them. There's a laser contouring and all this other shit. So if you regain body fat, it's got to go somewhere, and it's probably not going to go to where it originally was, right? Because if you lose fat
Exactly.
and then regain, like if you lose fat and your fat cells in your abdomen get smaller, you regain fat, it typically goes right back there outside of some weird situations. But I remember my exercise physiology professor telling me a million years ago when I was in college, that in the early days of liposuction, like women would get liposuction, but if they regained body fat, frequently their boobs would get bigger, right? But like if you regain fat, it has to go somewhere. If fat cells in one area are gone, it may show up somewhere else, somewhere else very interesting. And
Yeah,
there's no way to
so
predict.
to put this tangibly for the listener, let's suppose I were 100 kilos at 10% body fat, and then I got, say, abdominal liposuction, right? And then I proceed to gain some weight and then cut back down to 100 kilos at the same 10% body fat. The concern here is that I would store the same 10 kilos of total body fat, because that's 10% of 100, but I would just store it elsewhere through compensatory storage, possibly. Well, wouldn't it be certainly at the same body fat
I mean,
percentage?
in theory, I guess the body could make new fat cells right back in the area that they were removed, but I don't know.
It's rare.
Yeah, I don't think that.
But I would just store more in. Yes, I would have less of that same fat in my midsection, but I would have more where my glutes, arms, head, thighs, etc. And so, what this might do for Mike is it might manifest as worse placings because I mean his glutes never got lean enough. He's
Dodo Donatello's Jasmine stories are very minty. I like them. Also, VG, what would you do if cats couldn't be vegan? If tomorrow, all of a sudden, cats just couldn't be vegan, hypothetically speaking, would you give Gummy up and never have a cat again, or what? Well, it's a few things I could do. I could hunt, like, carnivorous animals. Especially if I lived in an area where there were, like, some invasive species, like wild boar or something. Coyotes, stuff like that. I could just hunt coyotes and shit and then feed them to Gummy. I could kill people I don't like and feed them to Gummy. Or I could, like maybe get non-sentient animals, so like bivalves, something like that. So there would be a few options, like none that I, like aside from maybe the bivalve thing, I wouldn't feel like they're higher risk and like especially killing people because I could go to jail. So that would kind of be off the table. I wouldn't want to hunt animals. So, like, I mean, to save Gummy, I would definitely kill a coyote. But it's not something I'd want to do. But, yeah, the other option would be, like, I don't know, bivalves or something. So those would be options. But, yeah, I'd probably just end up choosing not to have cats, if that were the case. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He's right for competitive bodybuilding.
Yes.
Like he never really showed any striations in that region on stage, not to the degree that's expected of a pro bodybuilder.
Yeah, not at that level.
And it's conceivable that having gotten liposuction, he'll just have to get that much leaner for the same desired leanness in any given region, aside from his love handles.
Yes, it's just there's no way to know. And like as one interesting sort of data point is they saw this in individuals on certain HIV drugs, the protease inhibitors. Those actually causes fat cell death in the abdomen specifically. I don't know why, they just do.
It's like Ronnie Coleman's ab cream.
Except it actually it causes localized fat cell death, what's called apoptosis. And as a consequence, they started gaining body fat, and for some reason, it was going up into this neck area, and they developed
like a buffalo hump.
Yeah, and they actually, when I was reading,
I'll throw up some pictures on screen of it because it's fascinating.
And it's very visible. They actually had to develop a separate skin fold measurement site specifically for that, because
when measuring body fat percentage.
Yeah, it was a way, and so that is like so basically, they're killing fat cells in the abdominal area for reasons, and it's got to go somewhere. And that's why it gets stored in the hump, I have no idea. But yeah, that is a possible outcome of this because we know factually, and this is again something else that Greg and I brought up, that again, was that Mike gained
probably has some weird thing to do with like it affecting your thyroid.
Far too much body fat in the off season. And this absolutely, like no guarantees, but this absolutely has the potential to make things very much worse.
Yeah.
Because
I had that concern immediately. I was thinking from a competitive bodybuilding standpoint, wouldn't the best place to get liposuction be the place he failed to get lean, which was his glutes?
I mean, you would think.
I don't foresee this surgery helping him in bodybuilding.
If you had someone who literally had the full package and had this one little thing that was truly genetic, that whatever it was, whether it was this, whether it was, I mean, let's face it, if you don't have calves, you're not going to have calves by and large. The reality is that that's just, again, you were born, like you said, you were born with that. Like at day one, your ultimate bodybuilding potential was decided. And there's nothing you can, if you got high calves, there's nothing you can do about it. Doesn't matter how much you train them, just that is your, and that's, sorry, it's too bad. That is the nature of an activity like bodybuilding. Other sports, there are ways you can work around, I'd say limitations, but I mean, you talked about powerlifting and with Sumi, and if you have bad mechanics for one lift, that usually means you're going to have better mechanics for another lift. In sports, if you're an endurance runner and you lack top speed, well, you can make up for it by just being able to like you can, but in bodybuilding, that is purely aesthetic, your true ultimate success was decided early on. So yeah, if you're at the top and literally that's the only thing holding you back, it absolutely would make sense to me to get a potentially
like a calf implant or something.
Yes, at the level of that is truly the tip of the true last part, the last 1% that you need because you got everything else dialed in. That's not what the situation is. This is a getting something done that fundamentally is not the problem, or rather there are far more problems that Dr. Mike could be addressing. Before this one, it's just this one's easier. Well, and to go to his motivations. Okay, let's see. And I say this, look, I was a chubby little kid. When that happens, it will always mess with your head, no matter how good of a shape you ever get in. Like that's just part of the psychology, especially if you're involved in any sort of activity like this, right? It's possible, and I'm not dating to try to understand Mike's motivations. But if this was something that happened, like whatever, younger, if he felt that was, this may just be something that's been bugging him forever. Like you do see that.
What's your next big purchase gonna be? It's possible I'll get a Ducati Hypermotard for the summer. I might get it. I want to get a BMW 1300 GS more. So I might hold off on getting the Ducati so I can get the GS, but I'm not sure. So yeah. I'm going to end up, I have a friend who's coming over in a few months. I was probably going to give him the SV650 that I have. If he doesn't want it or something, then I'll just sell the SV650 and then get a Ducati or something. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if that bike would even fit me particularly well, so I would have to go down to the dealership and see if I'm even comfortable on the bike, because I'm a bit taller. That bike does have a high seat height, but even still, some of those bikes are a little cramped for me. So I'll have to see, but yeah, I might get a Ducati Hypermotard for the summer. If not, I'll just save up for a BMW 1300 GS. I don't want to take out financing for any vehicles right now because interest rates for a lot of vehicles are still too high. I only like financing vehicles when financing rates are like 4% or less, so.
What's your opinion on taking medication as a vegan? Do you avoid it unless it's absolutely necessary? Unrelated, but I recently found out my contacts lenses aren't vegan. The thought didn't even cross my mind that small pieces of plastic would be vegan.
Medications are usually vegan friendly. Generally speaking, the only thing that you'd be concerned with is like animal testing. But like I could get into this whole thing, but yeah, if there's medications you're considering taking and you have a reservation because of animal testing, I wouldn't worry about it. Animal testing for a long time is being a requirement for medications, so it's not like not taking the medication is going to save any animals. And both under Biden and Trump, they've actually moved to get rid of animal testing mandates. So right now they don't actually need to do animal testing for researching any new drugs. So that sort of issue is going to go away. As far as some additives to some of these drugs, I know some of them have animal-derived ingredients. even in those sorts of circumstances, you're talking about like really, really fucking minuscule quantities where you would have to take massively high doses of these drugs for extraordinarily long periods of time for it to add up to a rights violation. So again, even in those circumstances, given the benefits these drugs have versus the downside, the benefit is so far outweighed that I wouldn't say it's an ethical issue. My stance on medications is just a risk-reward calculation. If I can avoid taking medication just from like simple lifestyle modifications, so let's say my blood pressure was a little high, given that blood pressure meds may have side effects, they generally don't. But if my blood pressure was only minorly elevated, just slightly, I could just lose a little bit of weight or cut down on my sodium, drink more water, exercise more, something like that. And that would have no downsides and a bunch of other benefits. So like that's generally how I deal with the whole drug issue. If exhausting other lifestyle methods doesn't help, or if the drugs have way more benefits than lifestyle modification will have, then I'll take the drugs. But if they don't, if the drugs only have a small benefit and there's a risk of side effects, but lifestyle modification has many more benefits, no side effects, then I'll go with lifestyle modification. Thanks for the donation, Justin. Dodo donated $2. Imagine a movie where you have you feeding your cat a vegan diet and you fall in love with him, he's your son, and he gets sick and you realize you need to feed him meat, so you go hunting and killing people you don't like to feed Gummy. You hunt down Frank, Blaha, Sfarage. Yeah, that'd kind of be funny. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I mean, if society collapsed and I couldn't get vegan cat food anymore, like, yeah, I'd hunt down people and just feed them to Gummy. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Bangus donated $2. This your future wife, VG.
Take me to no motherfucking zoo. I'm gonna be sad as fuck. Why the fuck is a penguin in Houston, Texas? Send that man back to his hood immediately. That shit is abysmal. Don't ever take.
Well, she's got a point. I fucking love penguins, dude. Penguins are just so beautiful and sweet.
Wake the fuck up, soldier! You gotta move or you gonna die! We got about 50 flying demons in the air and they hungry! You gotta make it to that ocean and get the fuck out of here! Are you ready, soldier?
Yeah, unfortunately, that does happen to sea turtles. Oh, skunk. Yeah, skunks are actually great. I fucking love skunks. Look how cute they are. Oh my god. Dude, it's so gay. They canceled Pepe Le Pew because, like, these fucking feminist social justice warrior cucks said he was promoting, like, rape culture. That is just so pathetic. But yeah, skunks are awesome. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. What you doing, Gummy? Oh. Wild newborn buffalo greeted by rhinos. Oh. Oh, he's a little baby. Oh, the rhinos are being nice to the baby. Oh, that's nice. They're nice guys. Oh, that's so sweet and nice. Oh, look at the little baby. That's cute. Oh. What the hell is this? What kind of Pokemon are these? Oh, so pretty. Oh my goodness, that's nice. Wow, so pretty. Thanks for the donation, Bangus.
You see people that get plastic surgery way later in life, and what their express reason for it is may have nothing to do with the real reason, which was when I was 12, I got bullied for something, and now finally in a position that may not. He may truly believe that this is going to be the secret to his bodybuilding success. But I suspect that if we pulled, the rounding error, if we pulled all those individuals, all the haters, and all the people that don't just tell Mike how great he is, they would, and I guarantee if you talk to the judges of the last show, that would be well down on the list, assuming it showed up at all, of what.
Why do you think the UAE sucks? Their infrastructure looks good. They're a rich and developed country. So first of all, they have terrible infrastructure. They have horrible urban sprawl. European cities are the best constructed cities. There's no arguing that. So the UAE has terrible urban sprawl, just disgusting, horrible suburbs. They don't have proper sewer systems. So you literally have like poop trucks and shit going everywhere. A lot of their infrastructure projects also lose money, and they're able to do this because they just make money from oil. So a lot of their infrastructure projects are literally not even economically viable. The only reason they, quote unquote, work is because they can just make up the difference with their oil money. And on top of that, like, their political system is fucking terrible, massive corruption. They literally use slave labor, and I'm not even kidding. They kidnap people from other countries, steal their passports, and then force them to work for free. They're just absolute scumbags. And they're actually going broke, and they know it. So they mismanage their money like fucking crazy. They have very, very temporary wealth. They're not actually able to pay a lot of their debts, which again is why they resort to slave labor. And they know they're going to be poor in only a few decades. There's only about enough oil in the ground to last for roughly another 50, 60 years, which is why they're trying to invest in shit like tourism to get in more money, because they know they're going to be broke, like really, really dead fucking broke in the next few decades. So those aren't countries you want to live in, and they're going to be highly prone to fascist takeover. So yeah, you do not want to live there. Like, you do not want to set up your life there.
I've come to the realization that university and college is kind of a scam, and I believe starting your own business is the way. I believe I want to start doing online coaching for vegans. Do you have any tips or advice? Thanks for all your help, my brother.
Well, you're going to have social media for something like that. The only way that you're going to be able to get traffic to your channel is through social media. And there's a lot of people who do online coaching and stuff like that where they don't even have huge, social media presences. So it ultimately comes down to conversion rates, right? So you want a certain proportion of your audience to buy into whatever coaching service you have. If you're only able to get a 1% conversion rate or less, you're going to need more viewership. But if you can get like a 10% conversion rate, then you need 10 times fewer viewers. And depending on what you can charge for your services, you may even need like less viewership in order to have like a certain standard of living. So, just make sure you post on like YouTube, Instagram, Threads. That's kind of, I wouldn't bother with Twitter. But YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Threads, those are all good social media channels that you want to have a presence on. Make good educational content and go from there. And just make sure that, you know, you're providing a good service. Another thing that's important is email lists. Email lists have the highest conversion rate of anything you can possibly have. So if you can develop a long enough email list, you're going to have a much easier way of getting clients. So yeah, build a social media presence, have a website where you generate email lists, and again, go from there. That's really the best advice I have for you. But other than that, I'd say don't put like all your eggs in one basket. Like, you do want to make sure that you have a backup plan and you can have like a normal job. So I wouldn't quit your job and then just start posting to social media and hope for the best, obviously. Thanks for the donation though, Justin. Appreciate it. Hope that helps.
What his problems were.
Yeah, I mean, he kept stating that he still has love handles on stage.
That's because he's not lean
clearly
enough. It's just, I mean, sorry, period. That's because he's not lean enough.
Yeah, I mean, people are pointing out, like, you didn't need this surgery, brother. You know, there's this one guy who's like, well, you know, I saw a video of you doing pull-ups recently with your shirt off. You didn't need to get surgery. And he goes, well, thanks, but I wish I saw it the same way. He keeps stating that he doesn't have body dysmorphia. He's not fighting the body dysmorphia
exactly
allegations. Yeah.
Look, I think to some degree or another, well, probably all bodybuilders fight it to one degree or another. Anyone that's involved in this little hobby, we've all got our issues. We just do. But that's part of the reason that you have to get outside objective feedback from someone. What we see is not what others see frequently.
Well, we know that Mike has little regard for others outside objective feedback. By his own admission, he doesn't really
except for those pros
like
that
listening
read
to
it.
other coaches, for instance.
That when I'm on high doses of anabolic steroids, I become very disagreeable. And so it becomes very, how do I say this best? Maniacally fun for me to resist a coach.
No, I've not seen the movie 2073. Favorite Mortal Kombat character? Probably Scorpion. Some of my other favorites would be Noob Saibot. Kuai Liang, Sub-Zero. Maybe Cyrax, Baraka, definitely Kung Lao. He's cool. A lot of people hate on him, but I think Stryker is a pretty neat character. I don't know why there's so much hate for Stryker. Like, it's fucking, like, just a cool idea that, you know, you have all of these, you know, martial artists with superpowers who are fighting in this, like, crazy tournament, and then you have this, like, normal dude cop who's such a fucking Chad that he can actually hang with all these, like, insane martial artists and shit. I think that's cool. So I don't know why there's so much hate for Stryker. Nightwolf is also really dope. There's a bunch of others. Kano is also really cool. I also really like Johnny Cage. Mortal Kombat definitely has the biggest roster of, like, really fucking cool characters. I think that's one thing that Mortal Kombat has above all other fighting games. Like, practically every fucking character they made is just awesome. Yeah, Aaron Black is really fucking dope. Goro, obviously, but yeah. Kintaro's also really sick. Like, most of the fucking characters are just cool, but yeah.
coaches' demands and be very cynical and skeptical when they ask me to do things. And so that when I ask them questions, but why did you say this and why not this? It becomes pleasant for me to watch them intellectually break down and be unable to justify anything.
Well, except for all the pros that agree with them that it was the tan. But
Yeah, it's selective hearing.
Sure. But that's, like I said, when I've run into people...
He listens when it confirms
competitors
his
like
own
this.
biases, it seems.
Sure. Yes, everyone is defined as a hater that doesn't tell him what he wants to hear. And I don't know that it's more prevalent in bodybuilding. I doubt that it is, but it is certainly common. Folks get surrounded by people at their gym who tell them how great they are and how big and they're lean and this and that. And when they go to a competition and they don't place well, and then it's like, oh man, it's all politics and it's this and that and the other. And it's like, no, you need someone to tell you what sucks. Like that's a coach's job to a degree, is to be honest with you about, not only your potential, but this is what needs, this is why this happened, and here's what we need to fix. But that only works if you have an athlete that's willing to listen and then fix what the actual problem is. And with a certain subclass, that's just not what they do.
No.
And there's nothing, and you can't fix it. You can't. It's the personality profile. There's just nothing you can do about it other than make videos that are part of a rounding error.
I mean, but just
no, man, 175,000 views, that's a lot of rounding error.
It's actually considerably more now. It's like,
yeah, nice.
It's like we've got like 230,000 views on the main critique.
Well,
Greg
Mike
Doucette thing is 80,000. Response to him recently is like 50,000.
Right. So whatever. So he's got what, like the RP channel is like 2.9 million.
That's like 3.4, I think.
Is it higher now? But whatever. So, that 230,000, that's 1%. That's a rounding error. Yeah. I mean, there's not, we can talk about this every day. Greg Doucette does talk about it every day. And it's just ultimately, this is why, I have tended to be selective in who I work with or if you've got someone that you can't work with, you fire them. Because if you tell them the truth and they don't, well, sorry, there's nothing you can do as a coach. Anything you're doing is enabling them by not being honest with them. So you can only help them that wants to be helped.
But I mean, I have some thoughts just going back to the whole body dysmorphia thing.
Yeah.
Like, I accept that maybe he doesn't meet the diagnostic criteria in like a narrow technical sense. But I also think this whole discussion about whether he does or doesn't have body dysmorphia is almost a red herring, because whether he has it or not, that doesn't mean that, like, just because he may not have it, that doesn't mean that his priorities aren't warped on that basis alone. Like, can you imagine if I were to justify any behavior by saying, well, I don't have a mental illness? Like, imagine if I like jumped off a cliff and out of concern you went, Solomon, stop doing that. You're like endangering your life and setting a bad example for people. Like, stop jumping off the bloody cliff. And then I got back to you. I'm like, well, actually, I'm not suicidal. So, it's perfectly fine that I'm jumping off the cliff and like repeatedly endangering my life.
Right.
Like, my point is, yeah, maybe he doesn't have a mental illness, but I don't think that justifies the surgery.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. All of those things. I mean, without getting into a super tangent about.
It just seems really defensive that he keeps bringing up the fact that he doesn't. Or he repeatedly claims that he doesn't have body dysmorphia.
Yeah, but well, I realize only the old Mike did this. He used to lie a lot.
Lying is easy as hell. I can do it at the drop of a hat. I've lied a lot.
By his own admission.
Right. I forgot he did that 180.
Right, but see, I don't think this isn't one thing all humans are good at. All humans is justifying our choices after the fact. We're very good at it because our internal motivations are frequently described externally very differently, especially by that post-choice justification, right? So I think we justify choice ahead of time. Frequently, we justify it after the fact, as often as not to convince ourselves that we didn't do something really dumb, right? There's a term for it, and for both pre-rationalizing and post-rationalizing. I forget what it is exactly, but it's a way psychologically for us to maintain our perceived self-image. That doesn't mean it's true, right? As I joke, what separates man from the animals is the ability to rationalize. We can rationalize behaviors in a way that no other species can. We got this big ass frontal cortex that lets us examine our behaviors and then come up with a bullshit excuse for why we did it anyway. And again, I'm not saying this is just Mike. We all do this to one degree or another. And we all think we're being objective while we do it to one degree or another. So Mike, I don't think Mike is like consciously going, I know I have body dysmorphia, but I don't. He probably believes he doesn't. In the same way that the person jumping off the cliff repeat is like, well, I'm not suicidal, so it's okay. For the same reason that the person who uses drugs every day goes, but I'm not an addict because I don't. It's whatever.
Good analogy.
It's just what humans are just good at this, which is why we are our own fucking worst enemy. This is why it's so hard to coach yourself. It's why you can't, what's the statement about, a man who represents himself in court as a client as a fool, whatever it is. That it's like, you cannot be objective about yourself. You cannot be objective usually about people very close to you, right? That's why like a doctor cannot tend to a family member because the clinical choice they would make for that family member will be colored, no matter how, unless they're Dr. House MD, they cannot be objective. We cannot be objective about ourselves. That's why you hire an honest someone to be objective with you. So I'm sure Mike does believe that, but his actions deny that. Period. I mean, and also
Debate me in Discord, but I need the link. I think there is a creator to the universe Sim Hunter.
Yeah, I'm not debating you on that. I don't care. If you want to believe in Sky Santa, that's up to you. Thanks for the donation. Let us do it.
in bodybuilding, you have to have some degree of it, almost by definition. Or you probably would. I mean, I'm sure that's not universally the case, but I'm quite sure that most bodybuilders see things in their own physique that most people wouldn't see and probably don't exist because their eyes, in the same way every gym has that magic mirror. That's there's always.
Gig just watched a movie Call Me By Your Name. It's about two gay fags kissing and sucking each other to completion. VG, when will you drive that booger green bike to Gig Swamp? How much PayPal bucks for you to spit in her hand and clap, spit in her hand and clap?
I don't think my bike is booger green. It's more like Smurf green. I also, I don't know, maybe $50. But, thanks for the donation, Gigliardo. Appreciate it.
That one mirror in every gym that makes people look bigger and leaner than they are. People love the magic mirror because our brains deceive us, and they always will. But that's why at the end of the day, what people say doesn't matter. It's their actions. I mean, I would think the bigger issue doesn't like this. This is major surgery from what this is like 8 weeks without training. Like this is a lot.
Yeah, that's
this
what
is
he
a lot
said.
to
Can't
put
train
in
for the next 8 weeks.
to this.
It'll be a
Or-
full year before the swelling goes away. So I guess that might be his next excuse if he retains too much water at his next bodybuilding show. Well, I have special snowflake swelling reduction times.
Should have gotten cryolipolysis and been done with it. Certainly doesn't take that long to go around or to go down.
Yeah.
I don't know. Lipo, I mean, it's just God. It's stupid. Like God, you ever watch those videos? Lipo is violent.
Dude,
Like, they're in there with that
it's
cannula.
gross.
It's disgusting. Oh God, yes, it's absolutely gross. That's why cryolipolysis is not as profound, but for basic body contouring, I think would be a much better choice.
Well, yeah, I think Mike needs more than for bodybuilding purposes, basic contouring.
Well, if you're talking about, because I know someone that got it done, and I talked to one of the techs about it, and they said, they go, yeah, bodybuilders come in here all the time, but they're actually too lean to get cryolipolysis. Although I think some of that's the way that technology used to work, and they changed it. Not so much in his defense, but in his defense. I think it is a little, no, look, people do shit like this all the time that are not involved in bodybuilding, right? This is the nature of humanity. It is the nature of the modern era. People have long gotten tummy tucks, they've gotten facelifts, implants, various parts, and it's brutal. Like the stuff that they go through. A friend of a friend got, it's like the mommy makeover, and it's like a ton of abdominal stuff, like major invasive surgery. And they literally like invalid in bed with all the stuff you were describing, basically the tubes that are emptying all the junk that's getting dumped out of there, had to be helped, do the bathroom, all this stuff. Most of us would go, God.
Dude, I remember when I got an E. coli infection in my knee. Holy mother of a fuck, that was brutal. Like, god damn, that sucked. That was some of the shittiest shit I've ever fucking gone through. So, yeah, if you can avoid surgery, avoid surgery. It is so fucking bad. Are you dumb, donate $2? Not at all. I don't believe in a sky Santa. I have a completely logical agnostic argument. You also said you were agnostic about free will, which means that you are open to the idea of a spirit, since that would mean the brain is controlled by something. No, that's not what that means. Thanks for the donation. Are you dumb?
All of that for aesthetics? Well, most of the people would look at the training you put yourself through and go, God, all of that just to look buff? It's a matter of degrees. Now, I think my point just being that to criticize him and him alone for doing this massive invasive surgery, I do think is unfair, because people do crazy shit like this all the time.
It's the appeal to the bandwagon.
Well, but it is a statement of fact. Unless we're going to criticize everyone who's gotten a surgery that you and I happen to think is unnecessary and useless, I don't think singling him out on that stance alone is fair to him. The criticism
everyone else, rather.
Yeah, the criticism that it's completely missing the forest for the trees in terms of his bodybuilding success, that is where that's the issue here. It is missing the point of where because again, hence my comment that was deleted. Impressive that he's willing to do literally anything except the things that might actually truly help.
Yeah, I will say,
I think we'll see. I mean, hey, maybe he'll prove us all wrong. And if he does, and anyone listening to this, like old Solomon, I do this. If Mike shows up on stage and takes it all, you and I will be the first one to make a video and go, hey, we were wrong. I'll be the first one.
Sure.
The thing is, I mean, I'm not a betting man, but I also don't take bets. I don't think I'm going to win. If I were going to put money on it, I don't think we're going to be making that video. But we'll see. Who knows what the future holds?
Yeah.
But I think we all know what the future holds. So anyway,
Well, I don't claim to be a clairvoyant, but
plastic surgery disasters. I don't either, but you can generally make pretty decent predictions based on history. I know people like
yeah, best predictor of future behaviors, past behavior, and all that.
Yeah, I mean, people always like to
predictor.
dredge up those exceptions. You know, they're like, oh, well, Michael Jordan. Like, yeah, now let's look at the other 99.9% of people that never, ever, you know,
Yeah.
exceptions are great. Exceptions to the rule simply prove that they're exceptions to the rule. So we'll see.
I will say, I think Mike Isreatel's wife, Crystal, she is a saint. Putting up with this, and between, you know, helping Mike with his surgery recovery and putting up with him saying publicly that his initial impression of her was that her eyes are too close together and that he didn't pick her for her physical attractiveness.
And I clicked on her picture.
Whoa. That is really fucked up to say publicly. What the hell?
And it kind of looked like her eyes were too close together. I was like,
I married my wife
Jesus. What the fuck?
exclusively for non-sexual, non-body qualities.
I have no words.
Buddy. Publicly saying that you do not find your wife attractive and her eyes are too close together, ew. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Holy mother of a fuck. Bro, if I heard my partner saying something like this about me, like, oh, I clicked on my boyfriend's profile picture and I noticed, ew, he's not white, he's like brown skin, or like some shit, like, I'd be like, okay, we're done. Like, what the fuck?
I like I said, I kind of got nothing on that one way or another, right? I don't follow enough of it, and yeah.
I just think it would be hard putting up with him, you know.
I mean, most people would say it's hard putting up with me, and they wouldn't be wrong. We all make bad life choices sometimes, so. I mean, hell, I don't like being around you sometimes.
Nevertheless, you never posted a picture of yourself sandwiched between two men, one at your rear, the other in front of you while you're bent over.
Yeah, that's very true.
That was an interesting choice.
I put up a picture of both my dogs pooping at the same time, but I just thought that was cool. Because I liked that it was synchronous pooping.
I think that's basically that. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I don't think there's much more to say.
I don't know. It just comes back to this earlier thing he said, which was like, oh, if you get jacked and stay jacked for long enough, it fixes something deep down inside of you.
If you feel jacked long enough, I think it fixes some things deep down, maybe forever.
I don't know if you remember that, but it doesn't sound, like from an outsider's perspective, it doesn't look as if anything has been fixed.
No, it doesn't. Because what that reminds me of, so there's this very large older data set about weight loss, where part of the problem, part of the lack of success, is people's expectations for how their life will change when they lose weight. And people will list things like, I will get a better job. I will finally get a boyfriend or a girlfriend. It will make me happy. And they get there, and it does none of those things. Because fundamentally, I don't want people to mishear me, as they tend to do. Like, there is no doubt that stuff with weight stigma, we know that people with overweight are treated. Like, I'm not denying that by any stretch of the imagination, that life is much more difficult on all levels in modern society. I'm in no way denying that. But there's this expectation of, oh, if I make this purely physical change, it will change everything about my life and my existence and what I see myself as. And I don't think that's ever the case. When the psychology runs that deep in either direction, if the reason you decided to get jacked was, I don't know, just as a random example, because you were bullied at 14 and thought that gaining a bunch of muscle would protect you from the cold, hard world, that doesn't change the fact that deep down you're probably still an insecure little boy who thinks a mode of argument is to go, stand down, son, online, because you think that's meaningful. You're still the same insecure little child. You just have a big bench press. As a hypothetical. I don't think fundamentally that doesn't change you deep down.
No. I mean, if you have an underlying psychological issue, whether it's a diagnosable mental illness or not, I mean, the right way to treat it isn't by leaning into it until it somehow evaporates. Like, you know, anorexics, they want to be smaller, but nobody says that the right way to treat anorexia is to allow them to get smaller. You know, you treat anorexia by getting the anorexic individual to realize, oh, this is a really silly and destructive goal.
Right. And that's typically, so when you start looking at some of this stuff, because you brought up the issue of mental illness, someone may not meet the diagnostic criteria for body dysmorphia, but that doesn't mean they don't have body dysmorphic issues, right? It comes down to, we're getting into semantics of, at what point do you cross into clinical land?
Yeah.
So if we go way back into the early days of mental health stuff, basically it was an either or. You were depressed or you weren't. You were this or you were that. It was a very binary thing. And that's clearly not how we work. So even in the late 90s, early 2000s, that you had some book that I read part of called Shadow Syndromes. And the author basically was saying, look, this is a continuum. You can show symptoms of depression while not meeting the criteria for clinical depression, right? So then we got further in, we got to the DSM-V3 or maybe 4. I had a professor who worked on the DSM-4 and said never again, because it's psychology by committee. It's basically a bunch of PhDs sitting around arguing with one another. But what it came down to is for each diagnosis, they listed like 11 criteria. And if you met 3 or more, you were considered to be clinically diagnosed. That doesn't mean you still don't have elements of that.
Yeah, if you have fewer than 3 of the criteria met.
Right, you may not be clinically diagnosed, but that doesn't mean that you're not struggling, right? Depression is a pretty wide, I mean, we've got folks that maybe have the occasional bad day. Is that depression? No. There are varying degrees. And now, I think with the DSM-5, we've got the whole idea of there's, everything's kind of, I know on spectrum used to be more autism Asperger's, but I think everything.
Gum. Oh my God, you're getting huge. Dude, Gum is so gigantic now.
Thing is kind of seen in that context where it's like, look, this is a gradated level. Now, where does it become clinical? Well, here's where I think like alcoholism is an example. So this professor that I had both did clinical research on alcoholism, basically getting rats drunk from what I could tell, which doesn't sound like as much of a party as you think. But he also worked in like rehab clinics. So he had both the active. And so he was talking about like, okay, what defines alcoholism or what defines addiction rather in a more general sense? And some of the really major criteria were, an unwillingness to stop in the face of severe negative consequences. That's a big one. Needing outside help to stop. And there were others. Those are the only 2 that I really remember. And what he said, so you can technically drink every night till you're drunk. And if you wake up one day and go, this is harming me, and you quit, you were not technically addicted, technically, in a clinical sense. If you have lost your job, your family, your spouse, your children.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Gummy's still growing.
Your money because you were drinking yourself blackout drunk. If you're putting yourself in the hospital and are unable to stop, you are now addicted. Right. So that's kind of the plan. It's the same thing. Like, yeah, we all have bad days, right? It is one thing to be depressed of, I'm looking at the world around me that's currently in flames and I'm unhappy. Now, when you can't get out of bed for 14 hours, when you can't open your mail out of anxiety to pay your bills, when you can't shower and go to work, that is when you have crossed the line from having bad days, which we all have, to clinical in need of treatment for, depression. So if we're looking at something like body dysmorphia, we might question whether someone who has decided to have expensive, invasive, major surgery to improve ostensibly their placing in an activity that literally nobody truly gives that much of a shit about. I think we might question if that is crossing the line into self-damaging behavior. The point of this all being that when you cross the line into causing yourself harm and are unwilling or unable to fix that, that's when you are into clinical diagnostic land. And I do think most of us would agree that having a massively invasive surgery is suggestive of body dysmorphia. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, not just that, but also maintaining an unhealthy body weight while being on, very high doses of anabolic androgenic steroids and who knows what else.
Yeah, but again,
growth hormone, insulin, I think he's taking, Lantus and
yes, and I mean, yes, I know. We talked about this with Greg, and again, older Greg has a very different opinion than younger Greg, and I did try to like younger Greg would not have listened to older Greg any more than. I always find it funny when parents try to tell their teenagers not to do dumb things, and I'm like, you didn't listen to your parents, so why don't you just hush and let them learn the hard way like you did, right? Like you can't help anybody. They have to learn the hard way usually. Generally, there are exceptions, but by and large. So most people would just, if you were to say that, he would just justify, well, this is the price you pay to be a top level bodybuilder, and I would agree with that.
But for the fact that he isn't top level.
Right, exactly. That's just it. Like, and this is, again, people, whatever, they'll always bring up, well, people get injured in other sports. Yes, football players get injured all the time. Muhammad Ali suffered greatly in his old age. He made a lot of money, and he's a fucking legend. Football players make $20 million a year, and they put their bodies on the line, and they pay the price, but they get paid. Bodybuilders get none of that.
Mike is more than a competitive bodybuilder, though, from a money-making standpoint, in the form of having a big company, that reaches a lot of people in the social media landscape. Now, the thing is, though, where the analogy falls apart, or that defense rather, is that Mike doesn't have to be this huge, roided behemoth to make money on social media.
Agreed.
A svelte 190-pound Mike Isreatel might even be more credible. Who knows how many people Mike turns off just by, sitting there and being this, bloated
and I mean,
bodybuilder figure.
I think, like him or dislike him, I think Athlete X kind of proves that point every day, as does Jeff Nippard, as do a lot of those successful YouTubers. They are not, gigantic guys. And absolutely to your point, they will, I guarantee you, they appeal to a larger number of people from I want to look like that standpoint.
Yeah.
Than any gigantic bodybuilder. Absolutely, that's the case. But again, if you were to ask him that, you would get similar rationalizations to what was heard when people were trying to tell Izzy that he was harming himself. Once humans have made a decision, this is true of most of us. And I know we all think we're the exception, and we're usually not, right? It's always everybody else that does this, right? So anyone listening to this, trust me, I've made stupid choices. I knew they were stupid choices, and I did them anyway. And I don't know if that's better or worse, right? Like, which is worse? Genuine question. To know you're about to do something stupid and do it anyway, or to not know that it's stupid and do it out of ignorance. I dare say doing it.
The former is worse.
The former is worse. I know it's stupid and I'm going to do it anyway. I did that when I was younger. We've all done that to one degree, at some point. Once we decide, we will come up with justifications and rationalizations. That's just kind of the way the human brain works. I think people vary in their ability to finally step back and objectively go, yeah, maybe what I'm doing is not good for me. I mean, going to my own experience, when my entire life came crumbling around me in 2014, I realized, yeah, it's probably time for me to do something about this. And I did. And thank God for that, right? But I had to kind of hit near rock bottom. And again, I'm glad that I did when I did. But that's just kind of the way people do it. Mike will be able to come up with whatever justification, why he needs to stay this big, why he needs to do this and that and the other. Humans all think that we reason through and make our decision, but it's usually the other way around. We make our decision and then backdate the explanation for it. That's just how the human brain works. And there's just not, this is why you have to go get an objective outsider who can look at it, try and go, look, this is the reality, right? Whether it's a good coach, a good teacher, a good friend who will tell you you're effing it up. And maybe that still won't help, but at least they're going to tell you that. I mean, I know these will be separate videos, but we talked to Sumi about her decision to retire from powerlifting because it was getting to the point that she was having health issues. She was really getting to probably very close to her limits. Yeah, which she probably wanted. I don't think she wanted. No athlete ever wants to retire, but it became a matter of, well, what's more important, that next 2.5 kilos on her deadlift or her health? Some of that's a maturity thing. Some people never grow up, but as her coach, I had to look at it from that standpoint too. Of I don't know how much further you can go, and we're clearly running into problems with your health. The fact that she had, the best final meet that she could have had made the choice a lot easier in that case. And I do get it. Like, I understand chasing that dream. I'll use myself as an example, right? I went out and did the Salt Lake City speed skating thing. Kind of on a whim, but whatever. I had nothing else going on. And I pursued that with all my heart and soul for 5.5 years of misery. Hated every minute of it. Still gave it 100%. What a miserable sport, and Salt Lake is awful. So didn't make trials in 2010, but I was 40. I wasn't willing to wait 4 more years. Right? Within another year, I would have been like, okay, I'm going to see it. I'm going to give it one more shot. But I wasn't going to have a chance to make Olympic trials for 4 years. And I'm like, nope, I'm not going to be that guy chasing that dream in my 40s. Because there were people at the Oval in their 60s still chasing the dream of making Olympic trials. It's kind of sad because it's not going to happen, right? Have you seen there's an old documentary, Bigger, Stronger, Faster?
Yeah.
The one by, really good.
Yeah,
came out
yeah.
I forget his name now too.
Chris Bell?
Yes, thank you. Really good. Anybody listening to this, you didn't want, it came out in the 2000s. I highly recommend it. Bigger, Stronger, Faster. It's kind of an interesting documentary about this industry. The first half is kind of about bodybuilding and drugs. The second half is about the supplement industry, but it's really good. It's really extremely well done. But there was a section in it, and he goes out to like Gold's Venice, right? That was, the mecca of bodybuilding. And there's a guy living in his car so he can go to the gym every day. And he says, I just want to get in shape one last, because he remembers he was there during the Arnold heyday and Lou and Franco and all those guys. And he goes, I just want to, get in shape like that just one more time. Just have like one more day in the sun. And I just watched that, and it just crushed me to think that's so sad. This guy is however old, living in his car, chasing a dream that is literally never going to come true. Now I realize that the trite thing to say is anyone who doesn't support your goals are toxic, and no, I feel exactly the opposite. If you're 45, still hoping your band is going to break, if you're that age and still hoping that like you're gonna break through, no. People need to tell you to go do something. Like, anybody who tells you to keep chasing that dream is doing you far more harm than good.
Yeah, because you can still get a world record, but it might not be in an athletic sport. You could maybe get the speed running world record.
Yeah, but even with that, right? Like, there's so many guys like, oh, but Guns N' Roses, they did it. Like, yes, and Michael
the
Jordan,
exception doesn't disprove the rule.
If anything, it proves the rule, because that's the one we remember. If you can only name 6 people in the history of sport who managed to do it, that means the 99.99999% never made it.
Yeah, I guess it depends what the rule is, but yeah.
Well, but that never made it. Right?
Yeah, if that's the rule, then
everyone is like, well, these people dropped out of high school and they're now billionaires. Great, you can name 6. Now let's talk about everyone that's working minimum wage because they did the exact same thing. Like, sorry, you are not the exception, because that's not what the word exception means. Yeah. And at some point, and I think I put this in an article, and I generally stand by this, it's true in most sports.
John Zook, $20. I'm fiending to donate burp vids. Does it really have to be midnight? Please, Richard, let it slide. Also, sorry for throwing a tantrum in chat yesterday. I don't want to kill myself, and I'm still vegan. I just feel like a little bitch sometimes. Well, just work on yourself and become a stronger person. That's all you can do. But thanks for the donation, John Zook. How about in an hour from now you can send me burp videos, okay? Let's have that compromise. Thanks for the donation, though, man.
True in most fields. There are always exceptions, but that's all they are. If you're not getting doing pretty good by about the 3-year mark of consistent effort, you're not going to get there.
Yeah.
Right. You're just not. Like that's going to be where your fastest progress is. And if you're not getting at least or showing a lot of good progress and seeing a lot of good success, realistically, you're just never going to get there. And yeah, that is a hard truth, and it's a depressing truth. And it doesn't get any easier as you get older. And at some point, it's time to just accept reality. You gave it your best. You did what you could do. Go do something else.
Well, in Mike's view, the reality is that he has the genetics for this. I mean, he's stated he's got superior genetics. That's his perception of reality.
See, now we've gone past justification to delusion.
I have very elite genetics, not swagger. It's just stating a fact.
Just plain and simple. Because again, logically, if he had the genetics, he would have been winning, and he's not. I mean, ergo, like there's logically,
yeah,
it's provably untrue. That's just flat out delusional. I always used to enjoy.
Yeah, it's rather simple.
Like I used to enjoy, like, and I know they do this deliberately, right? Like all those dumb singing shows where they bring people on. Like, and I know they would deliberately choose some good singers and some really, really, really awful singers. Same thing with Hell's Kitchen. And you would watch this, and you would see people. I remember watching one Hell's Kitchen, and this guy or this individual, like, literally couldn't cook a basic chicken breast. Like, I can cook a decent chicken breast, and they literally thought that they were going to win this show, and they got super indignant when they got kicked off. People that get up there, like.
Dylan donates $2. Someone send this to Avi so we can get our annual Vegan Gains Avi debate. Look, even if you agree more with Trump's views on abortion, like, give me a fucking break. I think Avi massively over-represents the ethical issue of abortion. The reality is, most people born are non-vegan. Most people born are fucking scumbag pieces of shit. And if we can just prevent these people from being born through whatever means possible, that seems like a better series of outcomes than letting these people live. So even if you have an issue like with the idea of killing a sentient fetus, these people are going to grow up to be carnist fucking scumbags anyway. I know his response to that is, oh, well, in the future we're going to have lab-grown meat and stuff. Well, that's not the world we're living in, so you're pretty much guaranteed any child born is going to grow up eating meat and shit, and even into adulthood, they're probably going to end up eating meat. This is something that's going to take several decades to resolve. So if we lived in a world...
Tangerine emoji.
Well, thank you, Raw Vegan Cowboy. I do like tangerines. Thanks for the donation, dude. Where, meat wasn't available, he'd have a point, but he doesn't have a point right now. And if that's, your primary basis for voting for Trump, okay, well, I guess it's better to crash the economy, make everyone more poor, create wealth imbalance. He's literally a Russian agent. He's promoting the spread of fucking fascism. That's all worth it, so that a bunch of retarded asshole carnist children can be born. It's just cope, dude. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Dylan. I think my position's based. John Zook donates $2. An hour to donate burps. Dude, come on, you're asking for a lot from me. I'm really not. Anyways, I'm driving right now, so it's hard to donate links, but here's a little teaser of what I want to spam you with tonight. You should not be texting and driving. Alright, that's great, dude. Looking forward to it. Appreciate the donation, man.
I love to sing in the shower. I love to sing the music. I have no false ideas that I'm more than a mediocre singer, as my karaoke will attest to. But you see people get on these shows and couldn't carry a tune in a bucket and get super.
I'm gonna spar a Sambo champion soon. What say ye? Are you sparring Sambo, or are you just sparring boxing with a guy who does Sambo? Because, if you've only done boxing before, and you're going to do Sambo and spar a Sambo champion, you're gonna get wrecked. Biggest thing I'd probably work on would be 1, low leg kicks and a bunch of judo takedowns. I'd kind of practice and prepare for that. So they're probably going to do a lot of low leg kicks and leg sweeps on you. But yeah, that's probably going to be rough.
Super indignant when they lose, because it is at that point you've gone past optimism and you've simply gone to delusion. If you've got someone that...
I don't know if there's any Sambo gyms in my area. Probably aren't. Let me take a look. That'd be dope if there was, but pretty sure there aren't. Oh, Dynamo Sambo. It's right downtown in Ottawa. It's a bit of a drive, but apparently there is a Sambo place. I might actually consider joining that gym. I like Sambo. It's pretty cool.
With that sort of personality profile, who will define anyone that says good things as correct, and anyone who disagrees as a hater, there is nothing that can be done.
Or
Nothing.
a rounding error, even.
Well, sorry, a rounding error. Yes, a statistical blip, an outlier. In a way, like it is, I mean, it's, I hate to see anybody do that. Like, I mean, like I said, yeah, am I bummed that I didn't make trials? Yeah. I'm 54 years old. Do I still want to be out there chasing that dream? God, no. That's just depressing. Truly. Especially because I came back home and actually did well at the sport I was built for, which was inline skating. But, you know, I was like, I'm going to go do something I'm decent at. And then I got 42 and I retired, and I was done. And that was great. So yeah, but you just can't, there's nothing that can be done, unfortunately, other than make more content. So
Any concluding remarks?
no, nothing. We're just going over the same, I think, the same basic points, like we always do. So, I mean, because, and I would, like, and I think this is what Mike and some of the other people still fail to understand, especially the one we do with Greg Doucette. Yes, Greg is Greg. Apparently doesn't know what my last name is. It's funny in its own way, and it's like,
well, he doesn't have a great memory for names.
No, and that's fine. Like, trust me, I'm not like bothered by it at all. I just think it's amusing. We done a podcast like 2 weeks earlier or whatever. It's fine.
Favorite MMA fighter of all time, probably George St. Pierre. I did really like steroid era Overeem. Mark Kerr was also really exciting to watch fight, and so is Don Fry. Those are some of my favorites. I think MMA would be a lot more exciting with steroids. Like, I mean, just look at Pride. Like, Pride, if you compare classic Pride to the UFC, old school Pride is still better. So, sports are just better with steroids. If they just allowed fighters to use whatever steroids they want. As far as it being entertaining to watch, the sport would be just way better.
Trust me, I'm not. It was funny more than anything, but it's like Greg is genuinely trying to help in a way that, well, in a way, I don't know that you and I are genuinely trying. Like, but yeah, like, look, I would like everyone. I truly would. As much as people think like, you just like to piss on people's parades, and you're just this and this and this. It's like, no, I actually would love for everyone to succeed and reach their goals. I do, and I would also like to have a flying pony that poops gold, and I would like a lot of things, but that's just not in the cards for everyone. Sometimes people need to hear harsh truths, but it's like, yes, I think if Mike listened to Greg's advice, he would certainly place better. He may not, because again, not everyone can win. Not everyone can be a champion, no matter what you do. No matter what you do. And
what do you think of KOTS? I don't know what that is.
And I would still dare say in bodybuilding, maybe one of the most genetic sports that exists. Because if you don't have the full package from day one, there's only so much you can get to a high level.
Yeah.
But at the truly top level, everybody's got that. And it will come down to such microscopic details. I mean, I'm sure that's true in many sports, but other sports have so many, usually have more than one place that you can make up for a limitation in one somewhere else sometimes, right? In Olympic lifting, if you're not the best snatcher, you just have to have an amazing clean and jerk, or you can be a specialist. At the top level, the best guys have both. And that's just not, there's only so much you can do at that top 1%. And in bodybuilding, so if you don't have calves, you don't have the right lat attachments, you don't have the right bicep attachments or shape, there's nothing you can do about it, unfortunately. And I think there's no doubt, it's a hard reality to accept, but at some point you have to, because you're throwing not only your relatively short life away in the sense of wasting years chasing a dream you're truly never going to reach, or in many cases, you're throwing your health away.
So you're throwing your life away in a figurative and literal sense.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, I could have spent 4 more years in Salt Lake. I mean, yeah, and I think it is. I think it is ultimately very self-destructive. But nobody ever learns until they hopefully learn.
Broken records for as long as Mike. That pretty much wraps it up. Isreatel posted, which stands out for how unfamiliar. I think that pretty much wraps it up. Thumbnail that Mike Isreatel posted.
Alcohol's hidden impact.
Which stands out for how unfamiliar it feels, particularly in terms of the narrowness of Mike's.
Yeah. He wishes he looked like that. John Zook, donators can't help it. Pulled over to donate, watch 414. It's nice to know that if I ever... Oh, Jesus. Thanks for the donation, John Zook. Like, bro, this guy is complaining about, like, fat around his love handles and loose skin. Like, bro, maybe if you just didn't gain that much weight, you wouldn't have that problem. Like, it's funny, too. He's saying that he has this loose skin problem because of the weight he gained when he was natural and he got up to 270. Like, bro, you're clearly gaining way too much weight right now. Like, this cycle, especially now that he's older, where he is gaining way too much fucking weight when he's not competing, and then losing a ton of weight when he does compete, like, that whole cycle probably contributed more to this, like, really non-existent loose skin problem that he's talking about. Like, yeah, maybe some of the skin in his low back is a bit looser than the rest of his skin, but what he's doing right now has probably contributed more to it than that big bulk he did where he got up to 270 like over 10 years ago.
Waste. Considering Mike's extensive history of physique updates, one can't help but wonder whether Mike is using Photoshop to preview his post-surgery fantasy self. What do you think? I'm genuinely curious. Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
I've trained 3 to 5 times a week for 12 years, and this is what I look like. Wasted 6 years, to be honest. You look like a guy that worked out never.
Is that the same backpack? I think it is. I want to get this backpack for Gummy. This is the largest one I could find. It looks really, really big. It also looks pretty rigid too, which I like. Wow. That looks nice. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get this. Oh my god, that looks amazing. Oh dear god. Oh my god. That looks so good. Oh my god, look at these beautiful kitties. They look like they're having so much fun.
Physique or decent physique, you think he goes to the gym only to hit the showers. If you have an amazing physique, well, you're obviously a fake natty. And if you don't have one, well, why do you even bother? And so if you compare the physiques of today with the physiques of old, it keeps getting harder. The temptation to use peds is greater than ever. Now, I keep hearing this, and for the most part it's true, but in reality, it's always been really bad. I was born in 1975. I grew up with, basic idols that never had any muscle. And so when I was growing up, I never had any temptation to have an amazing physique. I mean, He-Man, he looked absolutely reasonable to me. He-Man, he never had a small waist. He never had a lot of muscle. And bro, did you know that He-Man was actually Adam except with a better tan? If He-Man wasn't enough, well, I mean, Rambo, he wasn't shredded. Rocky, he never had any muscle. And there's this guy, I can't remember his name, the GOAT. You know, that guy, he appeared in Conan the Barbarian, Terminator, and so on. Oh yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And you think it's only been a problem right now? It's always been a problem. Oh, and Hulk Hogan, he was natural, right? Say your prayers, take your vitamins. And what about the Ultimate Warrior, the Macho Man? None of my idols growing up had any muscle. Are you kidding me? It's always been bad. But for some reason in 2025, people now have it out to put other people down. They do it on purpose. Case in point, I've trained 3 to 5 times a week for 12 years, and this is what I look like. Bro looks amazing. He has probably under 15% body fat. He has muscle. He's good at cardio, and he looks amazing even under bad lighting. How many of you wish you look like this? Almost everyone watching this video does not have a physique as good as this, and if you do, well, congratulations.
He doesn't look like he weight trains. He just looks like a guy who, like, is somewhat physically active, but doesn't look like he actually weight trains.
You're in the top 1%, but yet here are some of the comments. There's better ways of it.
he is not in the top 1%. Bro,
This is the link to his sparring. Pretty much light strikes and full grappling. I'm about 250 now, but I know I'm a get wrecked, but I'm a learn. Thoughts? Also looking lean.
I am filming.
Well, thank you, dude. So... Oh, so this is the Sambo guy.
Ready, guys? 3, 2, 1, go.
So yeah, Sambo is based on judo, and they have a bit of boxing and kickboxing mixed in. That's basically what Sambo is. So he's probably going to do a lot of judo takedowns on you. Yeah. So a lot of like leg sweeps and shit like that. If you've never done this before, it's surprising how bad you are at it. So yeah, just expect to get just taken down to the floor just constantly. Yeah, this guy is extremely good. Like you said, he's a Sambo champion, so... But yeah, I really dig Sambo. I might actually join that Sambo gym that's downtown, especially now that it's warmer, it's easier to get to. But thanks for the donation, Lamar. Appreciate it.
Of the comments. There's better.
Yeah, bro, this guy does not have 1% genes. I know people personally who've never lifted a day in their life, and they're more jacked than this guy. Like, those are the people who are in the top 1%. People who look like they're jacked, but they've never lifted before. Nietzsche, donate $2. Please debate this guy and defend Nietzsche's honor. Nietzsche, you didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I'll take a look, but I probably don't have an interest in debating him. Thanks for the donation, Nietzsche.
Comments. There's better ways of admitting you have no idea what you're doing. Going to the gym don't mean you work out, as if these aren't amazing results. And so the problem is...
So first of all, he has no legs whatsoever. 2, yeah, these are not amazing results. 3, like, okay, like, show the guy's lifts. What are... Jose F. Who Instagram... Like, what are the guy's lifts? Okay, so he just really does calisthenics. That kind of explains why his legs are sort of lacking. So he really just does calisthenics. Okay, that one video he made looks like it might have just been bad lighting. Like he does look better in some of these photos and videos, but yeah, but dude, I literally know people who do not work out and they're bigger, like they look more muscular than this guy. So he's not, it just looks like he's doing some things that he finds fun. So some of these calisthenics moves, but he's clearly not training for hypertrophy. And he also doesn't do free weights, so it's kind of hard to assess how strong the guy actually is. So he's like stronger than your average person just on the basis that he can do like pull-ups and muscle-ups. But that's not saying much. So yeah, like if I saw him bench. Okay, it looked like he did do, let's see. I guess that's a 1 rep max with on dips with some added weight. So he's decently strong actually. Again, it's hard to kind of objectively assess how strong he is compared to an average person. Here he's doing dumbbells. 40 kilograms by 5, so 90 by 5 for high incline. He's decently strong. So he could probably do like somewhere around a 275 bench. Maybe 300, maybe. So yeah, he's definitely well above average in terms of strength. I think your average male gym lifter can bench 225.
Is people's expectations are through the roof. They see guys like Sam Sulek, Chris Bumstead, and so on, and they're thinking, everyone can get a physique like that. Well, as long as you're blasting steroids. What happens? People go to the gym.
Well, again, that guy clearly isn't training for hypertrophy.
They don't get the results they're expecting, and what do they turn to? Performance-enhancing drugs. This man has above-average genetics. He has absolutely, unequivocally, an above-average physique.
Well, like, I mean, who are we comparing him to? Like, yeah, everyone's fat and out of shape. If you compare him to, like, dedicated, recreational lifters, I wouldn't say it's above average. His physique would probably be roughly average. When you're talking about dedicated recreational lifters who have social media.
And so if you go to the gym and you don't look like this, that's to be expected. Most people who train their entire lives are not going to look like this. 12 years of bullshitting. What if his goal was to be at 15% body fat or less and have as much muscle as possible? How do you know that wasn't his goal? Or to be healthy. And up next, he's been training.
He is not training in a manner that would build as much muscle as possible. That's clear.
4 days a week for only 6 years. And so what are the comments? And before we read them, is this not a great physique? Clearly under 15% body fat, looks very healthy. He has muscle. He's not shredded single-digit body fat, but definitely healthier than last time. Probably a top 1% physique. And so clearly without a pump and regular lighting, he's not going to be as impressive, but under the proper lighting with a pump.
You know, I know Greg's never going to do it because he hates me. I'd like to see Greg give me a physique critique. Because, like, still to this day, so many people talk shit about vegans. Noel Diesel just fucking put out a video about how vegans can't build any muscle. I'd like to see Greg comment on what I look like right now with the like photos and shit I put up on Insta. 'Cause like you know, I think I'm definitely well above average at this point.
He's gonna look bigger than last time. The first comment I see, wasted 6 years to be honest. How? The fact that he's not Arnold Schwarzenegger or Chris Bumstead, Sam Sulek, that means he wasted his time? 6 years to look like this. What is wrong with that? How is this bad? Most people, as in 99%, don't look this good. And so how is it bad to be in the top 1% physiques? To be honest, bro, you could...
Short vids donate $2.
I waste this much money on Botox, you're not fooling anyone. That we know how old you are, that it's $600 a month for you to be on Botox and to look like you're trying to be immortal, or I could spend $100 a month on myself and actually be immortal. So I'm going to choose my immortality, and you can, I don't know, get a job. And then once you go get a job, you could pay for your own Botox. You could wait tables.
And that's it.
I would not recommend injecting Botox on yourself. You have to know what you're doing. Botox is literally botulism poison. I think it's the most deadly poison. So if you don't inject it properly and you hit a vein, you can kill yourself. And on top of that, if you're not getting actual Botox too, because there are suppliers that are selling fake crap, like, again, you can kill yourself. There's also inherent problems with Botox injections. You can just hit a nerve and kill your nerve and freeze and paralyze a part of your face. Even people who are trained to give Botox injections, they make that mistake. And there's like guidelines on where to inject, and there's certain places you can inject that are higher risk.
That's a new rule. If your wife gets Botox, you get steroids.
I mean, why do you get to inject your face, but I don't get to inject my ass?
It's a fair point.
When this delusional sovereign citizen tried every insane trick in the book to avoid punishment, the judge shut her down in the most epic way possible.
Your Honor, are you judging me?
You want to call it that, but I assume you want to testify on your own behalf.
Yes, I do. And if the attorney is not going to be sworn in, that is a conflict of interest. There's been no true judges since 1789. And so I can't even be heard here. I have asked the court to provide me documentation stating that this is an Article 3 court. I have not gotten anything back from the judge with any type of documentation from the attorney general. I have not had permission to try me, and no law is above God's law. So I cannot honor any of your laws. It supersedes every single law that you guys have given me. I am friends with the IRS. I have attempted to settle with a $20 money order, and my religion strongly prohibits any satanic laws or rituals, and I cannot serve two masters because I have asked to be tried in an Article 3 court. This is not a court of equity. God's law trumps all laws made by man. God also says no man should be judged or you will be judged. This is my religion. I have not broken any of God's laws, and I will not be paying it because my God told me not to. He gave me the instructions on what to do, and you guys refused it. I am friends with the IRS. I have my own contract.
I don't know how sovereign citizens still exist. Some crazy religious wacko created some legal theory, and it's never worked. So, on the basis of it not working, why would you keep using it if it doesn't work? I don't know how they still exist.
Contract with myself. I don't have a contract with you guys. I have not signed anything, and I am not a 14th Amendment corporate war citizen. I am a natural person. That is what I have to say.
You have any questions for Ms. Lott, Ms. St. Fleur?
Yes, Ms. Lott, were you present in court for the petition for legitimation with Tariq Crump?
Ms. LaFleur, can you provide me your...
It's St. Fleur. It's St. Fleur. It's not LaFleur. If we're gonna quote all of these articles, make sure you get my name right. It's St. Fleur.
St. Fleur.
Were you in court? I mean, I'm not sure if any of the articles could tell me, but were you in court?
Questions. I have no further answers for any of your questions. I said what I said. This law does not trump God's law. I'm under God's law, and that's it.
All right, Ms. Lott, we have an order saying you had 10 days to pay this $2,755.40. Do you have any proof that any payment was made?
I have the proof here, and this was sent back to me. This is the money order that I sent to the court.
That's that $20 thing you said?
Yes, it is. That did send the thing. They rescind it back, and refusal of payment is payment, so I will handle it with the IRS from here.
Well, $20 doesn't equal $2,755.40. pay?
For any court fees cannot supersede $20, and that is what I paid as a natural person. I don't know about any U.S. citizen. I'm not a U.S. citizen. I'm a natural person and a private American.
All right, Ms. Lott, I'm gonna find you in contempt of court for failure to pay the $2,755.40. Order you incarcerated, that is jailed, until you've paid the money.
I will be taking it up with the IRS, and I will be filing liens because you guys do not have liens over myself, my estate, or my child. So.
You'll take it up with the sheriff.
You dumb bitch.
Wake up!
They're just asking for it. Like, okay, go to jail. They all know it, too. I don't know why they try. They all know it. So, like, you're just asking to go to jail.
Up, babe. There's a new stupid presidential conspiracy theory. Donald Trump thinks the use of an auto pen violates presidential pardons. Now, an auto pen is a real thing. It's a robotic arm which can mimic a person's signature. Trump, in fact, has used an auto pen during both of his presidencies. But Trump's friends at the Heritage Foundation have a crackpot theory that if Joe Biden didn't physically sign his pardons by hand, they're not legally valid. Trump dug in, saying that the Biden pardons are, quote, hereby declared void, vacant, and of no further force or effect because of the fact that they were done by auto pen. In other words, Joe Biden did not sign them, but more importantly, he did not know anything about them. Yes, apparently the geniuses at Heritage looked at the images of the pardons online and concluded that Biden didn't sign each one by hand. But according to Newsweek, the National Archives doesn't display original copies, so these were just mock-ups. There's also photographic and video proof of Biden signing some of them, but guess what? It doesn't really matter because the documents don't need to be signed by hand to be legal. Lawyers and lay people file millions of documents every day using automated signatures. And there is no special rule for signing documents when it comes to presidents. In fact, Article 1, Section 7 of the Constitution provides, quote, every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it becomes a law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he approves, he shall sign it. Now, neither the constitutional text nor the draft
So I'm assuming he's doing this because he wants to arrest Fauci.
drafting and ratification debates provide any further guidance regarding what it means for the president to sign a bill he approves. At the time the Constitution was drafted, it was legally acceptable that an individual could sign a document by authorizing another person to affix their signature. This principle, known as the principle of signatures, implies that personal physical action isn't necessary for a signature to be valid. And presidents have been using gadgets to sign laws and pardons since 1803, when Thomas Jefferson pioneered the use of a robot pen. And while there's never been a Supreme Court case about its use, the George W. Bush administration asked the Office of Legal Counsel for its opinion about whether the president can sign a bill into law using an auto pen or directing a subordinate to sign. The OLC concluded that the president may do so, provided he has made the decision to approve and sign the bill. Now, if you got a presidential pardon, auto-signed or not, you probably...
Jesus, that's retarded. Thanks for the donation, short vids. Sengoku donate $2. What's your caloric intake and what are your staple foods? Also doing my cardio. Also, you doing any cardio or just focused on diet? I'm eating 1,500 calories per day. Staple foods are basically just tofu and protein powder. And I'll have like some lettuce, I guess. And I am doing cardio. It's about 30 minutes per day. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Dodo donated $2. VG, Democrats need to do more moralizing. Democrats doing moralizing.
For hope? How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words, and yet I'm one of the lucky ones.
Yeah, Greta Thunberg. What a fucking dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Could have done this in 3 years. You must not have trained seriously. Really? How?
Dodo donated $2. Do you actually look forward to there being another pandemic? Like, do you genuinely see the prospect of another global pandemic to be a good thing and you would be happy to see it? Or just that if there was one, on the bright side, it would kill dumb people? Yeah, it would be on the bright side, it would kill dumb people. Like, it would obviously cause a lot of issues, but on the bright side, it would get rid of a lot of dumb people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let's see.
Making a comparison between Jason Blaha and NH. But before that, I have a clip to show you of NH basically contradicting himself. He said that you shouldn't pay for a program.
going to teach you how to never have to buy a program again in your life, because you're going to be making it yourself from this point on. I've been wanting to make that type of video for a while because one of my convictions is that you should be coaching yourself, because the wealth of knowledge that you're going to accumulate by doing that is worth more than all the money in the world, money that you would have spent paying someone else to do that for you regardless. And since if you're going to be serious about it, you're going to be lifting for decades, why not just learn? Instead of just wasting your hard-earned bucks, just learn how to do it yourself. That way you never have to hire or enroll someone else to do it for you. So this is going to be a
Now he sells program for, I don't know how much, probably like $10, I forgot, but yeah. In the next clip we have NH saying that people who are grifters, they like to do a live stream so that people can donate the money, and just hear the clip yourself.
So he moved on to the live streams. And I think he decided to do that because there is a lot of money to be made in this, because you can request donations to answer questions. It's the favorite choice for internet grifters. They all fucking do it on this platform. All of the people who have nothing to say
Yeah, and now he does live streams with donations.
have live streams where they just do nothing of value and they're just collecting money from people who are mentally ill. Of course, it didn't really net him anything because no one wants to donate to him because his opinion is absolutely fucking worthless. But the live streams did offer something very beneficial to us, and that is a platform for him to just speak his mind. Because we now have dozens of hours of archives of Lobo just rambling. And whenever he talks for too long, of course, he starts to lie because he starts to compensate for his shit life. So if one day I'm courageous enough, I'm going to peruse the entire catalog and I'm just going to make a special episode where I just make fun of him for all of the shit he said. A ton of those are really, really minty. But the one thing that really caught my attention with the live streams in particular was, first and foremost, what happened when he started to get trolled on.
Now I'm going to show you clips of both Jason Blaha and NH begging for likes and donation.
On the live, let's get 200 likes and I'll tell you the weird story. It just, someone wrote something in the chat that just reminded me of another story I had where I had the police called on me because apparently I was an ex-SS. I will not tell it today. Okay, we'll do it.
Program it. You should be training for maximum hypertrophy year round. Year round. Also, there's over 3 times as many people watching as there are likes. Let's get those likes up. I'm going to drink Diet Coke until I see some likes really.
Gestapo, women. All right, let's do women. All right. There are 500 people on the chat and on the stream. Let's get the likes to...
Short vids, $22. Republican T is hot as fuck.
Here's what I have ever thought, that in Republican-ass Iowa, I would have heard something like this.
You're gonna bring that guy back from El Salvador? Supreme Court said to bring him back. Trump don't care. Because he's got an order from the Supreme Court and he just said no. Yeah. He just said, screw it. The next subject here. Excuse me, Senator. Senator, excuse me on that.
Then you try to change the subject without answering the question, and then...
Senator, excuse me on that same subject. Hey, excuse me, Senator Presley, on that same subject. The Constitution, the framers of the Constitution, said that every person, not citizen, every person within the jurisdiction of the United States has due process. And we would like to know what you, as the people, the Congress, who are supposed to rein in this dictator, what are you going to do about it? These people have been sentenced to life imprisonment in a foreign country with no due process. Our government cannot do anything. Why won't you do your job, Senator? Yes, why? Obey the Supreme Court. Trump's not obeying the Supreme Court. He just ignores them. Yeah, screw it.
Never in a million years.
Yeah, the Democrats are going to fucking slay in the midterms, bro.
Bernie Sanders 21 years ago explaining how the Republicans win, even though no one likes their actual policies.
If you are the Republican leadership, and this is what your goals are, your goals are to give huge tax breaks to the very richest people in this country. Your goals are ultimately to privatize Social Security so that Wall Street can make money from that. Privatize Medicare so the insurance companies can make more money. Privatize education. Do away with public schools. Now, if you had an agenda like that and you went before the American people, tax breaks for the rich, destruction of Medicare, destruction of Social Security as we know it, lowering the minimum wage or abolishing it, how many votes do you think you'd get? Not a whole lot. Maybe the rich.
Yeah, so they just moralize about some stupid fucking values that have nothing to do with the actual policies you're advocating for.
Just 1% would vote for you. That's not a lot of votes. So what do? I've got a problem. You package it. How do you package it? And here I want you to pay attention to me. This is bad stuff. What you do is divide people up. Divide people up by races. Affirmative action becomes one issue. All them black people are getting the jobs that we white people used to have. Split people, working class, white against black. Instead of working together to create decent jobs for all. Those uppity women now, they want the right to choose. We'll split people on the abortion issue. We'll split people up on the gun issue. We'll split people up on religious issues. You follow what I'm saying? So you split people up, and then they end up, if you're a middle-class person, voting against your own interests, and the rich go laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, they just moralize about stupid bullshit like, oh, they're taking our jobs. Oh, they're killing babies, bullshit like that, and then that's how you get people to vote for you. What is this?
Waiting for the Batman. It might cut into your brooding time.
1. Dating within the team always leads to disaster. 2. You're a princess from a society of immortal warriors. I'm a rich kid with issues. Lots of issues. And 3, if my enemies knew I had someone special, they wouldn't rest until they'd gotten to me through her.
Next.
That's the same link. Oh wait, I clicked the link twice. Is she gonna pull out a gun?
I got the hard drive, guys. Alright. You gotta hit some sushi?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Short Vids. New study, donate $2. Smokers versus non-smokers. Testosterone of smokers is higher than that of non-smokers at all ages. It's being hypothesized that it's chicken or the egg issue. People with higher testosterone may be more prone to smoke. Not the smoking causes higher testosterone, but in all likelihood, nicotine does actually directly increase testosterone. There are actually some randomized trials that have pointed to that. That doesn't mean smoking is good for you. It just means nicotine likely increases testosterone. It's not a huge difference, but yeah. Doesn't mean smoking's good for you, though. Thanks for the donation, new study.
To 300 and I will do the women's story, and I'll use that opportunity to drink some water.
At least 3 people watching for every...
CDG, donate $2. Have you seen this video of Vitally getting pressed in Thailand?
I'm out of here. What's up, brother?
I think you mean Philippines. And yeah, we've already reacted to this. This guy calls him out for being a scumbag. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Like, so I'm going to drink water and not talk until those likes go up. Every like, so I'm going to drink water and not talk until those likes go up. 4 away, come on. Couple more. Giving me time to drink more water. Thanks, guys. Have a good.
And videos On the coffee page, you either donate $10 or you pledge. And if you want to be part of the stream, like the people that you saw today, and stuff like this, you can always reach out to me on coffee as well. But that's not open. The donations are not yet open. The way you're going to do it is a normal coffee is $3. A program review is going to be $5. That way I can differentiate between the two. The amount of space you will have for your donation to put the program is not. And the other part of this stream is going to be that I'm going to be answering general bodybuilding questions. And these questions will be mostly taken from the chat. So I'm going to actually read the chat. But if you, again, want a super chat, you can go on to coffee. You do a donation. So it's just $3. Don't do more than that. It's not.
I am going to show you clips of NH and Bloach doing OHP. But the craziest thing is, I think Bloach has better forms and, more range of motion than NH.
Jay Donatillers, can you psychoanalyze these people, what went behind their regret, and why would they have done it in the first place if they didn't really truly want to? This doesn't make sense.
At the age of 10, I announced at the Thanksgiving dinner table that
I'll react to that next. So just a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, Jay. I have no fucking idea why he refuses to lock out his overhead presses. I think it's because he can't. So it's much easier to just get the bar a little bit over your head than to fully lock it out. It's quite difficult to lock out an overhead press, and there's a few reasons for that. One is just balance. Having the bar closer to your center of mass it's just easier to control than like push it right over your head. And also on top of that, not only is there a balance issue, but you're also like, while struggling with balance, transferring like the majority of the load from your shoulders onto your triceps, like right around here is where a lot of people get a sticking point. So they can throw it over their head pretty quickly, but then there's like the sticking point right when it goes over your head, and you're like transferring the load from primarily your shoulders onto your triceps while having to move the weight further from your center of gravity, having to balance. And that's where you have like a lot of trouble fully locking it out. So I think what he has this bullshit cope where he's saying it's hard on his elbows and he's just trying to like save his elbow joints. I don't buy that. It's not like, this is not an exercise that's hard on your elbows. And especially not at like the lockout. So I think he's just avoiding doing the lockout because he can't lock it out. So he's artificially inflating how much he can actually overhead press by just not locking it out. Yeah, I'd say they have roughly the same range of motion.
Now I'm going to show you clips where Jason and NH claim to speak multiple languages.
When the other cameras are rolling. Do I speak Czech? No, but I understand some, and there's a funny story with that. So we were at a family get-together.
How many languages do you speak? Technically 3. I don't consider Spanish and Portuguese as languages that I speak because I'm not comfortable. Do you think people mind our business here?
Well, we know he speaks at least 2. French and English. He's obviously a native French speaker, and he can obviously speak English. And if you can speak French, you'll probably be able to understand a lot of Italian and Spanish. So I don't think he's lying. Like, Blaha is clearly fucking lying. John Zook, Donny Tellers, can't wait anymore, dude. Watch these.
Is it the guy that calls her the burp girl?
Okay, thanks, John Zook. Kid Boo donated $2. Thoughts on women saying that men should pay for dates because they take the time of putting on makeup and spending money getting ready. Yeah, they can fuck themselves. Men generally don't even like makeup. Like, makeup is just a lie, for one thing. You're artificially enhancing the way you look. So most women aren't particularly good at putting on makeup. I think, like, I know some dudes really overinflate how much makeup makes a difference, but yeah, like, men do usually have an issue with women at least wearing too much makeup. I think most dudes are fine with, like, a little bit of eyeliner or something, but when girls really get done up, when girls really get done up, dudes don't like that. So they're saying, oh, well, I'm putting on all this makeup that a man doesn't even want me to wear, therefore he should pay for the date. That just doesn't even make any fucking sense. So it's just a bullshit cope, dude. Nothing more. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. DD donated $2. Let me see.
Vegetarian. It affects my health, but yeah, I do feel better when I eat it.
We need the meat because of our brains. That those things that are coming from the meat is helping the brains.
I can imagine being a vegetarian probably for 1 week, but it's very difficult to be a vegetarian for the rest of my life.
It really gives me strength. When I don't eat it, I feel weak, a bit weak.
With the meat, I can make a very good sauce. I have tried a plant-based, but I don't like the taste, no.
Yeah, that's basically the cope that all meat eaters make. Thanks for the donation, Dee. Might actually save that. Use it for later. John Zook, Donny Tillers, yeah, makeup is annoying when you're trying to kiss them and you get mouthful of chemical tasting crap, and also the lipstick is gross. Smearing all over your lips. Well, yeah, that's another thing, too. It feels, like, gross and oily and chalky and stuff, and, yeah, like, most dudes don't like makeup. So these chicks saying, oh, I invest so much money in makeup, so they should pay for the date. Like, dudes don't even want you wearing that. Like, again, most dudes are fine with, like, a little bit of eyeliner or something, but when they, like, completely do their face with makeup, which is what's causing that expense, like, eyeliner's cheap as fuck, it's just a bullshit cope. Thanks for the donation, though, John Zook.
I was going to kill myself one day.
I
didn't. Whoops.
Do you know any other foreign language? Spanish. Yeah. And a little bit of Portuguese, but my Portuguese accent is, it's not good. So I'm only half a slot. How many languages do you speak? 2, English and French. I'm not good enough in Spanish.
Yeah, I mean, like, these could have been made at different times where maybe you became more fluent in other languages later, but it's a little weird.
We have Jason.
How many times have you heard a girlfriend say, "Oh my god, stop, you're going to mess up my makeup"? Like, bitch, I'm trying to suck your face and do a tonsillectomy on you with my tongue, so shut the fuck up and say ah.
I've never had that because I've never been with girls who wear makeup. Jasmine never wore any makeup at all, ever, which I liked. And I've only went on a date with one chick who just wore eyeliner. Like, that's it. So I've never actually been with girls who like actually wore makeup. Thanks for the donation though, Zuka Lives.
And NH claimed to be intimidating in real life.
However, I do have that intimidation factor, and I do come across, especially a lot of other guys, as very intimidating. I have a presence when I come in a room, and that's been told to me by quite a few people, that I'm a very intimidating person, and I'm very scary in some ways, and I have to try to keep that reeled in, and that has to do with my upbringing and my training. I train
point, and it's a story that I told in the past, that when other men would come in the room and greet people, they would ignore her because they didn't want to incur the wrath of the beast. They felt my energy. They were like, oh, he's on, like, en français on dit each of like black dudes with my roommate. I'm like, can you keep it down? I woke. Tomorrow in the morning, I wake up. Can you stop? And I think I was shirtless at the time, and this was when I was like bulked. So I was pretty impressive, although very fat. So like they took me seriously.
That's a little embarrassing. Just a little.
But that was the attic.
Not as bad as Blaha, but that's still a little embarrassing. John Zook donated $2. Let me see. Read the comments, please. Very nice, the goat, great. I love her. She'd burp anytime, anywhere. Damn, I love her. To do that in person, she's gorgeous enough too. She's not even a good-looking chick. Like, goddamn.
The burp.
These women aren't even good looking. Like, why are these... It's so weird. Read the fourth comment on this one.
Cheers.
I got off to this 100 times. Damn. They're not even, like, attractive. They're fucking overweight. Very mid and plain looking. Like, this is what you consider hot? Like, what the fuck? Thanks for the donation, John Zook.
Do you think that legislation passing a bill banning consuming meat or killing animals to be a pipe dream?
No, like, it kind of depends on the time frame you're talking about. Like, within the next year, yes. Within the next 10 years, it's more likely. In the next 20 years, it's more likely. In the next 30 years, it's even more likely. So it just kind of depends on the time frame you're talking about. Thanks for the donation, though, Killian Titan.
In the next two clips, we have NH and Jason saying that, you know, they were popular amongst women and they had so many sex. And the most interesting thing about these two clips is that they both said this is the same exact thing.
Having threesomes and things like that, it can be fun for a little while. I've had more than a few of those.
When did this whole woman burping thing become so popular? It's so fucking disgusting.
Well, I think it's been around for a while. It's just that, for whatever reason, there's some deranged people in chat who've Found my channel and just started fucking spamming me these videos. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Is Pokimane hot? What about Amaranth? No. Pokimane, definitely not. So, Pokimane without makeup. Like, I mean... So, she has very, very plain features. Like, very fucking mid. She is the type of chick who needs makeup to, like, contour her eyes and face and stuff so that she actually looks cute. So, she's not cute without makeup. She's just mid. On top of that, she has, like, no body, so... It's not like she has a nice curvy figure or anything. She's just flat, boring. Her face, flat, boring. She's not attractive. Amaranth actually works out and is in shape, so like she does have nice curves and stuff. I'm not into the breast implants she got. I think that was fucking stupid. And she has a better looking face. Amaranth without makeup is better looking than Pokimane. She's not my type, but she's conventionally attractive.
Hey faggot, how are you? Just checking in on your dumbass. You look like a stupid faggot and your hairline is disgusting. No amount of muscle will fix that hairline, bitch. Also, any debates coming up? I miss your debates. Love you, daddy.
Yes, probably in the next couple weeks, I'm gonna have a debate with a biochemist on whether or not cholesterol is causally related to heart disease. Thanks for the donation, Chad, and thanks for the donation, Dodo. John Zook donated $2. Please read the comments for all these videos, please. Damn, this is amazing. Love the burps. Love hearing them say burp or belch too. For some reason, the words are so sexy too. She's unreal. They're not even, like, particularly attractive women.
The garage.
So much gas, it's just a shame we can't see them. Drunk burps are the hottest.
Fuck, that was nice.
Oh my god, what a lady. She do the photos of the burper always at the end. Okay, thanks for the donation, John Zook.
All I can say is please let a fucking asteroid hit this earth and wipe our worthless asses out already.
I think a virus would be better because at least you could have a situation where, like, the smart people can take the vaccine and all the dumbasses can die out. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
It might seem fun in the moment, but it doesn't make you feel better in the morning. It doesn't make you feel fulfilled. It doesn't really give your life meaning. Trust me on this. I'm telling you guys, as a 42-year-old man who's had more than a dozen days, his right testosterone level.
Yes, Blaha's had more than a dozen threesomes. That's why he went $40,000 into credit card debt to pay for some broke-ass woman's rent in the hopes that she would have sex with him.
And how strong.
Putting up firm boundaries, so a lot of them thought that they could eventually secure me if they gave me sex, which never happened, which also damaged the lives of these women, which is entirely my fault. And this phase lasted me for, I think, 2 or 3 years, where I couldn't understand why I wasn't happy, because I was getting everything I ever wanted, right? Women loved me. I could have as much sex as I wanted. Again, I was seeing 3, 4 beautiful women in the same week, but it was never fulfilling that deeply rooted need that I felt should have been fulfilled by this. And the reason why I felt like this is because culture was finding me super hot.
It's a little more believable that NH would have like more sexual activity than Blaha for obvious reasons. But it's very strange when dudes just talk about how many women they bang. Like, I have friends that are very sexually active, and they don't just make YouTube videos talking about how many women they fucked.
I usually have people who say that I look like a Greek god. That's a line
Yeah.
I've heard from multiple women. I've been told that I have a really impressive aesthetic.
All right, that would be it for today. There are
believe that anybody would care if I was gone. I didn't think anybody would even notice.
I remember thinking that my kids would be better off if I wasn't here.
I think I just kind of wanted all the voices in my head to go away.
I was angry and depressed.
Total darkness.
I just felt desperate.
You should just be dead.
You're by yourself.
I was alone.
Nobody loves you.
Came crashing
I
down.
just wanted a way out.
See the paddle? That's so cool. My name is Jennifer Priest, and I'm 36 years old, and I live in Portland, Oregon. I like to spend my time with my family. I have a 5-year-old son. Edwin is the absolute light of my life. My childhood was not the best childhood, and there were a lot of traumatic things that happened to me when I was young. Nothing really got resolved until after I was 18 and went to college, and was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. My longtime boyfriend and I had broken up. He left a note that said, "You would be better off dead." All I could hear was the litany of, "You'd be better off dead, you should be dead, you should be dead, you should be dead."
She does admit she has bipolar disorder, like she might have actually been a cunt.
I took half a bottle of Vicodin and chased it down with alcohol, and I went to sleep.
My name is Nancy Yvonne Williams-Nettle.
John Zook donates $2, skip to 1025. That's gross.
Try this one.
You know, struggling.
Okay, thanks for the donation, John Zook.
I guess around 28, I got married and had kids and all that, and then moved to Tennessee, hoping to get back together with my husband, and that didn't work out. It was painful because I truly loved him. I had lost my job. I'd been evicted for the first time. My stuff was laying on the sidewalk. You know, living out your car in a city you don't know with 2 kids, I couldn't see any way out. I could not see any way out. You know, I knew that if I did the right amount of pills and the right amount of alcohol, that would eliminate any chance of me being revived.
Well, no, you didn't know because you're alive. Dude, women are terrible at committing suicide. I always hear these stories. Oh, I just took a bunch of pills, and then they don't die. Like, women always do the shit, and they're, like, almost always unsuccessful.
How you doing? Good, man. Happy birthday. Thank you. My name is Richard Cole, and I live in upstate New York now on the Vermont border. You're a good boy. Give me a kiss. You have anxiety. I know. Me too. Me too. I think about suicide every single day, and have for most of my life. I never thought about what I wanted to be when I grew up. You speak to other 10-year-olds. I want to be a fireman. I want to be a scientist. I want to be a policeman. I don't want to be anything. I'm going to be dead by the time I was 18 is what I thought. And so I never had dreams. I never had aspirations. I never had goals. Because I never thought I'd live long enough to fulfill them, so I didn't even think about them. People see all this potential. You're such a talented photographer. You're a talented writer.
Since I'm going to commit suicide in the near future, I'm just gonna keep spamming burp donos. My ex-GF used to indulge in my fetish. She would belch on command into my mouth repeatedly while we made out. It made my cock hard, and then belched on the tip.
Alright, well, why don't you just get some more girls to burp on your dick? Maybe you can try getting some to fart on your dick and say how you like that, rather than committing suicide. Thanks for the donation, John Zook.
How come you can't support yourself? And they don't understand that mental illness really holds me back. I remember it was cold because I had this big poofy down coat on. I took a 9mm handgun and shot myself in the chest. I kind of had this vision of me falling to the ground with these bloody feathers. And it was just very peaceful. It just faded away.
My name is Jillian Shee. I'm 23, and I'm a nursing student. I live in Boston with my dog, Ellie. I think I started noticing something along the lines of depression when I was in high school. Excuse me, Ellie. And then once I went to college, I developed an eating disorder. I think it caused me to isolate a lot, and I lost a lot of friends that way. I reconnected with a guy. It was a very rocky relationship, and I'm not even sure the guy that I was with knew what he was doing, but I think we were being intimate, and I wasn't okay with it. He didn't really seem to care, I guess. I think that there was already an idea of suicide in my mind. I took a bus down to a CVS. I looked at the price of all the pills and I thought, well, that's kind of a lot, and then I realized it's not going to matter after I die.
You know, when I first woke up, I felt hazy. I remember getting up and being confused as to what day it was, and then wondering why nobody had come in and found me, because it had been about a day and a half. And so in some ways it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Nobody did notice. And it was at that point that I was like, A, I need to call somebody, and B, I need to get back to the therapist's office because something has gone terribly wrong.
I woke up from the suicide attempt. I was still in a state of shock, and I didn't really realize the magnitude of what I had done. A part of me was kind of like, okay, that happened, I'm gonna go to school the next day, everything's fine, I feel fine now. Once they took me to their psych unit, I kind of realized that nothing was gonna be normal again.
I think I woke up right as I was getting into the emergency room. The bullet went through my chest cavity without hitting my heart or lungs. Everybody in the hospital, all the doctors, all the surgeons, all the nurses.
Buddy, he shot himself point blank in the chest. How can you miss your heart or lungs? Like, your heart is right there. Like, I can't imagine how bad of a shot you have to be to miss your heart at point blank range. Like, what?
Everybody came to visit because there was no medical explanation.
Yeah, you're a bad shot.
I know it's probably a no, but it would make me really happy if you could DM me Jasmine's number. I really liked her ever since you showed her on your channel, especially when she ballooned up in weight, as I also had a feeder fetish. I want her to belch.
I'm not giving you Jasmine's number, but thanks for the donation, John Zook.
To explain how it happened. But I wasn't like happy that I lived, kind of just numb and indifferent.
When I woke up, I was so angry. I mean, I was mad. Like, I was really mad at God. I'm trying to alleviate the pain that I was inflicting on my kids by leaving this earth so they wouldn't have to deal with me anymore and deal with the fact that I couldn't take care of them. And I wake up in this hospital alive.
Yeah, so she's just stupid.
I was angry at God. Then I was mad at myself because I can't even get this right.
I'm very lucky I have supportive friends. My family tries to be supportive, but I don't know that they know how, or they have their own issues surrounding me, so it's hard. The suicide attempts in the past, they don't know how to react to that, or they don't know how I'm going to react to things now. So I understand that it's touchy for them, it's hard for them.
Happy birthday to you.
I have severe suicidal ideation, but that is different than being suicidal. But 15, 20 years from now, when I become incontinent or I'm facing dying alone in a nursing home, yeah, I'll take my own life. I will end my life on my own terms, without a doubt. Thank you.
Music is a big part of how I get up every day.
They just got, like, therapy or something, and they had a change of mind.
Yeah, well, look, first off, Abby, I appreciate you coming.
Give me Jasmine's number and I'll stop sending burp videos. I won't tell her you gave it to me. Come on, Richard, no harm, no foul. I'm a long-term fan, you can trust me to be tactful. Please do it or I'm gonna keep sending you fat girls burping smelly belches.
Jasmine would obviously know I gave you her number, and I'm not giving you her number, but thanks for the donation, John Zook.
Coming on for this conversation, I do think it's an important call to have. Want to smooth over some issues I think that there have been between you, Isaac, and Mr. Rams, because I think all three of you are good assets to the movement, and I think it was a deep shame that there was such a bitter kind of confrontation there.
Just to be clear, I don't have an issue. I don't really have much issue with him. I don't have from my end. I mean, there's nothing personal with him. I just
yeah.
But anyway, I mean, I can talk about him, but I want to address the comment that you made on the first. Yeah, that's not much wrong with Rant. Like, just a quick, I don't really have much wrong with him. It's just that I heard him talking about my view, and I wanted to talk to him because he talked about my view. That's all.
Okay, yeah, we can go into that later about why I think that was done in a particularly toxic way, and we can just address that. But first of all, yeah, I obviously just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about, give you a chance to respond to my comment on YouTube. So I just left a comment recently on YouTube. You were having a conversation with Shadow Starshine, and I commented something along the lines of why there seems to be a distinction in your behavior towards carnists and vegans, basing it off the interaction you had with David Rams, which I thought was done in a very unethical and toxic way, which I saw as you kind of trying to aggressively pressure David Rams into a conversation. And then Isaac comes in and starts saying, why are we talking about fucking meta and calling David a coward and a sophist and scum and all this stuff. And then I see you talking to Shadow Starshine recently, who's a guy who has very unethical views towards animals. I saw his debate with Vegan Gains a few years back, and yeah, he has pretty backwards and regressive views when it comes to animals in the animal Holocaust. And I thought, why is Avi having a pleasant little chinwag with this guy and talking about meta? And then, the last time I saw him in a conversation with David Rams, he's kind of just like trying to aggressively pressurize him.
So just real quick, have you actually watched that whole video?
Yeah.
Okay, because I reject both of those things. First of all, I reject that it was meta. It was actually just the topic of the conversation we agreed to have. And I reject that it was a pleasant little chit-chat. I mean, the chat ended with me literally banning him from my server. And I was pressuring him. I mean, it started off in good faith, but then...
Well, we all make our choices, don't we? Enjoy disgusting belches. I love watching people's reactions in chat and seeing you get annoyed as I stroke my hard cock. I'm a twisted fucker, aren't I?
Yeah, you are. Thanks for the donation, John Zook.
It continued with me ended up mocking him, aka, things like, law of identity. It's a little philosophy server where they think law of identity works, like as a critique of the trait. That was a mock. And then I ended with me banning him from the server. So I'm not really sure what you mean. I would never characterize that conversation as a pleasant little chit-chat.
All right, yeah, fair enough. That's fine. Is there anything else that you wanted to say on that? I mean, yeah, I'm happy to say I was mistaken there if that was indeed the case.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Well, the other thing is, it wasn't meta. I take meta to be a conversation about the conversation. So, if I agreed to discuss a topic with him, the topic were the things covered in his comment, A, B, and C, and I discussed A, B, and C. Now, if I were to divert from A, B, and C, and I were to say, well, let's talk about the way we're having the conversation about A, or let's talk about that way we're having a conversation about B, you and me, Shadow, that would be meta. But I don't want you to think that any discussion about name the trait is a meta discussion. It's meta with that I don't want you to have the impression that unless you're running name the trait on someone, anything talking about name the trait is like a meta conversation. No.
I see. What was the conversation actually about? Maybe I just kind of misunderstood what it was about.
Well, it was about the comment he left on a video, and he said certain things, and I wanted to discuss those things that were said. And
I do watch your content a lot, and I'd be interested to actually see you debate him and press him on NTT. So
right, and that's fine. But I want you to understand that the fact that you wanted to see that happen, and instead it didn't happen, and what you saw was a conversation about name the trait, doesn't make that meta.
Cool. Yeah. No, totally understood. Yeah, agreed. That's fine.
If we agreed to, if we agreed to, have a run at NTT, I run NTT on you, and then we just discuss conversations about NTT or about how we're having the conversation about running NTT, then it would be meta. But that wasn't the topic of the conversation. That wasn't the discussion we agreed to have. So it was not meta. It was just having the conversation.
Fair enough. Yeah. You know what it was? I was listening on my earphones at work on my night shift the other night, and I think I was just kind of patiently waiting for you to deploy NTT on him or something. And then I was like, where the fuck is NTT? They're just talking about NTT.
Yeah. So the reason is because that's what we agreed to talk about.
Yeah.
It's if I were to just run NTT on him, that would be deviating from the topic of the conversation.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to say on that?
Yeah. And I also don't think meta is necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it is necessary in certain contexts to have the actual conversation. If there are certain things that are just getting in the way of having the conversation in certain things, sometimes it might be appropriate to talk about meta.
Yeah, fair enough. That's fine.
And then wait, let me. I'll see it. Okay, so hold on. Let me just see if there's anything else in your comment. Okay, so the other thing I want to, and this is something that really, I think people really don't have much of a grasp on, or it's a very weird thing. Is something I want you to introduce you to the concept of straw rolling. It's straw rolling is a term, because we need a term for this thing, where someone is essentially straw manning the role that is expected to be played. So, for example, have you heard of like the recent thing with Destiny where he got sort of semi-canceled?
I don't think I have.
All right, so he got in trouble by, he was recording some chicks without their consent or whatever, or he was like sharing content of, like sexual content without their consent. So he got into trouble for that. I don't know if you heard anything about that.
Please enjoy Richard. Incoming soon.
I do not enjoy. All right, thanks for the donation, John Zook.
But
no.
Yeah. And so then, I don't know if you know Pisco, but Pisco like distanced himself from Destiny. And then, I voted for Trump. So everyone in Destiny's circle will be like, how could Pisco distance himself from Destiny? But not Avi, because voting for Trump is way worse, right?
than what he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have TDS, so yeah, I stand with you on that.
Right. So, well, okay, even if you were not, even if you did have TDS, the point being is that the one thing that really irritates me about that is that the role of playing someone's conversationalist or friend or whatever, people have this view about that. What that's about is like this. It's about how good of a person you are or something. It's like, well, Destiny did something really bad, but Avi did something worse. So how can you be friends with him? And that's just looking at roles the wrong way. Friendship is a role, and how good of a person you are might play into that. But there are certain, from my perspective, there are certain Carnists that may make better friends with me than certain vegans, even though they're worse people. So, for example, if there was a vegan who would just backstab me at any turn, or there was a Carnist that would, I view as a horrible person, but they would be loyal to me and they would be honest with me, whereas the vegan would always lie to me and be dishonest with me, but not murder animals. I may still view the Carnist as a worse person, but I would still say they're a better friend.
Yeah, I relate to that because I have a problem with a lot of vegans, particularly in the intersectional crowd. So, yeah, I understand your point.
Yeah, and so the thing is, like, even if I was, you might see me, how could you have, even if I was having a friendly conversation, like even if that conversation didn't end with me banning Shadow Starshine from my server, this idea that, how could you treat a vegan in the way you treated him, and have a friendly chit chat with a non-vegan who has much more horrible views? Well, yeah, I can, because this is the role of a conversationalist, and there are certain things about the role of a conversationalist that matter more than how good of a person you are. Namely,
John Zook, $90. I'm so bored. Can you talk about Jasmine? Did she ever have any gross habits? Did she do things that you didn't like? Her most gross habit would be she'd like cook something, particularly sauces, in a big pot, and then rather than like using it all or putting it into some container and then putting it in the fridge, she'd leave some in the pot and then put the pot in the sink, fill it with water, and then it would mold. And then she'd complain that I don't clean the sink when she is making the sink dirty. Thanks for the donation though, John Zook.
Being able to answer my questions and willing to answer my questions and willing to have the topic of the conversation. Like, those are some bare minimum things that just make you a better conversationalist. And I'm going to have an easier time having a conversation with you if you have those basic characteristics than if you don't. And it doesn't matter how good of a person you are, how bad of a person you are, or how you could run 20 animal sanctuaries for all I care. But if you're not willing to, if you're going to go publicly and start talking about my views, and then when I try to confront you on them, you're going to not talk to me about them, I'm going to get very frustrated. I'm going to say from a conversationalist perspective, you're a shit conversationalist. And from an intellectually honest perspective, you're being a shit intellectually honest person. You might be a great person otherwise. You might be great for the animals otherwise, but for these sorts of roles, I don't want you in my life in terms of those roles. I wouldn't want you in a conversationalist because that's just a role that will frustrate me. I don't want, it's nothing personal. It's not like, for example, like if you could do the same thing, like with a Carnist, attractive woman who, has horrible views towards animals, and the best, most moral philanthropist, vegan, animal saving guy who is just completely unattractive to me because I'm a straight dude. if the role is, you guys have to have sex with each other. Well, again, it's not well, how could you have sex with a girl who's a carnist and not like, no, that's not what it's about. It's not about whether they're so good to the animals or whether no, it's a role. And there are more relevant characteristics of that role than whether you're a vegan or a carnist.
Yeah, the thing is, I just see what Rams allegedly did, quote unquote, is not something that's deserving of that kind of treatment. But maybe we can get into that if you're willing.
Okay, but wait, but before we do you understand and agree with what I'm saying? Like in terms of
in
terms of the role thing, like there's a whole bunch of straw rolling that goes on that people like have this expectation that certain roles, like there's this complete misunderstanding of what characteristics should qualify as.
Why do you look annoyed and fed up? Do the burp donations bother you? You look like you can't wait to finish streaming. Would you like me to stop donating the burping videos? Also, can you describe Jasmine's burps? Did she ever do any big ones/long ones?
I'm not annoyed. I feel just fine. Like, I'd appreciate it if you didn't spam the fucking burp videos and we could, like, maybe get through watching some things. And then maybe if we're at a point where we're doing literally nothing, you can spam burp videos. But the only time where it gets, like, genuinely annoying is when I'm trying to finish watching something, then watch these burp videos, watch these burp videos, watch these burp videos. And yeah, Jasmine had some pretty big burps. She did have some big, long burps. Thanks for the donation, John Zook.
In favor of a given role or against a given role, and it's a completely misunderstood idea.
Yeah, I agree with you to a certain extent. It's just what I'm disagreeing with.
You might still think the interaction with Rams was toxic and unfounded. I'm not. You agreeing to this doesn't mean you concede on that. But I'm just saying that someone having a pleasant conversation with me, someone having an interesting conversation with me, the most relevant things in terms of characteristics is not whether they're vegan or carnist. It's not whether they have evil or good views. The most relevant characteristics is whether they are a good conversationalist, meaning are they directly answer questions? Are they willing to have a voice conversation? Are they engaging with the point? Are they tracking the point? Like those things are going to be much more relevant than how good or evil of a person they are.
Yeah, but I don't think that those. I think those are kind of arbitrary characteristics, to be honest. How willing someone is to entertain a conversation or to answer a question, like
then it's not. Well, wait, that is what for me will make someone a good conversationalist. Yes, the conversation is going to be more engaging and interesting and meaningful for me if someone's actually going. Like again, this is with respect to the role of a conversationalist.
Yeah, but it doesn't change your perception of them as a person. Can I just?
No, I'm not. It's not with respect to the role of them as my view of them. Okay. So I want to be clear. Okay, so no, we need to stick on this because I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying or appreciating what I'm saying fully. What I'm saying fully is for the role, there are certain roles where I'm going to view someone as being more appropriate for that role or less appropriate for that role, and I'm going to place very little value on whether they're a vegan or carnist or whether they're a good or bad person. So again, if the role is for them to be a conversationalist with me, right? Yep. There are going to be much more relevant roles than whether they are a good or bad person. If they're going to be a conversationalist with me, they are very relevant.
Sengoku donated $2. My response is Black Burly 98. Men are stingy with their money and women are more giving. Get a fucking job. Women are way more stingy with their money. Men will share their money with their partner far more than women will share their money with their partner. That's at least on average. No, women are more entitled while men are more giving. Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah, I would say on the aggregate, that is very much the case. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
So basically, Jasmine got really fat eating hundreds of dollars of greasy Gardein chicken every week and would do some really large burps according to you? So she was like a fat Harry Potter that burped? Did she say hocus pocus belchicus beforehand?
No, she didn't say hocus pocus belchicus beforehand. She would just burp. Thanks for the donation, John Zook.
Characteristics that, I don't know what you mean by arbitrary, but like this is like to me, this is like the basic relevancy points of being able to have the conversation. A, being willing to have the conversation. That's a characteristic. B, understanding what a conversation is. See, like, engaging with the conversation, being able to listen, being able to answer, being willing to listen or answer, being able to track what's being said, tracking what's being said. Those things are going to be much more relevant for the role of a conversationalist than how many animals you save or how many animals you kill.
Yeah, I guess in this case though, Rams wasn't willing to. He wasn't there to have a conversation with
Right,
you.
right. That is true. Yes, that is true. He didn't want to have a conversation. He didn't want to be the conversationalist in that role. I don't disagree with that. Before we get to that, because you're jumping to that, before we get to that, do you agree with me that with respect to certain roles, there's going to be different relevant characteristics?
Yeah, for example, yeah, I might have a bad, a fallout with a vegan, but then I might be in hospital and there might be a non-vegan doctor who I have a nice chat with about something. Sure.
Yes. Okay. Good. Now, okay. So this whole thing.
Maybe it's Dr. Avi. I'm joking.
Well, yeah. Well, this whole thing, but the whole thing there about you were having this friendly. There are many relevant reasons I could have a friendly conversation with a non-vegan, but I don't know, 5-6 years ago I had a very heated conversation with David Rams. Again, and there's no expectation that shouldn't happen because the one person is a vegan, the other person's not. Like, I think that's just kind of silly.
Was it really that long ago? I think it was about 20.
Burp. B-U-R-P 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 burp.
All right, thanks for the donation, John Zook. Appreciate it.
21, maybe.
I don't know how well that would be 4 years ago. I don't know when the conversation happened. It's been a hot minute.
Yes.
And it's not been on my mind for years. So okay. Well, so okay. Anyway, so the point is that I don't. This whole idea, it's like, So I find it strange that here you have Shadow. This is your words. I find it strange that here you have Shadow, an apathetic harness with discriminatory and immoral views on animals. Rather than take the opportunity to deploy an NDT on him, turn the veganism, you entertain a very long and frankly very boring conversation about meta and show him.
Burp. B-U-R-P 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 burp. Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, I just submitted my time card online from my work and I'll be receiving about 33 hours of overtime pay on my paycheck this upcoming Friday. Smile, I'm wondering what to do, lol.
Here's how I think about, like, how to spend my money. If you're, like, questioning, like, oh, I got all this extra money, what should I do with it? Don't do anything with it. So your financial decisions and, like, what you spend money on, literal or small, should be with consideration of, like, whether or not it's actually going to benefit you. There's tons of little stupid things that you could buy that might give you, like, slight conveniences or something, but when you, like, really think about it, are you unhappy because you lack this thing? Is having this thing actually going to improve my life in any meaningful way? If you can't answer, like, yes or no to those questions and you're considering, like, buying something, just don't buy it. It's that simple. So I would just save the money you have and not spend it, and maybe wait for an opportunity where you do come across something. Why is that guy using no range of motion? Yeah, save your money and consider, like, just wait until you find something that you do actually, you would actually benefit from getting it. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Over Bitch. And thanks for the donation, John Zook.
Does this bother you? Burp. B-U-R-P burp. B-U-R-P burp. B-U-R-P burp. B-U-R-P burp. B-U-R-P Richard. Burp. B-U-R-P burp. B-U-R-P burp. B-U-R-P. Do you like this? Burp. B-U-R-P burp. B-U-R-P burp. B-U-R-P come.
I don't find it particularly annoying. It's kind of funny. Thanks for the donation, John. I'm still bleeding from the back of my ankle due to slicing it on purpose. Online it says to apply direct pressure and elevate foot above heart level. The fuck? What? You cut your ankle on purpose. What are you talking about? Are you committing self-harm? So yeah, depending on how deep the cut is or something, you might have to get stitches, but I guess in the meantime, apply pressure and elevate it.
Hey, I'm off today and tomorrow and I'm trying to take drugs to forget my problems and insecurities. I'm not taking enough clearly.
I think your problem is you're not on your alpha male grind set. There's a problem that people have where you definitely don't know what to do, and you kind of get like a weird anxiousness, and then you start thinking negative thoughts and stuff, and then, yeah, some people end up taking drugs and shit for it. If you're in a situation where you just don't know what to do or do with your time, like, again, just think of what would be productive for you or helpful in some way, and usually, like, the simple answer is, like, just go exercise. So, if you're bored, have nothing to do, and you have, like, these weird thoughts inside your head that you're trying to run away from, just focus it on exercise. Like, there's practically no amount of exercise that's bad for you. Unless you're like some insane long distance marathon running autist. Like, you have to do ridiculous amounts of exercise in order for it to actually be a bad thing. So rather than taking drugs or something, like, go outside and rollerblade or ride a bike or lift some weights or like something. So just work out. If I'm ever in a situation where I'm bored, don't know what to do, I just go and exercise. It's very simple. I always feel better afterwards too. I think everybody feels better after they have a good workout, so rather than just taking drugs and like to try to get away from your problems, just work out. And it can be anything. It can be running, rollerblading, biking, lifting weights, push-ups, pull-ups, whatever. Just find some exercise to do. Focus on getting your heart rate up or getting a good pump with weights or something. That is far better than doing drugs or alcohol or anything, and it will actually benefit you. You'll be healthier, fitter, stronger, look better, and it's actually good for you, and you'll feel much better compared to just doing drugs, and then you like feel ashamed of yourself or something and you're getting nowhere. Like, at least with exercise, you're building something and investing in yourself, whereas with drugs, you're just throwing your money away to feel like shit afterwards. Thanks for the donation, though, Nut Muffin. I'm gonna go just take a piss real quick. I'll be right back. I might also have to take a shit.
Come here, Gum Gum. Don't run away. What the hell are you doing? Gum Gum, come here. Oh, that's a good baby. You want to say hello to everybody on stream? There's Gum Gum. There he is. Look how beautiful. Oh.
There you go. Gum Gum's gonna be doing the streaming from now on, 'cause he's a good kitty. This is Gum Gum's stream. You see this? This is Gum Gum's channel. I'm gonna rename the channel Gum Gum Gains. Oh, look at him. Oh my goodness, you're so handsome. You know that? What are you up to, little baby? Hey? How's my silly kitty? Oh my goodness.
Alright. I took a nice shit and it wasn't diarrhea, which is great. Dodo donated $2. Look at this beautiful part of North Korea. Is North Korea the only truly communist country left in the world? And do you think it'll ever experience such economic hardship that they'll make reforms? They're not actually true communist. I don't think there's ever technically been a true communist country. So, like, as in literally following true communist doctrine. Communism just has that problem where just because of human behavior, nobody actually does it. They've always had an elite, wealthy class of aristocrats. And then they've had a kind of lower, pseudo middle class. And then they're not even technically middle class. They're just like a lower aristocratic class. And then everyone else is kept like poor and starving. I don't think they're going to have such economic hardships that they'll make reforms. The reforms are probably going to happen as a result of diminished population. They're going to experience a big population crash, and most of them becoming more politically aware. So more and more information is getting out into the North Korean population where they're aware that the Kim regime is like crazy fascist and the rest of the world has it way better. And you're just seeing more and more people trying to like flee and leave. So that's probably what's going to crash things. Let me see, Dodo.
Has been built for professors and teachers in universities, and they get given the houses as part of their job role. So again, this is a communist country, so the system works just like the USSR used to, and people are granted apartments in certain parts of the city based on their profession. They also get wages and they get food vouchers with that, and this is apartments for some of the more qualified people here in the DPRK. And
yeah, if it was a true communist country, you wouldn't make more money based on being a doctor versus, being a janitor.
yeah, I mean, it's just totally different to any other part of the city that we've been to. And yes, they are.
Yeah, wow. It actually almost looks like normal. Dude, North Korea is so fucked. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. John Zook donated $2. Pen, I'm suicidal. Can you give me some tips on self-harm? What's the best way to do this?
Can you open wide for me? Okay, thank you. Okay, it looks like you've been flossing. That's good. It pays off.
Well, that's horrible. Thanks for the donation, John Zook.
Then why do some people say that exercise is ridiculous?
Probably because they're lazy. Exercise is great. I don't think there's any better, like at least short-term treatment for depression than exercise. It is actually more effective than standard antidepressants like SSRIs. So, if you're depressed and you're not exercising, you're just being stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Like, bro, I would have like really, really bad days with depression. And I'd have trouble getting out of bed. And I would force myself to go out and rollerblade. After rollerblading and just skating around for like 30 minutes to an hour, getting my heart rate up, I'd feel so much fucking better. So even if you have like treatment-resistant depression, you need to be exercising. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Treyman donated Russian life expectancy declined from 69.8 to 64.4 from 1990 to 1994. That's just the macro picture. I'm sure if you look at specifically male life expectancy, self-deletion rate, immigration rates, it'll paint an even darker picture. You're ridiculous. Well, I corrected myself. I looked at the figures, and yeah, in Russia specifically, life expectancy didn't improve until about 2000 or 2002. The neighboring countries that were like under Soviet control, they actually saw an increase in life expectancy very rapidly. But Russia itself, yeah, they had a decrease in life expectancy. So that's probably where I got the confusion. I saw some like graph a while ago, and I mixed it up with Russia. But thanks for the donation, Treman. Treman donated $2. You also claim China's lying about their GDP. They'd be creating huge problems for themselves the next fiscal year, let alone over multiple years, and they have. When they release the new figures, since it has to follow reasonable growth projection, it's just insane. Yeah, so they have. They've had serious economic issues. Like, you can just look at all of these large corporations, like Evergrande. And then, only a few weeks later or a month or two later, there was the next big contracting company that also went bankrupt. They've had a few tech companies that also went bankrupt. So yeah, they are having huge economic issues, and it's from some of their lying GDP figures. So what's been happening is a lot of these companies, again, this is all due to communism. The Chinese government will give GDP targets, and then like each province and district and all this shit, they have figures that they're supposed to hit in terms of economic productivity. They won't hit them. And on top of that, these corporations themselves, because of communism, they've all been taught to lie and cheat and scam and steal money and lie about everything. So from the top down, you have all of these people lying about how much money they're making, what their revenue is, and then they, like these GDP figures that you hear about, it's all nonsense and lies. And then China has to do these weird things to balance things out so that all this lying both makes sense and doesn't collapse the economy. And what they've had to resort to lately is they aren't letting people fucking withdraw money from their bank accounts. They're doing the same thing Russia has had to do after the Ukraine war and the economic sanctions. They're not letting people... So in Russia, they're not letting people withdraw like a certain money out of their bank account at any one time. So you can only withdraw, like, say, I don't know, $300 every week or every month or something. China's doing the same thing, and you can see on Chinese social media, there's just fuck tons of people complaining about it, where they just want to take money out for groceries, and then the bank is saying, oh, sorry, you didn't actually make an appointment. Or, well, what's the reason you have to withdraw money? You have to actually give the reason in writing and then give us notice when you're going to pick it up. They're doing all these things to prevent people from withdrawing money. And again, it's to basically maintain these bullshit lie GDP figures. They're having to use people's money to like put money elsewhere so like some company doesn't go bankrupt, or they're doing all this fucked shit to basically cope for all these like bullshit lie GDP figures. And it's gotten so bad now. Xi Jinping has put out this anti-corruption campaign. He's realizing how bad the situation has gotten with all this corruption and people lying about everything. So he's just killing everybody. So he's looking at certain heads of state, certain political leaders in certain provinces, districts. You're seeing people disappear who are like CEOs of some of these companies. He's literally just rounding up people who he figures is lying to him and just killing him. This is also going on in the military as well. So much of their military expenses are due to scams and people just skimming money off the top. And he's killing tons of fucking military officers too. So no, China has been lying about their GDP figures. And it's like a bottom-up series of lies where everyone is lying about everything. They're only just realizing how bad the problem is. And now they're having to deal with all these issues. And one of the ways they're dealing with it is they're not allowing anybody to withdraw money from their bank accounts. And they're just murdering everybody that they've discovered is lying to them. Thanks for the donation, though, Trayman.
Communism is just another word for fascism.
Well, yeah, that's essentially what it ends up being. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see. First day, oh my god, love your muscles, you're so fit. 2 months later, you're so selfish, all you care about is that stupid gym. Yeah, that's what a lot of women do. Well, here's what women try to do. This is their whole dating strategy. And again, I don't know why I have to say this. It's not true of all women. Not all women do it, but this is generally what happens. They'll find a guy who makes as much money as possible, is as good looking as possible, is fit, takes care of himself, spends a lot of time in his work, so very productive, wealthy, good looking person, you know, fit, healthy. And then what they'll do is they'll try to mold them to fit their particular lifestyle. So they'll try to get you to stop going to the gym, stop working as much, spend more time with them. And then once you do all the things that they want you to do, they get bored and leave. That's basically their dating strategy. They try to mold you to what you want or they want, and then they get bored and leave. So the trick is to not listen to women, and if they date you, they're clearly interested in you, you're doing things that they like, but then don't listen to them when they try to convince you to change your lifestyle. Because once you do that, they're just going to get bored and leave. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Trayman donated $2. You never actually looked it up to fact check yourself. Look it up right now. Kazakhstan life expectancy rate, Belarus, Ukraine, they all went down after the USSR collapse. Just making shit up. Look it up right now on stream. Let me see. Life expectancy after the Soviet Union. Oh my god. I don't know why they do that. I know Ukraine went down and Kazakhstan went down. There was a bunch of neighboring countries that actually went up pretty much immediately after. Oh my god, let me see. Female life expectancy actually clearly increased. Ukraine is like one of the few exceptions. Male life expectancy, there's clearly a dip after the collapse, but pretty quickly they all shot up. So Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus. It's only like Russia, Ukraine. It's pretty much only Russia and Ukraine. Some of this probably has to do with, it's pretty much all primarily violence related. But yeah, women in particular seem to very clearly benefit much sooner. But the idea that the Soviet Union shouldn't have collapsed, like, that's just psychotic. Thanks for the donation, Traman. John Zook donated $2. Penn might be joining me in heck.
In today's Healthcast, a warning about a life-threatening condition that is diagnosed every 20 seconds right here in the U.S.
Because it spreads quickly, sepsis ends up causing more deaths than prostate cancer, breast cancer, and AIDS combined. Our medical specialist, Christy Kruger, takes a closer look at how a simple cut or infection can quickly take a tragic turn.
I wanted to go over this file with you.
In condition, she and her co-workers were shocked. It all began with what Karen thought was the stomach flu.
I'm not a complainer, and that's what we tend to do. You
quickly found herself in the ICU. The diagnosis, sepsis.
Sepsis essentially is something that happens as a result of infection that goes undiagnosed and untreated. And that's important to know because essentially it can happen to any of us. So this already...
Yeah, something similar almost happened to me. I got hospitalized soon enough where they started giving me antibiotics, but I almost had my leg amputated. Thanks for the donation, John Zook.
I agree with the exercise for everyone, and I have been heading to the gym. In about a year I lost 50 pounds about. But I've got the tools and the time to just stop kush, but I lack the discipline.
Never tell yourself that you lack discipline. It doesn't help you. You need to look yourself in the mirror and just tell yourself, this is what I want to do and I'm going to do it. You need to align your actions with your values and your desires. Again, telling yourself, I want to do it, but I just can't do it. I lack discipline. It has no utility for you. So just learn to hold yourself accountable, look yourself in the mirror and make a commitment and say, this is what I want to do. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to stop smoking weed. I'm going to just exercise. I'm going to eat right and just do whatever the hell it is that I know is good for me and I want to do. Oh, Gum. Look how big he is now. Oh my god, he's gigantic. You have gotten so big. You are so big. How come you've gotten so big? I wonder what, breed of cat he is. He is seriously huge. Not only is he just big, but, his paws, his arms, his tail is just... They're all so fucking big and thick. It's weird. I've never seen a cat with, proportions like he has. He's just a big fucking hulking cat. Oh yeah, he purrs. Thanks for the donation though, Nut Muffin. Basic training, donate $2. Let us go back in time and witness glorious times. Also, by the way, the first video was actually blocked in Pakistan. We'll read the comments. That's funny. It was? I know I have an arrest warrant out in Iran. Twitter actually used to do this. It was like their moderation or trust and safety team, because so many journalists use Twitter, they would actually notify you if you have an arrest warrant out in some of these countries because of the speech you made on social media. So I actually got a notification on Twitter that because I made this video specifically, I have an arrest warrant out in Iran for blasphemy. I'm not even kidding. If I were to go to Iran, I have an arrest warrant and I'd be immediately fucking arrested.
Hey, Mohammed, what the fuck are you doing? Get off your
Yeah, this was great.
ass and get back to work. I don't think so, man. I ain't doing shit today, bro. Oh, really? And why the hell not? Because I'm the prophet of Allah?
Who is the lover? Allah. Who is Ar-Rahman?
Servants, your prophet Muhammad has the munchies. And, what could I get you, oh glorious prophet Muhammad? I'm in the mood for some barbecue. Go kill me that goat over there. But, my prophet, surely you don't want to harm an innocent animal. Please let me get you some fresh fruit instead. Are you questioning me, the prophet of God? You either slit that fucking goat's throat open or you face the wrath of God. What's it going to be, bro? I'm sorry, my prophet. I cannot come to harm an innocent animal. Why you got to be racist, man? Islamophobia ain't cool, bro.
Who is the lover? Allah. Who is Ar-Rahman?
Hey bro, I'm totally going to fuck that little slut Aisha tonight, man. That pussy be tight as fuck, bro. My prophet, is she not just a little young? I mean, she's only 6 years old. Oh yeah, good point, man. I'd probably wreck that pussy too hard with this huge dick. I'll wait till she's 9.
Who is the lover? Allah. Who is Ar-Rahman?
Bitch, you better suck on this dick.
Who is the lover? Allah. Who is Ar-Rahman?
Yo, Ephraim, what's this shit I hear about you fucking one of my bitches, bro? Please, Muhammad, it's not what you think. We were all alone and emotions were running high. One thing led to another. We didn't know what we were doing. You want to know what happens when you fuck one of my bitches, man? You get the wrath of God.
And then he became a mass-murdering rapist warlord who was poisoned to death by people who hated him. The end.
I like how he couldn't find a rope, so he used an electrical cord. Islam in a nutshell triggered Muslims incoming. Holy shit, those incredible... People are either offended or laughing their ass off to this video, and I'm out here wondering why Muhammad has a cable wrapped on his forehead. This video is being blocked on Pakistan now. That's hilarious. That's good. Let me see...
Hello everyone, my name's Mr. Stevenson, and I wanted to tell you all the top 5 reasons why you should eat people. Starting with number 1. Children. There's just nothing like biting into a child's sweet, juicy neck flesh. And children are a great replacement for veal. Number 2. Animals are living and feel pain too. Animals are living, sentient beings that can feel pain and suffering, yet people kill and eat animals. So what's wrong with killing and eating people? Number 3. If we don't eat people, they'll overpopulate. There are 7 billion people alive today, and our population is still growing. If we don't eat people, our population will grow out of control and destroy the earth. Number 4. People have all the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients we need. People are a part of a healthy, balanced diet, and since you're eating another human, you'll have the perfect assortment of nutrients for good health. And lastly, number 5. Satan commands it. Why would our Lord and Creator Satan have made us out of sweet, delicious meat if he didn't want us eating each other? People were put on this earth to be eaten. So those are the top 5 reasons why you should eat people, and I hope you
Yeah, I think Mr. Stevenson and Olga Stompanopoulos are the 2 best characters I've ever made. Well, thanks for the donation, Basic Training. $8 how is his English? It's the first language he speaks in the video. Does it inspire confidence that the rest of his languages are accurate?
When a person talks against...
Well, this guy's being proven to be a fraud. He does not know, 40-something languages. So he might speak like maybe 2 or 3 fluently, but he does not know 46. He's being proven to be a fraud. Thanks for the donation, E.
Why do so many SJWs turn to communism if it ends up during into fascism anyway?
Well, I think a lot of them are fascists, so it does in fact align with their values, and you'll notice it's a certain type of person who promotes communism. So it's a lot of women and broke-ass losers who don't have any, realistic prospects of making any kind of real wealth that they'd be happy with. So they can kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They can shame people who are more successful than them, and they can prevent people from achieving a type of success that they would want while having like a better economic situation than they would otherwise have if they were forced to work for a living. So that's kind of the idea behind it. They figure under communism they won't go homeless or broke like they're planning to because they're too lazy to get a job or something. And they can prevent people from getting a type of success that they'd be envious of. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Did I? Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Dodo Donatillers, a while ago I asked if you think it would be better for the West to pit the USSR against China to get China to liberalize instead of USSR collapse. You said yes, but having half of Europe under communist authoritarian USSR rule to this day would be worse. I can't remember that conversation. But having China liberalize with the downside of the USSR being in control of half of Europe would probably be worse than China not liberalizing, but the Russian Federation being kind of controlled within Russia. But yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's too bad sepsis is on the rise, seeing how RFK is going to do nothing about it.
Yeah, probably. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donate $2. We need more Prophet Muhammad skips, please. Can you make more? Because we need to see the fundamentalists freak out, and it will be very entertaining and funny. Can you make more, please? I probably will. I will once I have some countermeasures in place, just in case the worst happens. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Shmeems donate $2. Why do you do this? I'm not opening that up on stream because I've had issues with people sending links. Also, your Godfather impression was hilarious the other
Douglas
day.
Murray, it's great to see you again, buddy. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. I don't like the Godfather. It's fucking stupid. But glad you appreciated the impression. Thanks for the donation, Shmeems. Dodo donate $2. That retard you debated the other day would think that Mr. Stevenson skit was 100% real and you weren't joking. What an idiot. Can you please do more skits? Holy shit. I'll do more skits soon. Don't worry. They're coming. Especially once I'm done dieting, I'll be able to eat more, have more energy, and I can put more time into making some videos in the afternoon. Stitching No Fap donate $2. Another good old one, specifically the end. I didn't post on YouTube to be safe.
Hi everyone, I hope you're ready for the second installment of Smart Answers to Stupid Comments, and a big thanks to all the idiots who left their dumbass opinions on my channel. And it reads, handpicking your journal articles, well done, anyone can do that. Now, this is a criticism I get all the time. People accuse me of being biased because I'm vegan, and they're...
I'm not going to bother watching this. But thanks for the donation, Stitching No Fap.
Wow. You actually are an Islamophobe piece of shit. But then again, that's Zeus for you. It's no wonder why I have no interest of becoming a vegan cultist. Fuck Israel, free Palestine. And fuck you, you Nazis scumbag.
Well, if you want to suck cock and promote fascist regimes, go ahead. It's not like anybody takes you seriously. Then Overbitch donated $2.
Our PETA wants everyone to stop using phrases that they say are anti-animal.
Okay, Lauren has been looking into this. So, Lauren, what's...
Several phrases the animal activist group says we should stop using. They tweeted them out and listed more animal-friendly phrases we should use instead. First, for example, kill two birds with one stone. PETA replaced it with feed two birds with one scone.
I've seen this before. I don't think PETA has an interest in, like they're clearly not serious about this, in my opinion. I think their media team, at least at the time, was focusing on just making things that would get them attention. So they were doing a lot of stuff like that they knew would get media reports. They also went after like the Warhammer 40k community when they saw that was popping off. And they were complaining about some characters being depicted as having like fur coats or something. They that's clearly not an ethical priority for them, but they just knew it would get, media attention. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Here with you, Lex. Is it possible, in your opinion, to sit down in a room with Putin and Zelensky and bring this great meat-grinder war to an end? I certainly hope so. The scale of death, the death toll alone is unfathomable. Sometimes I wonder if an alien were to land on planet Earth, could it mediate between the Russian and Ukrainian leader?
Yeah, it's a very strange line of questioning. I don't see why an alien would want to do it. But nor do I see why an alien would be qualified to do it.
But can't we just get people who are at war with each other to sit down and love each other so we can create a kinder world for each other?
That would be a very rosy way of looking at it, but as of mid-2025, I don't see it.
I wonder if aliens will be happy about Donald Trump's tariffs.
And I must say that you've got a very strange infatuation with aliens. I don't get it.
Your new book on death cults in democracies about the future of civilizations. Did you consider writing a chapter about the future of alien civilization?
It never crossed my mind, but you never know, perhaps for the next book. I've written about stranger things.
Well, that's a good impression.
You know that things are desperate in the White House when this is the statement that Donald Trump issues publicly. He took to Twitter writing, "This is the hand of the man that the Democrats feel should be brought back to the United States because he is such a fine and innocent person. They said he is not a member of MS-13, even though he's got MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles, and two highly respected courts found that he is a member of MS."
Those are clearly not tattoos, and that was photoshopped on. What?
MS-13, beat up his wife, etc. I was elected to take bad people out of the United States, among other things. I must be allowed to do my job, make America great again. And then he posted a photo of Abrego Garcia's hand showing 4 symbols and MS-13 above them. Now, there are 2 ways to read this, both of them absolute works of fiction. One is to look at MS-13 as if Trump is trying to pass off those letters and numbers as if they're on Garcia's hand. They're not. They were added onto this image after the fact. In fact, here's a photo from El Salvadorian dictator Nayib Bukele's own Twitter account from just a few days ago showing Garcia's hand with no MS-13 tattoos, meaning Trump is straight up gaslighting the people who follow him. But
that was clearly added on after the fact. It wasn't even a good Photoshop job. What the fuck?
Let's give a more generous interpretation, which of course Donald Trump does not deserve, but humor me here. Let's say those letters and numbers were never intended.
Fine and incarnate person, he is the little Antichrist.
Yeah. Oh my god. Dude. I mean, there's no way even the president should be able to get away with lying about somebody like this. It's just outrageous. We're just so fucked. He literally, who gave him that photo, by the way? What the fuck is going on? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
By the way, communism does work. You'll be in a classless system where everybody gets their fair share and there's no competition. It's liberating all human beings from every form of oppression. You're telling me you're not against that? It's not fascism, lol.
Yeah, that's why every communist country has done so well. Thanks for the donation, Ebony Gandalf.
To look like a tattoo, but rather are there to signify what the symbols beneath them actually mean. First of all,
Dodo Donatella's Dr. Avi's boy. Yeah, really. Dude, imagine if Dr. Avi got locked up and got sent to a fucking prison in South America. I wonder what he'd think about voting for Trump at that point. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Trump knows full well that people are going to look at the image that he posted. They're going to look at the letters MS and the numbers 13 and think that those letters and numbers are a tattoo. And yet he doesn't care if his post is misleading because the whole point here is to mislead. But regardless, let's look at the symbols that MS-13 are supposed to characterize. A cannabis leaf, a smiley face, a cross, and a skull. Certainly seems spooky and mysterious, only Small problem, there is literally zero indication that any of those obscure symbols represent MS-13. You want to know why? Because this is what members of MS-13 get tattooed onto them. They're not looking for cute little symbols because they literally have no qualms about writing MS-13. And sometimes it's really big. I don't know about you, but I'm not exactly seeing a whole lot of discretion and subtlety when it comes to the tattoo habits of these gang members. These guys aren't putting tiny bunny rabbits and pizza slices on their fingers. It is giant fucking letters and numbers that literally just say MS-13. In a decade, its history, crime, symbolism, cruelty, pacts with Salvadoran governments, I wrote a book about it. Never ever did any of the hundreds of sources I spoke to say anything that would allow us to believe Trump's strange interpretation of tattoos. In other words, the actual tattoo.
After we get out.
So he's still trying to defy the Supreme Court order. Dude, this is just fucked. Like, outrageous insanity.
Is quite.
Yeah, I'm considering getting a pendulum squat rather than a leg press. I'm not sure if,
I can answer that Dr. Avi would regret ever voting for Trump and rightfully see him for the anti-cursed that he is.
Yeah, I mean, if he was in a situation like that, yeah, he probably would regret it and be like, oh, well, oops. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, I'm considering getting a lever squat machine rather than a leg press. It's like a few possible advantages. I've never actually used a lever squat. The one thing is you don't need as many weight plates, which would be kind of nice. I wouldn't have to buy any more weight plates. It is cheaper than a lot of the leg presses that I'm looking at. And possibly it might actually just give me better quad growth, like, you know, just quad activation.
Possibly the most underrated lower body machine in the entire world. This one here is one of the cheapest on the market. There's probably cheaper ones, but I would say this is like a value option. It's from Temple of Gains. I've tried a few of their pieces. They're a newer company.
No, it's different than a hack squat. A hack squat has more axial loading, so it's a little easier on your low back.
And they are constantly trying to make updates based upon feedback.
No, Avi's Israeli. Jewish.
Pendulum squat. This is actually their version 2. Their version 1 I don't think they had out for very long. They're a newer company, but basically they're actually taking feedback from reviews and also people that are using it and improving them. And this, like where it's at right now, is actually based on all that feedback, which is pretty cool. Now,
So
pendulum squat, the original is the Paramount Total Leg. I would actually say that the Paramount series of total machines, like the total arm, total shoulder, total back, if you can find it, total leg, those sorts of machines are some of the most underrated machines in the world, especially for home gyms. If you've never heard of them, look them up. I'd actually like to do a video on basically all those. They are amazing what they can do, how many different movements for the space they take up. But I don't think they work really well. Features, and I would say even some better features than the original, and has some better features than some of the most expensive pendulum squats that are on the market. You kind of have a hierarchy of like your best pendulums, or at least most expensive. You have like your Atlantis, you have your Predator Strength. I actually have one of those on the way, where basically they partnered with Kaz from Inwin Education, and they have something that honestly this has some features from, and it's like an features from a lot of those, even their like most expensive versions. Example, Atlantis, they have their basic pendulum squat. It's like $6,000. And then you can buy the pro version, which is like $2,000 more, that features an adjustable platform. It's ridiculous. This one has that built in. The Predator Strength platform has a movable on linear bearing guide rods platform that goes forward and back. So basically you can adjust it for whatever body type you have. It's very pricey. It's also like better quality obviously than this, but this has that feature, the ability to go forward and back. So, and they're offering it at a price that honestly is in just a completely different price realm than all of those, with one of the most expensive parts for all those machines is the price. On shipping, this one has free shipping. One thing I think a lot of people are thinking through, especially when they're adding machines to their gym, is how much can I do with it? How effective is it? And how much space is it going to take up? This one is very effective. It only does one exercise though, which is a little bit annoying. You could maybe kind of do some calf raises, but honestly, calf raises on a pendulum aren't that great, especially compared to leg press or hack squat. And it takes up a lot of space. So the reason you would have this piece is because you love building the quads. There isn't a better exercise, I think, for building the quads in a machine than the pendulum squat. They feel amazing. The weight offloads in the bottom and it gets heavier as you come up. You can get just uber deep, like the depth you can get on this. Even people that have really poor ankle mobility, like me that played hockey my entire life, that was strapped into a Kevlar boot and literally this is as far as I can go a little farther, but I don't have much ankle mobility. You can get incredibly deep with these. So one thing you gotta think through is like, what do I want, this or a leg press or hack squat or a combo leg press hack squat? Personally, like just before I like tell you what I think it's this one specifically is personally, I think I would rather have one of these than a leg press and a hack squat. Like it's just that good. And a lot of the other things I could just do with a barbell. I just love a pendulum squat. This one, from the construction.
Yeah, I might get a pendulum squat.
Some kind of. Now we went over all the points about why that's not meta and why I didn't do that, but the additional layer of confusion about that comment is that no, I could very well have a very interesting conversation and chit-chat conversation with him because in the role that he's playing, he might have very more relevant characteristics to play that role than someone who's vegan. Namely, his willingness to actually engage in the conversation and answer the questions.
Yeah, cool. And look, I just want to say there's no right or wrong answer to this. I just wanted to, I just wanted to hear your take on this. So that's absolutely fine.
But I think, okay, but is there, do you, wait. But do you disagree with anything I just said? Do you disagree with the fact that, do you think I was talking about meta? Do you think I had a chit-chat conversation with him? Do you think that I shouldn't have a chit-chat conversation with him because he's harnessed? Like,
yeah, no, I completely understand. It's just that I just saw it as a, how can I put this? There was a big juxtaposition between that and your treatment of Rams, which I found to be maybe a double standard.
Why do you so I don't think that is, I definitely don't think it's a double standard.
Okay, but Abby, the point is, you're not going to really know why that is unless I kind of present my...
Sure, no, wait, but wait, yeah, why do you, wait, but wait, when you say it's a double standard, you're saying I have this principle that I'm following in one case and not another case or something.
Yeah, I maybe got the impression that because Shadow Starshine has piece of shit views on animals, I would have expected you to grill him more. Whereas with Rams, Rams does not have piece of shit views on animals, and you kind of grill him.
Right, so that's not a principle so that's not a principle I accept. Like I don't.
Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Wow. Look at them scooping up that water. Oh my God, they scoop up the water. Oh my God, that's amazing. Did you had this Titantron toy as a kid? No, never had that.
Entering the Titantron!
I was never into wrestling, so I never had this as a kid. I never had a crossbow as a kid either, but I did have a recurve bow. I also had a longbow. Hey, what the fuck is this? Shit. That would be a nice tool to have for home defense if you can't get a firearm. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Accept the principle that if someone has shit views on animals, in all contexts, I'm just going to grill them on their piece of shit views on animals. And if someone, nor do I accept the principle that if someone doesn't have piece of shit views on animals, I'm going to not grill them.
Cool.
Like,
yeah, I mean,
if there's not a double standard, I don't accept that view. I don't like.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking. As I said, there's no right or wrong answer here. I'm talking about from my perspective. Obviously, I would speak to Rams very respectfully, whereas if
I know what you
was
do,
on mine,
that's fine, but that's not what a double standard is. When you say double standard, like for example, if I said, all carnists need to be mocked, and all vegans, like if someone is if someone engages in carnism, they need to be mocked, and then I'm mocking a vegan, but not mocking a carnist. Like that would be a double standard because I adhere to some principle in one case and not the other. But
okay, yeah, sure,
that's not what's happening. Like I'm not. That's just not a principle I accept.
Yeah.
And
okay.
by the way, if Shadow Starshine did what Martins did, I would treat him the same way. Like if Shadow Starshine just started talking about a view that I brought to light and refused to engage in a conversation with me about it, yeah, I would view that as a pretty shit move, and I would treat him essentially the same way.
Okay, fair enough. Good to hear that you'd be consistent there. Right, are you happy to let me lay out my reasoning to why I think Rams is deserving of an apology?
If we have settled everything about your comment, so if we agree on the following things, number one, I did not have a friendly chit chat like this. The characterization of the conversation with Shadow Starshine was just off. That wasn't a friendly chit chat. Number two, we weren't talking about meta. Number three, my view is not necessarily that there is anything wrong with talking about meta. It depends on the context. Number four, straw rolling. Like this is like the fact that one is being, one is not is just not really relevant to me or not that relevant to me about the nature of the conversation, the role of the conversationalist. And number five, that there's no double standard that I have. It's just I would treat Shadow Starshine the same way if he did with Dave Ramsey. If we agree on all of that.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's fine. I agree. I guess maybe I should rephrase it to you have a weird standard of respect.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, weird standard of respect? What is
that? Well, I think that Rams hadn't done anything in any way that was bad or disrespectful. And I think you and Isaac treated him as if he did.
Okay. So wait, by weird, but then by weird, do you just mean different than your standard, or do you mean
definitely different from my standard and different from the vast majority of people?
Oh, well, that's an empirical lesson. I don't see. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think a lot of people would take what Martins did as, at least from my standpoint. I have an opposite intuition. I think a lot of people would take what he did as to be very disrespectful.
Yeah, no, I personally don't know anyone outside of that Discord server. To be honest, I think that it's.
Wait, what? Hold on, what?
No, there's no one I know who would think that what Rams.
Okay, well but that's just among the people you know, so that's not really very persuasive to me. What is your okay? Well, let me ask you then. Like, what is your try to? I want you to try to put yourself in my shoes then. Like, why do you think I viewed what Martins did was disrespectful? Rams. Sorry. See, I told you this event is not even in my mind. I don't remember his Rams. Like, why do you think I took what Rams did was disrespectful and not just disrespectful, but like intellectually gross and viewed it deserving of pressure? Like, why do you think that is?
Yeah, I have no idea, because to me this would just be the most trivial thing ever. If Rams did I mean, I wouldn't even treat someone like that, even if they'd fucking done a cool.
What is your understanding of?
I wouldn't treat an intersectional like that. I wouldn't treat a non-vegan like that. Like for you and I, Rams like that for me is just crazy, mate.
What is your understanding of what happened?
Oh, I know. I'll lay out the scenario that what happened. All right, so Abby, look, I think the best way for you to reflect on this.
Wait, what? No, what is the? Answer the question. What is your understanding of what happened? I want to make sure we have the facts, like we agree on what happened at least.
Well, I'm going to say what happened by using an analogy.
I know. I want you to just say what. I don't want you to do that. Okay. I want you to just say what your understanding of what happened.
Okay, yeah. Rams was in the server talking to Nick.
No, before that.
Rams had made a video just talking about your view.
Mm-hmm.
He then privated the video.
What did he say in that video?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you think he just talked about the view? Like, oh, he has this view?
Yes.
Oh, that's all he did. He said just Avi has this view, and that's it.
Yeah, I think so.
No, that's not what happened.
What happened?
No, he talked negatively about the view.
And then privated the video.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, I understand he privated the video. I don't care. I understand he privated the video. I'm not disputing that.
So maybe he thought it was a bad idea. I don't know. Maybe he just thought, this is maybe not something that we need to.
No. But this is very important now, because now I understand. Now we're not on the same page of what even happened. Because
I know what happened next, and to be honest,
I don't
it doesn't matter what Rams did in his fucking video, mate. You don't do that, bro. You don't fucking brigade a server with Isaac, start calling Rams scum and a coward and a bitch, start trying to pressure him into a conversation that he doesn't want to have, recording it in front of an audience of people to humiliate him. That's bullshit, dude.
So I view that there are certain contexts where that is completely appropriate, and it depends on what the background context is of what happened before. And apparently, you may have the view.
Rams was like claiming you're not vegan if you promote the idea of culling carnivorous animals and shit like that. Then when Avi and Ask Yourself were debating him on it, he didn't have an argument, was obfuscating like fucking crazy. And then he ended up like privating the fucking whole video about it, and he just like ran away from the whole conversation after talking so much shit.
Where there's nothing that could happen prior that would warrant such treatment, and I don't have that value. I think there are certain things that could happen prior that would warrant such treatment, namely the thing that happened. I think making a video like that after I bring a view to light and shit talking, make a video shit talk the view, I would want to have a conversation with a person like that. And
Jigsaw $20 couldn't even imagine being a soldier in Afghan during the early 2000s. They def had balls. Let me see.
That shit was close, dude.
Hunter, what's going on right now?
We're getting shot at by single shot Freddy.
Who's that?
I have a feeling he's a blind Afghan man somewhere between the ages of 60 and 75 years old. And he likes to scare the shit out of us with these single shots that he takes. We've been getting real close, so we're all hiding right now.
How come you think he's blind?
Well, because he hasn't hit anything yet.
Dude, are they unhinged? Like, they're trying to... Buddy, this isn't a fucking Indian train car. Oh my god. Dude. You have to be out of your fucking mind to try to hang on here when a plane's taking off. Holy shit.
So I got a little bit of movement in the little tertiary valley to the left. And there's movement up there? There's 3 dudes. They hit the vehicle. Why? Huh. So you're good luck trying to Whoa. Son of a bitch. It's just right through us, sir, right here.
Everything you shot?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, still warm. Still warm. We got a bunch of these that we were just shot at by the enemy from that hillside. This is a disc around, a little over 12 millimeter diameter round, very deadly when it hits you. Let's get it out!
Dude, that's nuts.
Quick your neck, get that bitch hot. And then watch me. Hey, I'll either go up, left, right, or back. Up higher. Fire away. He's still too low! Oh, nice. Good shot.
Yeah. One person is injured now. One person's injured.
One person injured.
He's okay, but his legs hurt.
Okay.
They're reporting everything's okay right now.
Good. It's not going to be okay. They don't know what's about to hit them. Right there.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, good hit. That'll teach me to shoot at my soldiers.
Get fucked.
Involved. They see
close enough to you.
Holy shit. I'm still considering joining the military soon. You probably don't want to, dude. Everybody I know who's joined the military, they've said it's basically like fucking prison. I think there's some people who, you know, that kind of career is like good for, suitable for them, but like most people don't like it. Thanks for the donation though, Jigsaw.
So many villains in the Middle East.
Yeah, there are. Quite a few. Thanks for the donation, Dodo, but at least they all get blown up eventually.
And I expect them to have a conversation about it. And
do you not think you went about it in the wrong way?
At this point, definitely not. At this point, everything that's happened has very much...
Oh my god, dude. Last fucking chance. You're fucking... Next time, you're fucking banned.
Confirmed that that I probably went about it as good as I could have, actually. Because, yeah, I mean, everything that I've seen has just shown the most scummy, intellectually dishonest cowardice.
See, the scummy cowardice.
Yeah.
What is this, man? What a way
that's my view.
Yes, trivial bullshit.
My view. That's my view. I'm giving you my view.
Yeah, and
my view is like there are certain characteristics that I I still say this without any personal like for the role of wanting a person for the role of discourse about philosophical topics. I view that behavior of if I ever I'm trying to think, imagine if I ever did this. Like if I ever just made a video about someone's view and just talked about it the way I did, and someone's trying to converse with me about that view. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't imagine. Like if I ever get to the point where I just try to avoid the conversation the way he did, like please shoot me or something. Like holy shit, I would view myself as just like that's just.
Avi, if
I can't imagine me behaving that way. Yeah.
If I did that to you, I would owe you an apology. If you did what Rams allegedly did, and then I did to you what you and Isaac did to
no,
me,
I think I would owe you an apology.
Why would you owe him?
All right, so we just have different. We have different. Yeah, I guess we just have different values then. So yeah, no, I view, in my view, there. The onus is on the person who made that sort of public statement about The View, if I make a public statement about someone's view and the person wants to discuss it with me, and I refuse to discuss it with them, I view that as an incredibly intellectually shitty thing to do. And I would view myself worthy of being viewed as an incredibly shitty intellectual person, like from an intellectual standpoint. It's cowardice, intellectual cowardice.
Jalen, don't tell us, would you enjoy a turtle as a pet? They eat mostly plant-based already, I believe. I think they can be friends with cats or indifferent if larger. I really like turtles. I've actually met a lot of wild painted turtles. Painted turtles seem to be really nice and friendly. So, yeah, I mean, they seem like nice pets. I don't know if I'd actually want to take care of them, though. I'm not sure how high maintenance they are and how much effort it takes to take care of them. But turtles and tortoises, I do really like them as animals. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Culling carnivores is fucking retarded, but unfortunately so is David Roms.
Well, at least we agree on one thing. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Like, I mean, at least make an argument, you know?
And I would fully expect someone to try and, especially the person who pioneered The View, to aggressively try to discuss that with me if I did some kind of video like that. Yeah, I mean, I would be the one, on my view, it would be me who's the one that owes that person an apology for being a piece of shit.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, that just...
Oh. Hey, Gum Gum. How's my little kitty? How's my little kitty doing? Oh my goodness. Yes, come sit on my lap. Come get nice and comfy. Oh, that's a nice kitty. Oh, that's a good cat. Oh my goodness. You're so big. Oh, that's a nice kitty. Oh, God. Oh, this is a good cat. Do you like Sphinx cats? Yeah, I like Sphinx cats. Oh, Gummy, you're so beautiful. I love you so much. He's purring.
Baffles me, mate. But as I say, I'm not here to persuade you otherwise. I just wanted to kind of represent the case and see if you would...
by the way, I still have nothing. I'm still happy to, be friends with. I'm sure, I could still see myself being I never was friends with him, but I could see myself being friends with him. Again, that's just a different role. As long as he stays out of I wouldn't have the relationship with him about anything that would require him not being an intellectual coward, him not being someone who would engage in that shitty behavior. For example, if he would just, be a friend in my life or something, okay, it's a different role. Maybe he could be a good friend of mine. I don't know. I don't have anything against him personally in that regard. It's just what the role he's playing. If the role he's playing is someone who's involved in discourse on intellectual matters and related to veganism and whatnot, and he's playing the role, if he's going to play the role of someone who's going to, publicize these things, and I view him as, someone who is lacking a very important characteristic to do that, namely the willingness to engage with those who disagree with him on those kind of topics that he's talking about.
But let's say, for the sake of argument, that, I don't know, someone who has views I disagree with, like an intersectional vegan maybe, let's use, I don't know, Catherine Klein as an example, who I've debated a few times before. Let's say she's on Discord having a conversation with someone about setting up a debate with a non-vegan.
Jalen Donatello's, does Gum Gum like fruit? He has tried to steal grapes and blackberries from me before, so he might. I know he likes tofu. He does try to steal my tofu. Thanks for the donation, though, Jalen.
Vegan. And then out of nowhere, and completely without her prior consent or knowledge, me and Rams and about 100 others just brigade the server, and I start trying to press her into a conversation she doesn't want to have, in front of a bunch of people and everything being recorded. And let's say Catherine politely requests to me that she wishes not to have this conversation, that she's aware of the fact people are paying for her blood and wanting to see her get humiliated in front of an audience. And then rather than take her polite refusal seriously, I not only keep pressing her to have the conversation, but just downplay her valid concerns about this by just saying, oh, you can...
Yeah, so my view would be the same. It's just, my view is that, the response, in terms of the immediacy, the one view, response that I would accept to not have that conversation, because I do believe a conversation is owed when someone does this, just to be clear. I believe that there is someone who owes a conversation to someone. Like if I call out someone else's view, like if someone like and they're coming to me to talk about their view, like I view that I owe them a conversation. So when I owe someone a conversation, the one way the acceptable form of me not having that conversation is to say, listen, I'm doing something else right now. However, I will give you a conversation. We can schedule that at a later time. And if Ram said,
which is what Ram did, mate. He said,
no, he did not.
Yes, he did. Listen to it back. He said
did
he'd
not.
agree to a private conversation with you.
No, I don't say I owe them. Wait, my view is that no, I didn't. It doesn't even have to be. That's not my view either. It just have to be. I didn't say what I would accept is that. Oh, I will only accept the conversation in private. You could, if they want it public, I'm happy to owe them a public conversation. I made a public video about them.
And then private it.
Okay, well then I'll make a public discussion about that.
Why does anyone owe you a public discussion, Abby? Why?
Yes, because
Sengoku donated $2. Let me see. Well, Rams made a public video about it, so what the fuck is he talking about?
To see more of college, go to fucking school.
Really?
It is incredibly important.
Wow.
If I could give one piece of advice, it would be to study more.
It's the opportunity cost of wasting 4 years in a school that you...
Like turtles and tortoises, VG will then let's just say you're going to hate this.
A local wildlife veterinarian has an unusual plea to the public tonight, urging people not to paint gopher tortoises, as right now he is working to clean bright pink paint off a tortoise that was dropped off by animal control.
This is going to be quite a task to remove this.
This is the first of several days it will take Dr. Leonard Fox to clean bright pink paint off of a gopher tortoise dropped off at the Animal Hospital of Westport St. Lucie this week.
Let's try it like this. How's that?
Something that looks potentially
poor
harmless but has
turd.
dangerous health effects on the endangered and protected species.
It's very harmful for the tortoises. Predators can find a pink tortoise very easily, so it could become, food.
It also blocks sunlight, causing vitamin deficiencies.
A gopher tortoise could actually freeze to death.
Dr. Fox says he's concerned because this isn't a first for him.
So I was like, well, here's another one.
And it's not always easy to find who is responsible for doing this, which FWC says is a crime. This in 2016, and in 2018.
People who are doing this need to be shot to death. I don't care. If somebody's doing this, they really should just be shot to death. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yeah, because you're being told what to do, and you're not thinking for yourself.
Yeah, welcome to every job in the world. Being told what to do and not thinking for yourself. How many jobs do you give you the
Yes, learn to be a fucking slave to the system.
creativity? You're not going to be in a Facebook.
But look at both of us. Both of us are in a very creative field.
We're
not
like the
told what to
1%
do.
of the 1%ers, though.
But
not
who's
everybody
to
can
say
be.
you can't do that.
Reality. Most people can't.
At your college, you're not earning anything for 4 years.
The whole point about college is you're doing an investment in yourself. You take on some early debt to increase your lifetime earnings potential.
Destiny has a stupid opinion on this. Going into debt for school in no way guarantees that you're going to be making more money. Unless you're going into STEM or legal, you are not going to be guaranteed to make any money. So that is just fucking idiotic.
For a lot of people, life just works better on rails. It sounds so mean because we have like the dream job of, oh, you're your own boss. But there are people who, if you throw them into the wind, they are lost. When you're 18, it's the only time in your life where you get to exclusively study, not have to worry about working a job, taking care of a family. And if you want to not do the college thing, but I think you have to have a really good idea of what you want to do as an alternative.
Most people don't go to college, and most people have a job and make a living.
It's better to wander aimlessly in college than it is to wander aimlessly outside of college.
What would you like to...
Yes, it's much better to go into debt first before you start working. Like, just idiotic. Yeah, that's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Why? Because if you make a public, no, I don't. If I would view it that I owe them a public conversation if they wanted it to be a public conversation, because I publicly talked about their view and I want the public to see where things stand. I don't give a fuck if I privated my video after. Like after the damage is done. No.
And let's say, Avi, in this analogy,
Wait, just to make my view clear. Just to make my view very clear. So my view is that I would owe them a conversation. If they wanted that to be a public conversation, I would owe them that as well. And the acceptable form of response would be, yes, I owe you a conversation about that because I should talk your view publicly. I'm right now.
You're making it like it's personal about you, Abby.
No, it's not. No, it's
very much not.
I don't care about whether I should talk this view. Whether it's again, I don't know what you mean. I don't care if you think it's personal or not.
You're acting like it's a diss track.
Whatever it, I don't care. I don't listen. I know it's
make it personal about you.
That's another layer of confusion. It's a very annoying intellectual thing for me. But I don't take that as a personal slight against me. I take that as a slight against the view, and I care about that. And so yes, I owe the pioneer of the view a conversation. And if they want that to be a public conversation, I would view it as I owe them that as well. Now, the appropriate response, if I did not want to have the conversation right there, would be to acknowledge, I would acknowledge, yes, I owe you a conversation. We can have that conversation. If you want that to be a public conversation, we can have that as well, because I did shit talk your view. Not you, I didn't shit talk you, but I did shit talk your view. And so I owe you the public conversation or private conversation, but I can't have it right this second. However, I'm happy to schedule a public conversation or private conversation at a later time. If that was the response, I would have accepted that.
So why not? Why didn't you just go about it in a more respectful manner, like just message Ram?
Oh, I didn't think. Yeah, I did not. Because once that. No, I wanted to because my suspicion, and it turned out to be correct, was that the person was not going to engage in a public conversation. The person was not going to do that, and I was correct in that suspicion. And the person, again, it could just be a good radar that I have for like cowardly sleazeball behavior, but it turned out to all be correct. So if that's the case, I want it to be known that this is what's happening. What's happening is there's an individual who's shit talking my view, and
he wasn't. I need to just stop you here. He wasn't shit talking any view.
Well, yeah, he was.
What did he say? What was so bad about what he said?
So I can't it's a private video now, so I can't reproduce it word for word. But he was saying things about the view that were, of course, negative and stupid to say about the view, because and I don't even think had a good understanding of the view based on, again, I don't remember the word for word 4 years ago at this point, but I did watch it, and my impression from watching that video was, yes, that would be very well characterized as shit talking the view. And so, given that I had the impression that he should talk my view from watching that video, my approach was to show people that this is what's happening. Someone is shit talking my view, and is refusing, not just at a later time, refusing to have the conversation publicly so that everyone can see him get pressed on what he said in the first place about my view.
Now, okay, let's say, in my Catherine Klein analogy here, or name any intersectional you want, let's say they had publicly quote-unquote shit-talked my view. Yeah. Do you think it would still be appropriate behaviour for, while I'm pressuring Catherine or whoever it is into the conversation, for Rams to be in the live chat going, scum, coward, and then come in and just say, why are we allowing this behaviour? Can we put a mute on the retard?
Yeah,
coward, you're going to run like a little bitch, you fucking coward. Do you think that is appropriate behaviour?
If they respond in that way, yeah.
Yes. Dodo Donatello, sadly, it's become a trend in Florida to spray paint wild tortoises.
Opposing animal cruelty, the target here, federally protected gopher tortoises.
I've seen a lot of evil, is what I would call it.
Chris Porter with the Alice's painted, moved, or
stuff on, it just...
They report the cruelty.
Dude, these people are just scumbags. Yep, they really need to just let you shoot these fuckers. It's the United States, too. Like, you're supposed to be able to shoot people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yes, absolutely. I would want to live in a world where more people treat people who shit talk views they clearly don't understand and then cowardly run away from engaging with it like that. I want that behavior to be shamed. Yes.
You would genuinely find it ethical for Rams.
I would find it unethical. I would almost find it unethical to not do that. Yeah.
To tell Catherine Klein you're going to run away like a little bitch.
Yes. Yes.
All right, well, there's not much more we can say, I guess, Abby. But look, thanks very much for having this chat. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, again, I say all this, like, again, like I don't have. I'm happy to talk to Rams. Like, I'm happy to. I don't have anything personal against him with all of this. Like, but I do think I do want. Yes, again, I want to live in a world where people do incentivize or disincentivize certain behaviors. Yes, that brutally. Because I view certain behaviors to be that bad, in terms of like the role playing, again, for the sake of that role. So I'm always again, like, I think people, I don't think people really understand the way I'm operating. It's just, I do think what David Rams did was intellectually really shitty. I think it was grimy, scummy, everything like that. I think it was deserving of shame, deserving of mockery. But other than that, I don't really see anything bad about him. Well, maybe I do and don't know, like that. Well,
that was stupid.
Agrees. Sugar's terrible for you. Okay, I'll just have to come out swinging.
Food is bad for you. You think that vegetables are bad for you. The thing with sugar, it's not bad for you if you're exercising and you burn it off. If you're not eating any calorie surplus and you're active, sugar can actually be good. I just raced 90 minutes on a bike. 90 minutes! It's a lot of racing. Not slow, not zone 2 cardio, the easy cardio that I suggest everyone does. Hard cardio with sprints, going to the max to failure. Do you really think I should just be eating a steak or maybe some whole eggs or maybe a salad, something super healthy? Or do you think sugar could be a benefit? Imagine you're going for a 3-hour bike ride. Do you really think you're going to sit there and eat an egg while you're riding your bike? Or or do you not want sugar? Sugar is beneficial. It's good for you if you need it. Problem is people eat too much. They're eating highly palatable foods, sugar combined with fats, for example, Haagen-Dazs, and they wonder why it's bad. It's not the sugar that's inherently bad. It's the fact that you're eating in a calorie surplus. That's making...
No. So there's no association between sugar consumption and ill health outcomes as long as it's under 10% of daily calories. So if it's over 10% of daily calories, that's when you start seeing some of these associations, even when calories are controlled for. So it, like, the dose makes the poison kind of thing. Just because you can maintain a healthy body fat percentage and you're exercising, it doesn't mean your dietary choices are good for you. So it depends on how much of your diet is composed of sugar. And it also depends on what the source of the sugar is. Like, if you're eating fruit, that's fine. If you're literally just eating processed sugar, that's not good for you, especially when you're talking about over 10% of daily calories. And he's conflating two different issues here. You may get performance-enhancing benefits from consuming higher amounts of processed sugar when you're doing these long durations of intense exercise. That doesn't mean the sugar's good for you. It's good for the athletic benefits, but it doesn't mean you're benefiting from eating sugar from a health and longevity standpoint.
Making you fat. I don't care where the food comes from. It could be from steak and whole eggs and salmon, all healthy. If you're eating too much of that, you're going to get fat. If you're in a calorie deficit and you're eating mostly sugar, you're still going to lose weight.
How do I say this without coming off cocky?
Just tell it like it is, Dr. Mike. Don't worry if you're coming off cocky.
Almost all scientists say that sugar is totally fine.
In the actual research, it's clear. Sugar is okay. There's no evidence to say if you eat sugar, you're going to get fat and it's horrible for you. Have you ever looked at what's inside of a blueberry or a strawberry, for example?
That's not what they're talking about when they're talking about processed sugar.
Apple, berries, we all know those are healthy. There's sugar. There's sugar in fruit.
Yes, there's sugar in fruit. That doesn't mean fruit is sugar.
You really think fruit is...
This is like saying water is good for you. There's water in all food, therefore all food is good for you. Like that, it's just stupid.
Bad for you. Do you really think that having a Honeycrisp apple or a Spartan is going to somehow make you fatter than last time? That guys, girls out there who are 400 pounds, they got that way from eating too many free...
Okay, so he's not able to actually, you know, have any kind of coherent thoughts because he just conflates so many things together. Let me see. Let's watch some more Blaha mints. I think he has one other video we didn't see.
That's me. Can fix it for you. On the line.
Oh no. I think we saw all of them, unfortunately. Fuck.
To Elon Musk. It's starting to happen. The tech billionaire, meme troll, self-declared free speech warrior is now under federal investigation, not by one agency, but multiple. First, you've got the SEC, which has filed a lawsuit against Musk for failing to make timely disclosures regarding his acquisition of Twitter stock in 2022. Now, according to the SEC, Musk crossed owning 5% of Twitter March 14th, 2022. He didn't file the disclosure until April 4th. And that delay allowed him to buy additional shares at artificially low prices, saving $150 million, while other investors were selling their shares with no knowledge of the fact that Elon Musk had this stake. You're not allowed to do that. That's now under federal investigation. Number two, the GAO. That's the Government Accountability Office. This is like the congressional watchdog. They are launching an investigation into recent changes at the SEC, particularly those that were influenced by Doge, meaning, in a way, by Elon Musk himself. This probe comes after concerns were raised about staff reductions, consolidation of operations, curtailing enforcement powers at the SEC, and all of it is part of this broader effort under Trump and Musk to just shrink, downsize, and neuter the federal government. That's number two. And then in addition to all of that, number three, the GAO is auditing DOJ's activities within various federal agencies, including the Department of Labor, Education, Treasury, and Social Security Administration. And that audit is focusing on whether DOJ adhered to privacy and security regulations, as well as the fact that many of its operatives have direct connections right back to Elon Musk's businesses. They have no experience running anything government related. And that's raising alarms about the fact that they were all given access to these critical systems. And then finally, as if all of that were not enough, Senator Jeanne Shaheen has introduced legislation aimed at preventing conflicts of interest by banning government contracts and grants to companies owned by special government employees. That's exactly what Elon Musk is. This is clearly designed to go right after Elon Musk, who has this dual role as top government advisor who holds the purse strings all of a sudden, and the CEO of companies like SpaceX and Tesla that deal directly with the government in many ways. Now, I want to caution people in the audience, before you get too excited, Elon's not going to jail. This is not a perp walk. This is little aspects of the government very politely asking one of the richest men in the world, maybe consider following some of the rules if you feel like it. And the truth is that these investigations are important, but we've seen this show before. Musk ignored a judge's order to testify in this same SEC case for months. Zero consequences. He's violated past SEC settlements. He's mocked the agency publicly, and he kept right on cashing the government checks for those contracts with his companies. And it's the same idea as with Trump. The rules don't apply to him the way they apply to anybody else. And unless someone is going to forcefully make him play by the rules, he's not going to. Trump doesn't do it, and neither does Elon Musk. In a functioning democracy, none of this would.
Elon Musk needs to go to jail. Very, very high likelihood he's working with Putin to basically give sensitive data to Russia. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. That made me want to have an epileptic seizure. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Let's talk about a contradiction in the Bible and how people go about trying to rationalize it away. Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion, and I want to talk about the death of Judas, which is a story that is recounted in Matthew chapter 27, verses 3 through 10, as well as in Acts chapter 1, in verse 18. Now, in the story in Matthew, the point is to try to show that these events fulfill a prophecy that the author says comes from the book of Jeremiah. But the prophecy they describe is not found anywhere at all in the Hebrew Bible. One little constituent element of it is found in Zechariah 11, verses 12 and 13. Other constituent elements are found in Jeremiah 18 or in Jeremiah 32. But there are elements that are not found anywhere, and the precise configuration of these elements in the prophecy that the author of the Gospel of Matthew reports is nowhere in the Hebrew Bible. But the main elements of the story of Judas's death that I want to talk about are, one, the fact that Judas was paid 30 pieces of silver. The amount was very important. That Judas threw the silver into the temple, and that the high priest took the silver, and because it was blood money, they could not put it into the treasury, so they went and bought the potter's field in which to bury foreigners. And because it was purchased with blood money, it was known as the field of blood. And then Judas went and hanged himself. And there's nothing anywhere in Matthew that associates wherever Judas went to take his own life with the field that was purchased with the blood money. Now, when we go to Acts chapter 1, we have a different telling of this. It is quite brief. Judas acquired a field. He was in the field. He fell headlong on the ground, burst open onto the field. For that reason, everybody referred to that field as the field of blood. Here we have a very different story. To begin, the number of pieces of silver is never mentioned. Judas is the one who purchased the field. And the way the narrative advances, it must have taken place before his death. We have aorist verbs that are part of past time narrative sequence. This happened, then this happened, then this happened. The field had been acquired by Judas prior to his death. There's no hanging mentioned anywhere. He falls headlong or head first, bursts open, and then the field is called the field of blood because his blood burst out all over it. That's a very different telling. Now, most folks who try to rationalize away this contradiction will say that, oh, he hanged himself and then he fell and burst open on the field. Now, the head first, headlong thing, that's kind of significant.
In the black community, double the amount of black women have kids compared to men. Wouldn't that validate the red pill view that women are only attracted to a small pool of men? Because that statistic would indicate they're having kids with multiple men.
It takes 2 people to have a baby. So what are you talking about? These women aren't... Oh, wait. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying black women have a disproportionate amount of kids with, like, only a few people. So, like, most black dudes will only have, like, 1 kid, but then, like, or no kids, but then there's, like, a few dudes who might have, like, several kids with their partner. Like, I don't know if that really says anything. I don't know if that statistic really says anything about women having a preference to certain men. It just says that certain men have more kids with, you know, a certain subset of women. That's all it really says. Like, yeah, just some people just have more children with one partner. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
And it's hard to account for that. If somebody has hanged themselves and either is dead or is just close to death and the rope breaks, they just crumple to the ground. They don't fall head first or headlong. And so you could imagine a scenario in which a big gust of wind swings the body wide and the tree branch breaks or the rope breaks, and then he flips and lands head first on the ground and explodes everywhere. Sure, you can imagine a scenario like that. It's certainly not in evidence. It certainly should have been shared if that's part of the narrative, but that's not in evidence. That is concocting a way for the stories to be harmonized. And this is a big part of trying to rationalize away contradictions. In order to do this, you first need to start from the notion that a contradiction does not exist unless it is physically, literally, logically impossible for 2 different things to be harmonized or reconciled. You have to start with that. And that's not really a salient conceptualization of the concept of contradictions. Really, there just needs to be disagreement, incongruity, which need not extend all the way to physical impossibility. So this is a very narrow, very kind of philosophical conceptualization of contradiction. And it is necessary to assert that, because all you can do in ginning up all these scenarios that are not in evidence to try to harmonize things is basically to say it's not impossible. I have this tiniest little sliver of not impossible, and that's where I'm going to live and breathe and have my being. Because when you look...
Can I just call you Abdul?
Muhammad Hijab's marriage scandal exposed. Secret wife speaks out.
Yeah. Okay, I'm Hussein. Okay, Abdul, listen. We're not talking about people. Allah says nobody can write anything like the Quran, but Satan's words are in the Quran.
Welcome back to Exodus 2:14. Today we're gonna listen to Aisha, the friends with benefits individual that had a relationship with Muhammad Hijab, the biggest Islamic apologist. And she's going to talk about her experience with him and the false promise he made concerning wanting and willing to marry her and making her his second or third wife. Of course, we all know it was a lie. All he wanted was the benefits, so friends with benefits in a halal way. And you see what happens when people play the game and try to be all religiously orthodox and be like zealots. They end up being the biggest hypocrites of them all. Just let's listen to this.
The story of my marriage to Muhammad Hijab and how his actions that he claimed are permissible by Allah have completely destroyed my life. Told me, I am not like your ex-husband. Whatever you see on social media, don't worry, because I'm very good as a husband. Further to that, he was pushing the idea and reassuring me that I'm going to...
Kid boot only $2.
About this, that often I date younger men. And a lot of it is because...
Let's stop on that, folks.
Oh my God, we had a
Several
great dinner.
snaps on that
We
one.
had a great dinner, by the way, where across the table, your husband goes, but why? And I said, well, maybe because I can.
Yes, Harish. This is what I'm saying.
Who is that? Is that Barack Obama's wife? Why does she look so much like Barack Obama's wife?
Tales from Tracy's.
Yeah. That's Barack Obama's wife?
It's fun. It's very fun to share.
but-
Tracy Tale.
But
you date a younger I'm sorry.
But one of the
younger man.
reasons, though, that because I had to ask myself that question, I was like, what is this about?
Yeah.
Because I want a partner. And so often, and it's not just that I'm older, I'm also very embodied. I am a full, very whole person who knows.
So she said she often dates younger men. She stated that a lot of men her age are steeped in toxic masculinity. So she prefers to date younger, less experienced men because she can probably manipulate them easier.
Knows myself, who is in charge of my life, and who lives a very full, just robust life. So it's not just.
Yeah,
but a lot of men.
She has like a fucked up haircut now.
My age are steeped in a toxic masculinity and have been raised in a culture where there is a particular way that a relationship looks. And anything that starts to smell of.
Yeah, so they got a point. When men complain about older women being like fucking annoying, nagging constantly, being complete fucking cunts, unrealistic standards, this and that, and then they date younger women. Oh, you're trying to take advantage of younger women, groomer, but then when she does it, nobody cares.
That for me, I did enough of it where I was controlled and felt like I was a possession or whatever those things were, or prize and I have no interest in it, and I will not do it again. But a lot of.
This doesn't even bother me because I actually agree with her reasoning. Age often equates to more life experience, more trauma, and reinforce negative behavioral norms, vices, and an inability or willingness to change. Just want the double standards and selective bias outrage we apply across genders to end, because when a man does this, it's automatically seen as an act of control, influence, or a lack of maturity to date. There's an ownage group, yeah. She dates younger men because they're more accepting of what she wants to do. Toxic masculinity only becomes an issue when women want to rebel. Right.
Same thing.
Said what a lot of men say. She doesn't want to deal with the annoyances that come with dating a man her age and would rather date a younger man with fewer issues. Men do the same thing, but that's called grooming. I'm just glad I'm younger than Tracy. Yeah, it's silly. Like, again, all this, like, these double standards, there's a reason why there's a focus on men doing this shit, and it's Marxist ideology. So men are attacked more because men just are more capable, okay? Like, we're physically stronger, we're more willing to work and make money. Like, again, I've said this before, like, even in jobs and shit where, like, physical strength isn't a benefit, men are just more competitive. There's more of a need for men to win. Like, that's why there's no women who can compete against male chess champions. It's because women do not want to go to the level where they're able to compete with the male chess champions. They could, they're just unwilling to because they don't have that competitive drive. So men will always just outwork, out-earn, out-compete fucking women. And like, people who have this Marxist ideology know this. So every opportunity they can, take to shame men, they'll take it, because when they try to take away a man, like, they need to create like this egalitarian society, right? And in order to do that, they need to take away, like, a man's power. So when men don't want to deal with like some of the bullshit that older women have going on, again, it's just another way of trying to level the fucking playing field so women don't need to compete. Nobody needs to compete. And they can get ahead by bringing, some of the more successful people down. That's why that double standard exists. So when women date younger men, oh yeah, you go girl, you can do that, boss babe bullshit. When men do that, oh, groomer, pedophile, rapist, taking advantage. That's why you only ever see when men do the same thing, it's only men who get criticized, because like, men are the ones that you need to compete with. They're the ones who can actually get ahead, and they just always try to bring men down because, again, they're the ones who are going to outcompete you and win. So it's just fucking stupid. But yeah, the trick is to not give a shit what other people think. Like, again, as long as you're not doing something immoral, breaking the law, who fucking cares what like whiny babies online say? If you want to date a chick who's younger, like early 20s or something, and you're like 40, because those women are just more palatable to you, like they don't have some like bullshit going on, go for it. People can complain all they want.
Some dumbass feminazis called me a groomer when they found out I was with a 24-year-old. I'm 35.
Yeah. Again. Like I said, dude, it's all because they know men have an advantage and they just want to make it easier for them by cutting other people down. So why would, like, again, if you're an older woman who's 35 and you have to compete with 24-year-olds, how do you do that? Well, you shame men for dating, 25-year-olds when you're 35. Now you don't have to compete anymore. So just cut everyone down when they're better than you, then you don't have to compete anymore, and you can get ahead by just cutting down the competition. It's just Marxist ideology run amok. Like, that's what the whole wage gap thing is about. Again, men are more competitive. We just want to fucking get ahead. Women don't. They won't work as hard. They won't work as many fucking hours. They won't study as much. They won't learn as much because they just don't have that competitive drive. And then they just complain about this wage gap thing so that, oh, well, let's just give you more money. Let's just not hire men. Let's just focus on hiring women and elevating women and giving them more money than they deserve, just to even things out, make everything egalitarian, ignoring the fact that what's happening is fair. You're just not willing to put in the work and effort that men are. So, yeah. But, again, the way around this is just stop listening to what these fucking losers say. Winners win. Don't let anybody shame you for fucking winning. You know? Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade. Neck Hurt donated $2. I would not want that on my dash.
No, I'm not a racist. I am the least racist person you have ever interviewed. That I can tell you.
Yeah, sure. The sun is racist, confirmed. The fuck was that?
Country in the world. Like if you had to guess the cleanest country.
I gotta say India.
India?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yep.
And street food videos.
Bro, those are all just like media stuff, fake news, bro. I've been there. It's clean as hell.
No, India is not clean as hell. Thanks for the donation, Neck Hurt.
To be very happy with him. Reassured me so many times, and he's going to be taking care of everything. I am excited. I'm excited. I am happy. I'm gonna have kids. And I was ready to have children. All of a sudden, he stopped everything. He said, I think the best thing for me to do for you right now is that I wouldn't go ahead with this marriage. I was confused, especially after he opened up about his feelings. I tried to get explanations from him, but he didn't give me any reply. So we stopped contact. After like 8 months, he contacted me again. He apologized and said, I couldn't go ahead with the marriage last time because I had personal reasons. I am back. I am here now. Let's go ahead with this. I am ready. Don't worry. We're going to go ahead with this time. Let's just make things quick. And he was rushing up the process. He said, I am not ready. I'm not able to go and meet your dad in person for personal reasons. And I trusted him. He said, let's do this over Zoom. It's actually halal. And you just have to convince your dad. But he told me I'm not ready to show my face. I was confused. After the nikah, Muhammad Hijab wanted a sex marriage. He wanted a hotel marriage. But he didn't stop there. There was more to come. He told me, listen, just act like a girlfriend. We're going to have like a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship.
Like, how does it make any sense? Everything that I'm hearing right now coming out of her testimony or personal experience with Mohammed Hijab sounds like the complete opposite of what Sharia law permits. And what I'm saying is basically that there is no thing as dating, there is no thing as boyfriend and girlfriend, there is no thing as friends with benefits, there is no thing such a thing as one-night stands. These are all things that Islam in general in the West, specifically Salafi, Sunni Islam, Orthodox Islam, points and looks at the West and says the reason why the West is in decay is because of all this filth, this filthy Kufarian behavior, right? I think everybody can agree with me on that. That's always the first thing they will do is point a finger and tell.
Well, look, if Muhammad Hijab was serious about this whole Islam thing, he wouldn't live in the UK. He would move to some shithole Middle Eastern country, right? So he doesn't really believe in Islam. He's taken up this whole Islamic grift because it gets him money and fame. There's like these benefits it gives him, and that's what he's after. He's just a fucking grifter.
Tell everybody, look, this filth, this behavior is why the West is crumbling. This is why Christianity is dying. That's why Islam is superior, because we still abide.
Sengoku donated $2. Warning, this will make you lose your mind.
Hearing that men want peace, but what they really want is silence. They don't want someone that challenges them. They don't want someone that speaks up. They don't want someone that disrupts their comfort. Okay? So at the end of the day, there's a lot of men who say they want peace, but in reality, they just want you to shut the fuck up.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive. So, I mean, If you're starting bullshit fights about fucking nothing, yes, they want you to shut the fuck up. And they also want peace, because you shutting the fuck up will create peace. These women are so neurotic that they think any fucking bullshit they fight about is worth anything and is in any way constructive. So yeah, it's just entitlement kind of fucking behavior. But, you know, there's a reason why these women are single. So they can keep playing that game, and then they'll be lonely single ladies. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
And live by the laws given by Allah, right? And by his final messenger. So it shows that, once again, hypocrisy at its finest, that people that want to proclaim to be zealots, want to proclaim to be the most favored, the most blessed, the chosen ones in the West through the religion of Islam, are the worst.
Funny you mention the wage gap, since there are women I work with that are entitled and believe that they deserve more when they don't deserve it. I'm one of the few workers that's getting a 5% raise, and they're not lol after a market analysis HR at my work did.
That's funny. Here's something women do too. They're way worse at stress management. So the amount of work a man can do before getting stressed out, not being able to handle it, is higher than a woman's. So, like, their tolerance for work is much higher. So then these women end up getting a distorted picture of, like, how much they should really be earning just on the basis of how they feel about the work they're doing. They don't actually look and see if anyone else is being more productive than them and how they rank in the hierarchy of, like, productivity. So, oh man, this is so hard, I can't handle it. I deserve more, but they're actually less productive than all the other employees. So they're just deranged and whatever. Like, again, they can complain about whatever the fuck they want, not get a raise, stay broke, and, you know, not get anywhere. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Hypocrites they can never be, because it's a typical thing. You want to live both sides. You want to show the world that you're true to your religion.
No, there won't be single dudes, or at least not single in the way they care about, because what ends up happening is there's just competition, right? So women will just compete for the men they want. And there's a lot of dudes who do casual dating, so no, it doesn't really create a problem.
True to
it's much more of a problem for women than it is for men.
The deen, but at the same time, you want to live like a secular individual, a secular person that isn't religious at all. But that's something people aren't allowed to know. But as we all know, sooner or later, the truth will come to light. Reality will show that whatever you've been doing behind closed after
Why are you don't worry, it's
time Ramadan.
Don't worry, it's halal. We're married now. You're going to get used to this situation. It's halal, there is nothing wrong with it. Why are you making things difficult? Don't worry, I'm going to try not to get you pregnant. This is a real relationship. I'm going to keep this like this for the rest of our life. I told him, are you going to change this for what you promised me at a later time? He said, no. This arrangement works the best for me, and I have no intention of changing it. As soon as he said that, I asked for divorce. He confirmed that he had no intention of paying the bills or the rent. He said, you didn't ask me for that when we were getting married. He said that he just wanted to have full discretion. Everything is up to him. He will never change the hotel, ever. He will never speak to my family, ever. He's not going to be paying for anything. And we're not going to have kids. Not going to be taking care of my daughter. Nothing. We're never going to have a home. He started threatening me as well, to silence me openly. He was like, listen, if you're going to expose this, I can get away with it. I can say anything as an excuse. and you're not gonna get nothing from that. No one is gonna have pity on you. Women will not, men will not. I can give any excuse. I can tell them I was sexually not satisfied. In fact, I don't even have to give any excuse whatsoever. I gave you a mahr. There were 2 witnesses. That's it. Done. It was sealed. I'm safe. I never ever imagined these kind of actions would come from him. Ever. Anyone.
Dude, this woman has to be such a stupid fucking bitch to, like, you have to be a dumb bitch, just period, to marry a Muslim man. If you're fucking Muslim or raised Muslim in the UK, and you can either date men within your culture or date men outside of your culture, like, you are fucking stupid if you get into a relationship with a Muslim man, period. And it gets to an even, like, dumber level. Like, you're talking about triple S plus tier stupid when not only are you trying to date and marry a Muslim man, but that Muslim man happens to be Muhammad Hijab. Like, this woman is a fucking idiot. And, like, again, she's the one who got fooled. Like, who's being stupid here, right? Like, is the scammer the idiot or the person who got scammed the idiot? Like, yeah, the person who got scammed is the fucking idiot. Only idiots get taken advantage of like this. Like, this guy has such a fucking reputation online. Everyone knows he's, like, one of the most Weasley, lying, dishonest fucking scumbags. The fact that she's like, oh my god, I had no idea you'd act like this. Like, you're dumb. I don't know what to fucking tell you. Like, it's funny how people have experiences like this, and then they still want to get married to Muslim men. Like, is this not a wake-up call to you that your religion is fucking stupid and the men who are part of your religion are, like, some of the most scummy, fucking manipulative, misogynist, fucking retarded assholes on the fucking planet? Like, that's not a wake-up call. And, bro, I mean, Muhammad Hijab. I don't know what this chick looks like. Like, if Muhammad Hijab is, like, trying to suppress this chick and not have her, like, come out publicly and he's kind of ashamed, like, maybe she's fat and ugly or something. But assuming she's decent looking, you've got this, like, fucking overweight fuck who looks like he belongs in a fucking zoo. Like, the guy looks like a fucking overweight baboon. And then you've got how many other fucking men of different ethnicities that are in shape? Like, right. Gee, of all the men in the UK you could fucking date that are better looking, better shape, who aren't fucking Muslim, you date the fucking overweight Muslim fucking baboon who has a reputation for fucking lying like this. These women are fucking insane. So I have some level of sympathy. Like, it's not her fault she's a retard, but, like, you're still retarded.
You are right about women not being good at stress management. Lol, here I am as a nihilist and stoic that has the it is what it is and it doesn't matter mentality when stressful situations pop up, and the same women bitch, whine, and complain about everything. Lol.
Yeah. And usually what they're complaining about is fucking horseshit. Like, again, women are neurotic as fuck. Like, very rarely do you ever come across issues that are that big of a deal, and then they just complain about fucking everything they can. So, yeah, they can complain all they want, but it won't get them anywhere. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
But not him. So he followed a list of Islamic rulings, as he claims, and nothing of what he did was actually haram. It's Islamically all right to give false promises to a woman you intend to get married to. You're Islamically not obliged to fulfill those promises. You are not obliged Islamically to speak to your in-laws. You don't even have to ask for their blessings after the nikah and congratulations. It's Islamically okay to live in a hotel. The husband can go to wherever he wants with his wife. He's not obliged to pay for anything. He's not obliged to provide because I didn't need provision. It's Islamically okay not to have kids.
You can really tell, you can really see that they completely live on a different planet. They live in a different world, they live different dimension in the way they operate and think from both sides in this situation. Regardless, if you agree that she is or has become the victim of his lustful desire, friendly, it's for people that really is. Instead of
Watch this, you fucking faggot retard. Check it out, bloodka, fuck nigga bitch.
Like that pussy nigga Tom G right there, Grandma. You strapped?
Yeah,
you strapped?
you know I stay strapped.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm gonna pull up on this nigga right now, Grandma. Handle your business now.
Yeah.
Handle your business.
Damn nigga.
Yo.
What's that knife for, nigga?
Like that.
I wish more drive-by shootings were like that. Thanks for the donation, fuck nigga.
continue believing in something like that.
Sahaba used to avoid having kids. It's Islamically okay to keep everything secret, to preserve the marriage, even if you are to show up in the hotel separately and come out from it separately. You destroyed my life. I had dawah projects. I was working with 10 sisters. I was doing my dawah work. I was taking care of myself. I was ready to get married to a real man, someone who's really going to be caring for me and my daughter. I wanted to have kids. I had ambition. I had emotions. I had love. I had trust. I had belief. You destroyed absolutely everything. You took away my health. You took away everything from me.
What's wrong with you people, man? Shame on you. You people are sick. Shame on you, Mohammed Hijab, and all those who support somebody like this guy.
So basically, that was it. So,
yeah, that is.
Look, she brings up
that
her
is
dad.
Actually fucked.
She brings up her dad, and he says, "I shall call him. I'm going to call your dad and send him all the evidence and get them translated and let him decide whether you agreed to the sex marriage or not."
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In this video, we're going to be looking at Mohammed Hijab and his accuser, a woman who goes by the name of Aisha, who was supposedly a woman whom he married in a misyar marriage, which is a marriage where the woman gets less rights than usual, if you can believe it. According to her, she tried to handle this privately. She went to people she knows. Apparently, this included Ali Dawah, the legendary Ali Dawah, but he didn't help her. In fact, he pushed her away, and he's proud of that. Mohammed Hijab tried to brush these accusations away by simply claiming that they have no evidence. If there was evidence, there would be text messages that she would go public with, but she hasn't gone public with these text messages, hence they can't exist, hence what she's saying is false. Mohammed Hijab explicitly rejected the idea that he was ever married to this woman. There was no marriage. She is a stalker. She is obsessed with him.
I'm convinced Mohammed Hijab is a narcissist. He is in love with himself. He has edited debates he has posted on his channel to remove mistakes he made. Oh, and it is also halal to beat your wives.
Well, yeah. Clearly. He is. That's undeniable. The guy is a complete scumbag, and I mean, again, like I said, he doesn't really believe in Islam, because if he did, he wouldn't be doing this shit. It's just, like, this is the whole fucking point of a religion at this point. Like, it's not about creating a better society or anything. It's all about people using religion to get ahead in some way and control other people. Like, you see this in the Christian faith with this whole explosion of these mega churches and these, pastors asking for donations because the donations are going to get them, like, good with God. And then they have these retired elderly people, like, sending them, like, $100, $200 when they get their fucking pension checks in, and they all become fucking billionaires. Same with, like, all this Islamic bullshit, all these Islamic apologist grifters online. They're all just using it to get fucking money. Like, look at this fucking jackass here. This motherfucker set up a, what was it, a GoFundMe or something for $50,000, claiming he's in debt, never mentioned why he's in debt, what the debt is from, how he intends to pay it back, what he's going to do with the money. Like, all these people are just trying to scam everyone and get fucking money. And that's what all this shit is. And again, as soon as Islam becomes inconvenient for these people, or Christianity or anything becomes inconvenient, well, what do you see happening? They're fucking cheating on their wives. They're like having gay sex and trying to hide it. They're fucking random fucking bitches left and right. So they don't believe in what they're saying. They're just using religion as a means to get ahead and take advantage of stupid people who will give them money. Thanks for the donation, though, Masashi Blade.
She's making this up, and she's not. Well, it's how Muhammad responded to this accusation that came from this woman named Aisha. But, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a bit of a reveal, which it turns out Aisha did have text messages and has now publicly released them. So let's have a look at these text messages. Just so you know, this video I'm about to show you is from... Actually, where is this from? Yeah, it's from Apologetics Roadshow, David Wood's channel, so you can watch the full video there. I will link it in the description down below.
Oh, you see. And so I have to say, I've gone through some of these, and really looks like he's granting that there was a marriage here. So there was a misunderstanding on the terms, and it ended. You must trust in God to be able to recover. You will. Don't lose hope in the mercy of Allah. You have notes on the side there. I think those are by Behind the Veils or...
Fuck nigga, donate $2. Dude, dogs are just so smart. Dogs are great. I fucking love dogs. I love how they can outsmart you like that. Thanks for the donation, fuck nigga.
Whoever posted this. Attempt to ensure there is no traceability of any communication. Do you see the little note at the top? So-and-so uses a default timer for disappearing messages in new chats. New messages will disappear from this chat 24 hours after they're sent, except when kept. Tap to set your own default timer. So you can manage to keep them somehow. But let's see.
So this straight away sets off red flags for me. This to me is pretty concrete evidence that whoever this person is talking to, supposedly this is Muhammad Hijab, they turned on disappearing messages in WhatsApp, which in of itself is fine. But when you combine that with a man...
Exactly. Religion attracts people who crave power the same way people attract those types of people. It's just a way for people to attain some sort of power and self-righteousness.
I said close them doors. Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors. It's 1,000 that's watching online. This is a small seed. If I get 1,000 online to give this, if I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this, that's $40,000 tonight. Now, everyone up here, we've all sold and seeded, but I need everyone standing up here with us, with me, to plant a seed of $100. Because again, it costs to sit up here. And this is what I need you to do. If you're giving electronically, or even if you're giving tangibly, I'm gonna have y'all come to the altar and give it, because I need to see 1,000 people moving. Bring them baskets. I want the baskets up here. I want to see the folk. Y'all start moving. Y'all can bring it right now. Come. 1,000 people need to give $20. 1,000 people need to give $20. 1,000 people online.
It is so transparently obvious that these people are just lying, grifting scumbags, and only... Like, again, I've said this before. If you are religious and you believe in God, you are dumber. There is a special kind of stupid that only exists in these religious spaces that will be fooled by this crap. And yeah, scammers have figured it out. They found out, oh, all the dumb people who are willing to give up their money are here. So yeah, like, it's just people taking advantage of fucking idiots. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
And who's accused of doing some very impious activities, shall we say, by having this super secret second wife to whom it was a mishya marriage. He wasn't going to pay for her accommodation, he wasn't going to give her a place to stay, he wasn't going to pay her bills, he wasn't going to do any of the things a normal husband would do. She's basically just going to be a side chick. In fact, I think even that's actually pretty generous as to what he was asking of her. I think it's more like someone he would just have sex with. Trying to keep this family friendly, which is definitely not what hijab was doing. And remember, he said this woman, Aisha, would not be able to show evidence because she has no text messages, because he never had this supposed marriage, this mishya marriage, with this woman. I think that's because he was hoping that these messages would be deleted, that they would be gone off WhatsApp, she would have no way of getting them back, and therefore she would have no evidence, so he can accuse her of having no evidence, and it makes it look good for him because he can produce his side of the story, but she can't produce her side of the story. But it turns out she took screenshots. So she's a very clever young woman. She took screenshots of this to make sure she would have a trace of this, since she's apparently been going to different people in the Islamic community trying to get help for, I think, about 2 years now. And it seems that she hasn't managed to find many people who would help her. And now she's going public with it and bringing this to light to bring Muhammad Hijab accountable for, in all honesty, degrading this woman in one of the worst ways you can do so. She has a kid, by the way. She's a divorced woman who has a child already. If this is true, Muhammad Hijab has brought nothing but shame to everyone in this.
She said, I don't want you to text me again, please. You have completely destroyed my life, every aspect of it, and so on. So, haha, Muhammad Hijab is talking to her, and she's saying she doesn't want to hear from him anymore. If that were reversed, that would be taken as, you see, this proves that she's a psycho stalker. Let's see. I'm looking at the notes on the side to kind of see what these messages are. Aisha defending her right to seek counsel and help from Shayuk after being manipulated, sheikhs, after being manipulated and deceived in the marriage. And he's going after her for contacting a sheikh and asking about the situation. And she says, what happened was atrocious, and the impact that it had on my health, both physically and mentally, is big. I think I should have the right to ask for fatwa or help. I still suffered in silence for many months without talking to anyone. I did not talk about you by name and details to anyone other than Muhammad. So that's the sheikh that they were talking about. I used a fake Facebook profile and asked Hamza Tortis to address the topic of the red pill many months ago. I didn't mention anything about you. So he's complaining, how dare you talk to Hamza Tortis? She's saying, I didn't mention you. I didn't mention you. And she said, I didn't share much details with Ali. I used a fake profile and didn't mention your name. How dare you talk about...
So now she's implicating two people here. There's Hamza Tortis. Hamza Tortis? I think that's how you say it. It's either Hamza... Did you pronounce the T? Hamza Tortis? Hamza Tortis? That guy is implicated here as someone that she reached out for help. And supposedly she didn't even mention that it was Muhammad that she's referring to. She would just describe the scenario and just not give a name to who she's describing. She likewise did the same with Ali. I think eventually Ali did find out it was Muhammad Hijab she's referring to, and Muhammad Hijab presumably told Ali to stop talking with this woman. I think Ali actually made a video with her, which got taken down, presumably because Muhammad Hijab found out about it and thought it hits a little too close to home. So that video got destroyed pretty quick.
About me behind my back, and she's pointing out...
talk to Hamza Tortis.
Let's see. He later apologizes, saying that this was a lie in order to shake you off. So this is when he started insulting her. Some of these... I don't think these are in order. We had different expectations of the marriage, and the divorce was mutual. Wait a minute. So that's from Muhammad Hijab. We had different expectations of the marriage, and the divorce was mutual. What marriage, Hijab?
Wait a minute. What marriage?
Yeah.
Exactly. What marriage? Given what Muhammad Hijab is replying to her with, it definitely seems like A, these people know each other, B, there's some history between them, C, they're not on speaking terms, but also D, they had a relationship together that seems to have been a marriage, and they seem to have now been divorced. Everything so far is collaborating her side of the story and completely nuking the idea that Muhammad Hijab didn't even, barely knew this woman. No, it turns out he seems to be agreeing that yes, there was a marriage and yes, they got divorced.
What marriage?
What marriage? I thought there was none. So how would you divorce if there was no marriage and she's just a stalker? And then look what he does here. He tries to look at what he does. We had different expectations of the marriage and the divorce was mutual. I didn't find you attractive. Later on he says that wasn't true.
Wow.
He's trying to degrade her so that she feels terrible about herself. And that she won't feel like she's worth anything. So she won't want to stand up to him because she'll think, "Oh, I'm just worthless. I'm just not worth it." Awful behavior. I didn't find you attractive after we were intimate. You are Mughith and I am Barira. That's the hadith about a woman. They were both slaves, and then she got freed, and then her husband was still a slave, and she didn't want to be with him anymore. Because she wasn't really attracted to him, and so he says, "Only I don't remember Mughith being this hostile."
Muhammad Hijab says a pretty heartless and filthy thing, really. He says, "I don't find you attractive after we were intimate." So congratulations, Muhammad Hijab. If this is true, you've just confirmed that you were intimate, you were married. I don't care what your relationship is now with this woman. If you don't want to talk to her, you just don't talk to her. I find it so weird. It's like he's obviously not wanting this conversation, but he's refusing to just leave it. He feels like he has to have the last word, or he has to say something. It's like, bro, you can just ignore her. You know, one of the great things about technology is that it has an off switch. You can just switch it off. You don't need to reply to this woman who's obviously very upset at something you've done.
Let's see. Manipulating the conversation and gaslighting Aisha to make her believe that she agreed and wanted a hotel marriage. So we agreed you will leave the iddah to play out because you felt like a prostitute. So he knows she felt like a prostitute. She told him, "I feel like a prostitute."
Superman donates $2. This shows that most personal trainers don't know jack shit about how to properly train people, in my view.
Jumping in, jumping out. So start, now inside, there we go, 1, 2.
This does absolutely nothing. So for one thing, there's no point in doing these sorts of plyometric exercises with somebody who can't squat roughly twice their body weight. Secondly, there's also no point in doing weighted plyometrics. They have no benefit.
Come on. 3, good. 4, 5, now do that.
Sheets.
Let's go. 1, 2.
That is absolutely pointless. Why? Like, what does this do?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. We're about talking about this style of training. You ain't gotta be doing all of this. You ain't gotta be doing all. Hey, it's different ways to train people. And this is the way she always loved it. She wanna do combinations of training, compound training, hit training. So some of y'all be getting in these
This is literally training nothing. Why? So first of all, I don't know why she's on this platform. She's not getting a deeper range of motion. Secondly, like, these weights are clearly too light for her to get a benefit from doing a deadlift or a squat.
missing all that shit. You ain't gotta be doing all that. Who at? I'm just keeping 1,000. I train people how they want to be trained. I train people off what they need to be trained off of. So, oh yeah, like I said, these are burners right here. That short stroke.
Like, lunges are fine. I don't know what this is.
It's a motherfucker. That short stroke. It's a motherfucker. That's the motherfucking burn. Good shit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What number you on?
7.
Come on. Yeah. Come on. Eat and good shit. Let's eat. 1. Come on. 2. Come on.
There is no benefit whatsoever to doing weighted plyometrics. There's just no reason to do that.
3. Come on. 4. 5.
He is just getting her to do stupid shit just for the sake of exercise. Like, I can understand, making, training fun for somebody and maybe not necessarily doing anything that's productive towards some sort of athletic goal, but just general health and fitness. But I mean, there's no point to doing weighted plyometrics.
6.
Like, he could make her jump around and stuff like that and do it safer and get, like, a calorie burn and work some cardio and stuff, but, like, this is just nonsense.
7. 8.
Yeah, most trainers are just... They just get people to do random shit. Thanks for the donation, Superman.
If we just got this hotel marriage. You felt like a prostitute after agreeing to the hotel discretion agreement. The lesson is be careful what you agree to. Divorce is halal, and I have given you a mahar, so I don't have anything to answer for anymore. I have nothing to answer for in treating you like a prostitute, making you feel this way.
That is exactly the term that I used in my last video, which you can totally check out. Links in the corner, if I remember to actually put the link on YouTube. Please remind me in the comments if I forget. But that's exactly the term I used to describe this. I said, look, it's kind of like you treated her like a prostitute, because in this Misyar marriage, this Islamic marriage, where a man marries a woman, his first, second, third, or fourth wife, doesn't give her the same kind of rights, but it's much more degrading, in all honesty. And she supposedly accepts this. If his whole purpose is just to go meet her for casual sex in a hotel, and that's it, that's all the point of this relationship is, it seems like he's made her into a prostitute. And she uses that same term because, man, like, if you just think about it, that's what it is. That's what he's doing to her. And that's incredibly low and disgusting behavior from anyone, let alone supposedly a pious Muslim. But let's be real here, we knew Muhammad Hijab wasn't pious a long time ago.
And then this is weird. Look what he says, because now he's saying that she's a complete lunatic and can't be trusted. Look what he says here. Look, you are a good woman. I actually respect you. You have many nice traits. Let me give you a gentle reminder that we are both Muslim people. We have rights over one another of respect. Please refrain from these kinds of messages of pure disrespect and accusation. I know you're hurt, but this is not the way.
In other words, please just leave me alone. I've gotten away with having sex with you with pretty much no consequences. So please just go about your life. I don't want to play this game anymore because I've won the game, I got what I wanted, and now I just want to leave.
Let me tell you something. That message, this is very common by Muhammad Hijab. He does this very commonly in an attempt to manipulate people or to intimidate people, to be patronizing. But he does this very often in hopes that he will actually intimidate the other side into or give this fake sense of mutual respect and compassion and whatever to make the other side do what he wants them to do. He actually, funnily enough, tried the very same thing to me in messages, upon which I just coldly rejected him. So he does this whole thing. Look, I actually feel like you are good and so on, and here's my advice for you. This is the kind of messaging that I've seen him message to people, including to me and others in the past.
By the way, that is a higher level manipulation tactic. I don't know if he knows what he's doing, but the sort of bare, 101 stuff is praising people when they do what you want. So rewarding people, and then you punish people when they don't do what you want. So that's the basic level stuff.
Demon Cunt donated to others. Apostate prophet became a Christian after being atheist. Also, you're a pussy for being afraid to say how much you make. Fuck you. Happy Easter. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt. And yeah, like, I mean, it's a grift. I don't know how serious Apostate Prophet is about being Christian, but it's pretty obvious that, especially considering his audience, he knows very well he has a big Christian audience, especially doing the show with David Wood. So I think there was a financial incentive in this decision to claim he's Christian. And he clearly doesn't have any big personal issues with Christianity because, you know, the Christian religion has been reformed. So it's like, okay, you believe in Jesus, and that's really all there is to it. It's not like you have to kill anybody or murder anyone's kids. You can kind of have whatever political beliefs you want and be Christian and not have to be a dickhead. So if it makes him more money and he doesn't have to change his lifestyle around in any way, it seems more likely that he just made a cynical decision to claim he's Christian so he can get a bigger audience, make more money than, oh, I see Jesus now. Christianity is true. Thanks for the donation, though, Demon Cunt.
But you also have a higher level, which is intermittent reinforcement. So you have positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, and punishment. And then you have intermittent reinforcement, in which you will heap abuse on people. Then you'll praise them about.
Sengoku donate $2. All you have to do is prioritizing compound movements followed by a couple isolation exercises and make sure you're progressing in weights and reps. All the plyometrics, calisthenic stuff is bullshit. I think it's because women are scared of being bulky. There's a few reasons why trainers do the stupid shit. One is they fundamentally don't know how to train. And two, it has to do with certain expectations or preconceived notions that some of their clientele have. So yeah, if you're training women, they have this dumbass idea that, oh, I'm gonna become too bulky if I lift weights. So rather than having to like go into detail about like what reasonable expectations they can have when they do weight training, okay, well, let's just jump around and do jumping jacks and do some butthole clenching exercises and horseshit like that. And there's probably another aspect of, well, if you train somebody in a way that works, it's very simple. Like, what works is so simple, it's like, that can't be it. I just do a bunch of exercises and increase the weight over time? That's how easy it is? So if you do a bunch of dumb shit, stupid exercises, oh, you have to go on a balance beam and then you have to jump around and, you know, do retarded monkey shit. Oh, well, that's special and unique and different and it's like really complicated. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like, it's just people don't realize how simple fitness is, and, like, yeah, simple's boring. Simple doesn't make you stand out. And when you get people to do a bunch of dumb shit that seems especially complicated, people who don't know any better, well, you know, they're more likely to train with you, right? So, yeah. There's probably a bunch of reasons, but your average person is not going to benefit at all from doing plyometrics, let alone weighted plyometrics. Nobody benefits from weighted plyometric exercises. They might want to do it because it burns calories and it's fun, and, you know, to some extent that's fine, but yeah, some of the stuff she was doing was just plain downright retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Demon Cunt donated $2. Definitely not a grift. Christians supported him even as an atheist, and he's debated Christians on God's existence prior to his conversion, inspiring philosophy in others, and first he was looking into being a Jew. Yeah, I'm not so sure, dude. Especially with the way he was talking before, this seems like a fucking grift. It could be the case that he's he's brain damaged from Islam, and because of the brain damage, he's just prone to believing in some sort of religious ideology. But it seems way more plausible that this was a cynical decision and not something that was done because he finally saw the light that a 5.5 foot tall, illiterate moron living in the desert was the son of God or some shit. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
You talk about Christianity but have not reacted to the TikTok that I've sent you. Is it because you're afraid of the truth? Is the reason why that you hate the Bible because you went through something in life and you blamed Christianity? I am sorry.
You didn't send me a TikTok. So, you didn't give me a link. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But, Christianity is just fucking stupid, dude. Unless you have some kind of empirical evidence that a 5.5 foot tall, illiterate jackass living in the desert 2,000 years ago was either the prophet of God or was the son of God, I'm not going to read some dumbass fucking story that doesn't make any sense and just believe it. So, thanks for the donation, FG, SFG, DRE. Demon Cunt Donatillers, bro, have you seen his live streams at all? Definitely not a grift. He's also said it clear before he wasn't a Christian just yet because he wasn't convinced. Why are you just salty? He's convinced of Christianity and used logic and reason to get there. Logic and reason does not get you to Christianity. Only brain damage gets you to Christianity. You need a lack of critical thinking skills in order to adopt these beliefs. Thanks for the donation, though, Demon Cunt.
Something, you'll abuse them, and then you'll be nice all of a sudden.
Demon Cunt Donatillers, bro, he is not illiterate. You literally lost the topic in your last debate with a Christian. At least be honest, dude. He wasn't illiterate, dumbass. Well, so first of all, the guy mentioned that there was some part of scripture that said he read a sermon. I don't know if the original Greek that was written in actually said he read something, or if it meant he just gave a sermon, like he spoke. Like he might have memorized something that was told to him and he spoke. So I don't know what was said in the original Greek. I'd have to look at the translation or something. And just because it was, even if it was written that he was literate, like he was able to read, I find it extremely hard to fucking believe that Jesus being literate wouldn't have had the wherewithal to consider actually writing himself. So why didn't he write anything? Why was nothing written down by Jesus and he told his disciples, copy it, spread it everywhere? Nothing was ever written by Jesus. So if he was literate and he has this amazing message that everybody needs to hear, why the fuck didn't he write anything? You're relying on only 2 people who ever met him, who ever wrote down any of their interactions with the guy, and they did this decades later. So, highly, highly plausible that the guy couldn't read and was in fact illiterate, since he never wrote anything. Thanks for the donation, though, Demon Cunt.
And that's how you actually create, over time, a form of addictive behavior. Because you don't know when the reward is coming, when you'll be treated well. And you keep trying to elicit that niceness out of the person and so on. And so you end up, so it's a longer term, higher level tactic.
I completely agree with David Wood here. I think that Mohammed Hijab is obviously very manipulative. I think he probably gets off on this kind of thing. Like, this is just how he likes to engage with people, particularly people he thinks he can treat this way because he can ultimately get away with it because his
Demon Cunt donated $2. Luke 4. He stood up to read original Greek. He wrote on the ground. John, also Jews mainly learned through oral tradition. Do research, dude. Stop using bad arguments. You look bad doing that. Then again, I'm supposed to believe this stupid story when God himself came down to earth and lacked the intelligence and wisdom to think it might be important for me myself to write down anything. Like, it's just silly. So, okay, this guy could supposedly read and write, but never wrote anything? Like, okay, so Jesus is stupid, God is dumb? Okay, he can read and write, I'll concede that. Apparently he's just lazy and stupid. Alright. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
He's got tons of scholars that will take his side no matter what because he's so far entrenched in the Islamic community that there are very few people who are willing to call him out on his own behavior. Just worth keeping this in mind as well. I think this is authentic, and I think it's authentic for many reasons. With people that are genuinely dealing with a bad relationship, you tend to find that there was a long period where that person is trying to reconcile first. They're trying to deal with it by themselves first because they actually care about this person. And although she's like saying things about him and he's saying things about her, it's quite evident she does have feelings for him still, right? Like, that's otherwise why is she engaging with these very long messages? It's because it's a sign of someone trying to work things out in their own mind because they still have these kind of feelings. He knows that, and he's manipulated that to the best of his ability.
Let's see. And then look what he says here. Look, then he goes back to abuse mode. So she's saying, Ya Allah, wallahi, I was up to this point still trying to find excuses for you. Then you start charging against me with all this. And then what's he say? Do you want a hotel marriage with Muhammad? The sheikh. In other words, hey, you just looking for another hotel marriage?
Demon Cunt donated $2. Jews who he taught had a very strong oral tradition. They could memorize entire books, words for word from the Old Testament. They would definitely remember parabolic teachings from someone they believed to be Son of God. Jews wouldn't easily forget. So he's lazy. Why bother doing the extra work when, oh, this is good enough? So God is just lazy. Okay, got it. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
She's saying, hey, look at all the stuff you did to me. And then what's he bring up? Hey, you're basically a hotel prostitute. That's what you are now. And do you want me bringing this up every time you open your mouth? Tell everyone what a hotel prostitute you are? That's how he's treating her.
It's pretty sick.
Now this is just evil. Like, look at this. He's now saying, do you want people to know you're the kind of woman that has hotel marriages? Which is the very thing he was trying to convince her to do. But now he knows it's shameful, and he knows that this is something that no woman would ever really want to be engaged with. And he's using that as a form of threat. In other words, if you keep poking me, I'm going to tell people this is what you do. Again, manipulative and not honest. And remember, whether you're Muslim or not Muslim, this is what you're dealing with when you think about Mohammed Hijab. You're not dealing with someone who has a good track record of being sincere and honest and humble. You're dealing with the exact opposite. Someone who seems to show traits of narcissism, someone who has demonstrated that they're capable of manipulating people.
Ben Overbitch, $22. Is it true that you shrink in height as you age? Yes. When's the last time you measured yourself? That's probably what happened to Jesus with spinal compression. Also, how tall do you think Rich Piano was when you met him? He was about 5'8", 5'9". I don't think he was quite 5'10". He was right around the same height as Jasmine. She's 5'8". And he might have been slightly taller. Maybe. He was also wearing like Jordan basketball shoes, so. But yeah, he was around 5'8", 5'9". He wasn't a tall dude. And his height made him look super weird. Like, he's a fairly short guy, like slightly below average height, but like with how wide the guy is and how huge his arms are, he looked fucking weird. And especially for his height, his arms were fucking ridiculous. Like, he couldn't even walk properly. If you ever saw him walk in public, just like the weight of his arms and upper body and shit, it was like weird. It was like he was walking around like a gorilla. You know, gorillas kind of lumber around in a weird way. That's basically how he walked around. But thanks for the donation, Ben.
People. And someone who shows that they have no problem with the concept of secret marriages, polygamous marriages, and mishar marriages. He has no problem with any of these. He's even helped get people married purely for the sake of having sex, knowing full well that the man will divorce the woman afterwards. And he's bragged about that. That's a video he's now taken down, but it was there and you can find it all over the internet. I think I even included it in my last video.
And look at this. And she says, was I a wife to you? OMG, what kind of question is this? And he says, do you want him to think you are the kind of woman who wants to have hotel marriages? Yes or no? Do you want that reputation? What's he doing? This is all a threat. This is all a threat. I'm going to give you a reputation as a prostitute. She says, I never accepted hotel marriage. He says, I have all the evidence to the contrary, more of it than you know. And she says, I don't mind, Muhammad. What's your next move? What do you want? But the truth is otherwise. Are you desperate? Muhammad, what are you doing? Well, he's threatening you. That's what he's doing. He's threatening you to keep your mouth shut and stop bringing this up. And she says, I'm shocked. He says, I'm shocked you went to another man for advice and so on, for trying to figure this stuff out. Yeah, so
I think they kind of skipped down through these messages quite quickly, but just something I noticed there and made me realize, according to her testimony, Muhammad Hijab's friends, like Ali Dawah and Hamza Tortsitz and so on, know about this and have known about this and have even taken steps to stop this from going public. That's interesting, right? Like, if you really think about it, because it's bold. Say Aisha is like not being truthful and just making this up. I don't think that, by the way. My personal opinion is I think she's being truthful here. It would be a weird move to claim as your witnesses the person's friends. Like, if you think about it, like, that would be something you wouldn't do, because like why would you do that? You'd claim it's someone else or something, or like someone who you have a lot of influence over, or someone that you can coerce to say what you want them to say. But no, she's saying, no, it's Ali Dawah and Hamza Tortsitz. These are the guys who had some say in this, at least, especially Ali Dawah. That tells me that, yeah, this is more reason why this is likely a true story. This is really something that happened, and she is genuinely trying to get help for this. And there are Muslim Dawah guys who are throwing her under the bus left, right, and center, taking this poor woman who has already had significant challenges in her life and making her life 10 times worse. Not only has she had to deal with, in my opinion, an abusive relationship emotionally from Muhammad Hijab, but she's now having to tolerate complete denial from people that she thought she could trust.
Flipping out because this is exposing him. Anyway, guys, we don't really need to go through any more of this. I'm sure there's some interesting stuff in here, but the main...
Wait.
What?
Look, say sorry. Say sorry, you're going to another man. Say sorry, arrogant woman, leave me alone. Yeah. Go further down here for a second. The fatwa, you're not allowed... Oh, here. Let's stay here for a second.
What?
So, is this Islamically wrong? Yes. Fatwa is not fatwa without a reason. She had no way back Islamically at the moment. You're not allowed to reveal my secrets. Look, this is very, 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 very...
That's why he's flipping out, is she actually was talking to other people, and though she was trying to keep it secret, he didn't like the idea that she's actually trying to do something about this.
Liquid Viper donators, how did you get Steam Fags working again? Also, I don't like black people. I sent in a support ticket to Streamlabs, and apparently some of the developers fixed whatever problem there was. Thanks for the donation, Liquid Viper.
And then, are you dumb? Look at that. See that? Are you dumb? When you told me you would keep it secret...
To reveal my secrets? How dare you reveal my secrets? Are you dumb?
He's complaining that she's revealing his secrets. Not gonna lie, Mohammed, it doesn't look good for you if you're complaining that this woman that supposedly you have little to nothing to do with, you're saying, please don't reveal my secrets. How dare you talk to another man about my secrets? Yeah, I have a funny feeling that Muhammad Hijab has secrets. Probably because he keeps complaining that this woman is talking about them. I think you've just dobbed yourself in there, Muhammad.
What a dumbass.
So look, now he's blaming her. Look, you made an agreement with me. You made an agreement and you broke it. So she agreed to be a secret second wife. And then she's actually revealing something about a relationship and talking to people about it. And then you broke an agreement. She says, Muhammad, I gave you my life.
And then look what comes here.
Look at this. Whether you and so what does he say? You have the traits of the hypocrites. Oh shit. Okay, I shall call him and send him all the evidence. So look, she brings up her dad. She brings up her dad and he says, I shall call him. I'm going to call your dad and send him all the evidence and get them translated and let him decide whether you agreed to the sex marriage or not. When you explicitly told me, and then she freaks out. Sex marriage?
So just when you thought Muhammad Hijab could not get any worse, he actually does, because now he's threatening to involve her dad and be honest about what they were doing to her dad, who apparently doesn't speak English, so he had to translate it for him. He just spills out how he actually sees this, and he says, look, would your dad want to know that you agreed to a sex marriage with me? Doesn't call it misyar marriage, doesn't call it even muta marriage or anything like that. He calls it what he thinks it is. It's a sex marriage. And she responds by just freaking out over the fact he called it a sex marriage, because that's exactly what you would do if you thought of it differently and you thought you had a genuine relationship with someone and this was a real marriage. If you believed that, that's how you would react to someone saying, no, it's just a sex marriage. It's just a meaningless thing that I did so I could have sex with you when I wanted to. And Muhammad Hijab obviously also has another wife. This is a polygamous thing, so, and he has kids as well. So the fact that he's bringing up her dad and threatening that, I think is classic Muhammad Hijab. Let's put it that way. It's classic Muhammad Hijab. Okay, I wanted to just show that because I think it's important that people know that Aisha did have receipts. Aisha, when talking about her inappropriate relationship with Muhammad, had receipts to prove all of the things he actually said to her were not just things from her own.
Demon Cunt Donateller's Muhammad Hijab is a PDF. If he was standing in front of you, would you knock him the fuck out? Well, no, I'm not going to just assault somebody. Also, if I could get away with it, sure, but I'm not going to just assault somebody in public for unprovoked and just go to jail. Also, you don't have to believe Christianity is true. Will you concede that it can be beneficial for society? No. Christianity is neither beneficial nor a negative. It's whatever people make out of it. There's ways of viewing Christianity and interpreting it that are highly negative. There's ways of looking at it and interpreting it that are highly positive. So there's no negativity or positivity within Christianity. It's just how people interpret it and use it. This debate you had with Inspiring Philosophy... the debate you had with Inspiring Philosophy. Well, I think there's many inherent negatives with Christianity. One, it promotes lack of critical thinking skills, seems to actually promote brain damage, a variety of things, but thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
Imagination. She was just making this up. No. She was bringing them up because they're real. She took screenshots of them. She's been in private trying to resolve this. She even went to his friends to get this resolved, who actually did initially seem to try and help her, by the way. But it looks like Muhammad Hijab intervened, at least that's what it looks like to me, that he sort of realized what was going on and said, no, Aki, get rid of that video, have nothing to do with this woman. I won't feed you any more grapes if you keep doing this. And that's how he got the video taken down. And that's how he got the people she was appealing to turn against her. This, to me, is more than enough evidence to show Muhammad Hijab did what she said he did. Something else, before I end this video, because I really want this to be a quick video. If this video is over 15 minutes, let me know in the comments and tell me I did not do my job right, because this should not have taken me this long. She, and this is actually a really good Islamic point, she challenges him to a Mubarak? Forgive me if I'm butchering that, I'm just trying to remember the name of the term off the top of my head. And in effect, it's to both appeal to Allah that whoever is lying should feel the curse of Allah. It's a way of validating in the Islamic tradition who is being truthful and who is being a liar by appealing to Allah. She has no problem challenging this to him, saying, yeah, absolutely, I want to do this, I want to make that kind of oath in front of Allah, in front of witnesses. that I am telling the truth. He doesn't want to do that. And so I read a comment on one of the videos that was like, look, always be suspicious of someone who makes that appeal, like when they're both Muslims. There's someone that makes that appeal and the other person's like, no, I'm good, I don't want to do it. That's a good point. And he's already admitted he knew this woman and he has had conversations with this woman, and now these things reveal that actually it was more than just that. They were married and they consummated the marriage and he divorced her. But if Muhammad Hijab, the pious scholar, so to speak, from Cambridge College, if he had no issue proving the validity of what he's saying, that she's a liar, then do the Mubarak, do the curse thing. It seems like the least you could do, given that the video where you have a voice changer that hides your voice has now like 60,000 views. So even your own video shows a lot of Muslims desperately want answers. Why not do this test? Why not do this Islamic test? Call on Allah to curse whoever's lying. Why not do that? If you're a pious Muslim, you should have no problem in doing that. But I don't think you will.
Yeah, no shit.
Reasons. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, just super quick video to talk about some of the things that have come out recently. Whoever Aisha is, I genuinely hope that she finds...
Dude, that is fucking hilarious. All of these fucking Muslim apologists are just crumbling, dude. Like, and you'd expect that. Like, no shit. All these people are just fucking worthless, degenerate scumbags. They're all just pathetic fucking liars, dude. Demon Cunt donated $2. You should tell Modern Day Debate for you and David Wood to debate on Christianity, if it's true or not, or if God exists. Also, how much do you make a month? I'm not telling you how much I make a month. But, I'd want to debate the problem of evil. That would be interesting. Because that cuts to the root of all those issues. I might do that. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt. Burpman, donate $2. Hey, I'm done with the burp donos. Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Burpman. SFG DRE.
So Christianity doesn't point out self-discipline, self-improving and self-control? You're just chatting at this point. As a matter of fact, what I want you to do is to react to this TikTok the whole stream, boy.
Bunch of people asking for proof that God exists. I'm about to show.
Okay, fine. This will be nice and stupid. Thanks for the donation, dude. Negard, donate $2. Yeah, everywhere on Google it says Rich Piana is 6'1". Fake height inflation nowadays, lol. Do you think if someone is 5'9.5", can they round up to 10? Maybe 5'10" is their morning height, but can you claim it? Well, if you, like, again, it's like your weight, right? Like, your weight's going to fluctuate throughout the day. You're going to weigh the least amount in the morning and weigh the most at night. So what's your real weight? So I don't have a problem with somebody weighing themselves in the morning and saying, like, I'm this weight, and they weigh more later in the day. So if we have that same standard, if they measure their height in the morning and it's that height and they might shrink by a quarter or half an inch by the end of the day, I'd say their morning height is fine. There is no fucking way Rich Piano was 6'1". No fucking chance. Like, I met him in person. You can also see the video online. Like, I'm clearly more than 2 inches taller than him. Can be a little hard to tell because Jasmine was holding the camera and it was like roughly your chest height. So you're like looking up, but you can tell very clearly I'm more than 2 inches taller than him. And he was also wearing really tall Jordan sneakers too. So like there's no way he's 6'1". There's no way he's even 6 feet. So most I could give him possibly would be 5'10". But no way in fucking hell he's 6 foot or more. Like, I could be off by an inch. Like, I'm guessing 5'8", 5'9". Maybe I'm off by an inch, 5'9", 5'10". But no chance he's 6 foot or taller. Thanks for the donation, though, Negard.
Show it to you beyond a shadow of a doubt, so that you will never again be able to say there's no proof of God, except to deny logic, reason, and reality itself. and everything in it. First things first, which god? There's a whole bunch of gods, aren't there? No, there are not. Do not let biologists tell you about mythology. They don't know. About how there's an original pantheon of gods shared the world over by all the mythologies, and that people have been deifying themselves and adding them to the list for thousands of years. Such a simple story. Which god? The Most High. The highest one at the tippy top there. Creator of heaven and earth and all the other lowercase g gods. Do men worship stars? Yeah, they're called angels. Sons of God. In the kingdom of heaven there. But let me tell you why the Most High God, his name is Jesus. If you speak English. Yahshua, if you speak Aramaic. Isa, if you speak Arabic. If you speak etc. His name means specifically, I am salvation, or I am redeemer, or God saves.
Rich claimed to be 5 feet 10 inches and 5 feet 11 inches with shoes in his videos. I used to watch the Getting Bigger by the Day videos back in the day, so I'm for sure. He never claimed to be tall. He said he was average height and acknowledged his large shoes, so you're not a liar.
Okay, so I'd probably be about right. He's probably about 5'8", 5'9". Because the shoes he wore were like big-ass Jordans a lot of the time, so that would add an inch or two. Thanks for the donation, Bertman. Appreciate it.
The word God there means I am saves, I am redeems. There's no confusion here as to world religion, mythology, or which God I am speaking about. And it is a false premise to begin with to say, well, I just believe in one less God than you do. Nah, I believe all those gods existed. I'm talking about the one at the top. Ah, but you might say, well, they deified the forces of nature. Wait till you find out scientifically what the forces of nature are in regards to celestial bodies and their effects upon the face of the earth, such as the gravitational pull of the sun and the moon upon the earth's waters and its crusts, in an intricate dance that shapes the face of the earth itself, the forces of nature. That's fundamental. People act like the forces of nature are some unknowable mystery. No, the celestial bodies in our solar system and outside of it are doing that upon the face of the earth. Did you consider that when we're worshiping stars and slaying the sun and the moon and all that? That they are themselves the forces of nature? Anyway, let's get to this proof I'm so confident about. I've already won this debate. It's just too many people have no idea what I just said. Here is absolute proof of the creator of heaven and earth, the maker of man and his redeemer. Jesus said something real simple, and I do mean efficient. He said, except a seed falls into the ground and dies, it abides alone. But if it dies, it brings forth much fruit. What was he talking about? From elementary school science books. He was simply talking about the life cycle.
So, beans prove God exists. So, beans, checkmate, atheists. Demon cunt donators then already destroyed you on the problem of evil, and the problem of evil at best just disproves, and all good God exists doesn't disprove God's existence, just low IQ. You can, so when you say the word God, it's just a word, and words are just wind. So words are just used to describe things, and if somebody says God is God because he has certain qualities, so all good, all powerful, being the two qualifiers, then if you can prove God is not all good, then there is no God, by definition. There's just some sort of entity that created the universe that might be all powerful but is not all good, but they wouldn't be a God. So you could argue for a creator in that view, but you couldn't argue for a God. You could believe in God, and your definition of God might not include being all good or all powerful. You could say dog is a god. So dogs exist, therefore God exists. Like, again, these are just words. So it depends on what qualifiers are required for their definition of God, and usually the theists that I argue with, at least two of the qualifiers would be all powerful, all good. They might add some other things like being atemporal or something, but again, if you don't have those qualifiers, most people would argue, yeah, if you can prove God doesn't have that qualifier, then he's not God. Therefore, God doesn't exist. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
Rich was cool. I don't think he would lie about something as stupid as height. Seemed like a genuine guy.
Yeah, I met him in person. He seemed pretty chill. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Dodo, $22. Where are your sunglasses? Haven't seen you wear them in a while. It's more fun to watch when you have sunglasses because you're usually more irritable and respond to trolls and stupid shit more savagely. It's funny. Well, usually when I wear them when I have like light sensitivity and I'm watching like very bright videos, but you know, they're right here. Can put them on now, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Now, what most fail to understand about this parable is that the seed is not the plant. Notice how the life cycle of the plant begins with the seed, but realize also the seed had a life cycle all its own, and that the seed is fully mature here. Started with coitus, marital relations, and an embryo that grew all the way up until it was ready to be born. Here it exists as a fully mature seed. Here it goes into the ground and dies. Cannot be the seed anymore, is done being the seed. To be born again as the plant. And
What the fuck? I don't think this would be biologically considered death. Demon Cunt donated $2. It's an internal critique to Christianity claim that God is all good. That's why people use the evil God hypothesis to challenge Christianity. It literally doesn't disprove God's existence. Hate to break it to you, Nick Gurr. Okay, well, that page you gave me is broken or something. How do you know God could exist and not be all good? What is a God? You ever seen him? Again, this is just a word. Like, people are just talking about a particular being. And if you're claiming this particular being is all good, and you can prove that's logically impossible, then the being doesn't exist. So you can make up whatever Sky Santa you want to believe in. Maybe Sky Santa's evil, maybe Sky Santa's good. But again, if I can prove to you he's not all good, and your definition of Sky Santa requires him to be all good, then your Sky Santa doesn't exist. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
Dodo, I'm glad VG is in a better mood the past few days. I hope it continues. VG is healing, it's the power of Gum Gum and not being soul drained by a witch anymore.
Yes, I'm sure that helped. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
if you'll notice, the seed is no more. The whole point of the parable being, if the seed doesn't fall into the dirt and quit being a seed, die, it can never be born again as the plant. And it's much the same with the human life cycle, of course. Once more, we see that the human life cycle begins with a fertilized egg. Before that egg gets fertilized, it's not a human. Just like plants begin as seeds, humans live a whole life cycle and come to maturity, at which point they must fall into the ground and die so they can be born again. So to be clear, in order for a human to be born on the earth, they must first go through an entire life cycle as a single-celled organism. As a fully mature cell, enter into the egg and die, can never be that single-celled organism again, has to lose that body entirely, so that it can even be a human at all. If it doesn't go into the egg and die...
None of these are considered death. So an organism can change, it doesn't mean it dies.
It doesn't get to be born again as a human. If the fully mature seed that...
Demon Cunt donate $2. Idiot, you're agreeing with me. Problem of Evil is an internal critique on Christians claiming that God is all good. However, a God that isn't all good could exist. It would disprove Christianity, not God's existence. Well, that's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is, how do we know what a God is? Again... God is just a word. Like, what exactly are we talking about? Are we just simply talking about a creator of the universe? The creator of the universe may be some highly intelligent alien that created a computer program, and we're living in a virtual reality. So, is that alien that created a virtual world that we live in that's highly sophisticated, you know, like the Matrix? Are they God? I mean, so if you believe in something with magical powers that created the universe, I don't know what to tell you. There's not really any rational reason to believe in something like that.
Cause I ain't a real man, that's what David Goggins says. Cause I got out of bed at 8 today and didn't put creatine in my fucking cornflakes. And I'm only 14, but Peterson showed me the way. Masculinity's confusing and I've been taking the lions, mate. But I don't feel like a lion. Look in the
That was very gay. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
That is at the end of its current life cycle, does not fall into the ground and die, it does not get to be born again as a plant. Able to produce mini seeds itself. Human females carry the dirt, and it's called fertility. Men carry the seed and sow the seed in the dirt. And accept a seed fall into the dirt and die.
Alright, women are dirt. Got it.
It abides alone, but if it dies, it brings forth much fruit, either as the sower of the seed or as the fertile soil that gives birth to the humans. What does this have to do with religion? Well, it's simply just the life cycle. Funny thing about it, the life cycle is merely wave function. You're born, you grow up, you get old, and you die. Here we see clearly displayed wave function. Here we see it peak and go all...
That is not a wave function.
All the way down into death, but wave function does this. It doesn't just do this, it does this right here. So sure, this is one complete life cycle for that single-celled organism that ends in death, but it's wave function. You must be born again, Jesus said. In this case...
Okay, so... Do you die again in heaven, and then get born again, then die again, born again? Like what?
The whole video he's talking about your spirit idiot and how God exists in a human spirit. OFCO atheist doesn't understand the video. It's like a toddler first learning how to say his ABCs.
No, it's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, dude.
As a human. The human life also displaying wave function. Here is the top of the wave. You can see that it declines into old age or entropy and ends in death, but it's a wave function. Does it just stop there, boys and girls? No, it does not. And that is why even though a plant which starts as a seed can be directly compared to a human life that starts as a seed, but Jesus was talking about afterlife. What happens after death? What happens to a human when...
I don't know why he's using a term like wave function. In quantum physics, wave function is a mathematical description of a quantum state of a particle as a function of momentum, time, position, and spin. What the fuck does that have to do with somebody being born and then getting old and dying? Nothing.
They die? Well, observe what happens to an acorn when it falls into the ground and dies. Is there an afterlife in toroidal wave function? Yes, there most certainly is. Displayed by everything everywhere. Even the atoms display the wave function. There's the life cycles. Look, there it's a single cell.
Oh my god. This is retarded.
I know it's a long shot, but can you play a game? I miss chill stream, just wanna watch you play. Please.
Well, it's kind of late. I'll either do a gaming stream in the afternoon soon, or I'll stream a game later at night, probably in the next few days, just when we don't get caught up with reacting to videos. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
If this isn't bad data and we can conclude that there are living organisms on this planet, it also disproves Christian ideology, no? That Earth contains the only life in the universe, blah blah.
K218b. No, it's...
Well, this is very low quality evidence. I mean, in order to actually prove it, you'd have to, like, either have some other better evidence or actually go there. But, yeah, that sort of would be a problem for Christianity. I'm sure there's ways around it. Like, you don't have to take the Bible literally, right? Thanks for the donation, retard. Demon cunt, donate $2. Watch this vid, don't be a cuck. Fuck gaming, that's gay. Do I have to? Like, this is already stupid. Thanks for the donation, Demon cunt.
If you play a game in the future, play Jack 2 at night.
I'll probably play Jack 2 at some point. Thanks for the donation, SFG.
Celled organism, it died. Now it's an embryo growing to full maturity in the belly. Now it can be born and be what it is. What happens when it dies? It becomes more powerful than you can ever imagine. Look at how much...
That's not what that chart is describing.
Much bigger and longer this life cycle is compared to how it started. And I can call that life cycle because it's merely just wave function, you see. This is life cycle right here. Jesus said you must be born again. He made it pretty clear. Almost everyone's going to have to die for that to happen. Some people won't in the end. Two people ain't already, but they do have to give up this human form to get the form that comes next. According to who? According to the hydrogen wave function. That clearly displays life cycle for us. Jesus said you must be born again and then used the example of a seed dying to be born again as a plant, implying directly that a human being buried is supposed to have the same effect. Not that a human is born again after death as flesh and blood, but on the next level. I have shown that life cycle is merely wave function and observably so. What else in our reality confirms the words of Jesus Christ, ye must be born again? The moon, every 28 days, is born, grows to full maturity, declines, gets old, and...
So none of this is actually evidence that Jesus was God. This, at best, is evidence Jesus was right about something. Like, if Jesus said washing your hands is a good idea, like, would that be proof God exists? Demon Cunt donates $2. Yeah, let's watch the idiot on TikTok, not the philosopher who he lost to in a debate with credentials. Oh my god. Oh, it's even worse. I heard about this video he made. He literally didn't understand anything about quantum physics. Yeah, buddy, I'm not gonna fucking bother wasting my time. What's his name? Not Alex O'Connor, but, the other guy. Rationality Rules. He responded to this video and debunked it. He basically didn't understand what any of these terms in quantum physics mean, and he misquoted a bunch of scientists and shit. Yeah, fuck this. I'm not gonna bother watching it. Also, how the fuck would other life forms disprove Christianity? Dumbest shit ever. That's great, dude. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
dies. Only to be born again, this is displaying wave function. A direct example of life cycle. The sun also displaying wave function or life cycle. As it peaks towards...
Okay, that was just monstrously fucking stupid.
All right, fellas, it's Rick the Stick Del Hagen reporting it was something new, something special. It's a freaking product reveal. Why? Because I am sick and tired of talking about what the latest BS on YouTube. For all I know, it's going to be an absolute load of horse shit. And I won't, you know what I'm saying, more popular. They're amazing, right? We're just talking about freaking war, man. The to the back. I ain't cutting the sticker, so I'm just going to... The frick, the rubber's, the shaft is too small for the rubber. I'll just go the other way. What the frick is this shit?
Massive Hassanel.
Asmongold reveals that Hassan offered him thousands of dollars in gifted subs to watch an Ethan Klein hit piece made by one of his orbiters. Oh my god.
A video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine.
I think that Ian is running defense for this by saying and framing it in that way. When the title of the video is the YouTubers that backed it. Like, I'll show you the video. This is the one that Hassan wanted me to... Hassan wanted to... How many subs was he going to gift me if I watched this video? The whole thing on stream, it was like a huge amount, right? He really wanted me to watch this. And the YouTubers who backed the genocide, 500 subs, yeah, there it was. And like, to say that a YouTuber backs a genocide, this is a pretty heavy accusation, right? This is a really heavy accusation. This isn't being critical of how they are talking about the Israel-Palestine conflict. This is someone saying that not only are you talking about it, but you are actively promoting the ethnic cleansing of a group of people.
So, since Hassan is doing this, there is a possibility. The reason iDubbbz agreed to do this whole content cop thing is because Hassan paid him to do it. I wonder if he's, like, hurting for money in some way. So Hassan might have even put him up to it by, like, literally paying him. Thanks for the donation, retard. Demon Cunt donates $2. You are retarded. He literally debated James Fodor on the exact argument. Nothing was debunked about it. Sped nigga, digital physics argument for God is literally undefeated. Well, that's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
chat, which is really interesting. I actually did a video just about 2
Eh. Okay, I think we will wrap things up here. Oh, did Frank Tefano make new shorts? You know what? I'll just react to that tomorrow on stream. These don't seem particularly interesting anyway. And hopefully he puts out like a new video. But I think we'll wrap things up here. Hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll be on tomorrow, roughly around the same time. Probably earlier, but we'll see. And sweet dreams, everybody. Nighty-night.